We're back. Welcome to Capital Mondays. I got off of work. I came home and Ann woke up for a second and said, welcome home. It's the weekend. Happy Capital Mondays. So it's a thing. How you doing, Nance?
It's a thing, dude. Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm loving the fact that we're creating new social institutions. Pretty soon, everyone's going to be wishing everyone a happy Capital Monday.
Happy Capital Monday. Yeah, and it'll be in the same way that the PMC gets to have all these holidays that no workers get to have off. We'll all be like, happy Capital Mondays. And they'll be like, I don't get to read books because I just have to pretend I read books in college. And we'll be like,
Yeah.
You know, they'll be like, stop wearing earbuds at work. It's making me feel dumb. And we'll be like, fuck you, dude. That's ultimately.
That's the real reason. That's the real reason they outlawed earbuds. It's not for safety.
Dude.
It's so they don't feel stupid.
No, I have this in my work at Amazon book notes. That is exactly it. And I got that from a coworker. The coworker said, no, they're just jealous. And I was like, oh, wow. Why do you think that? And then, I got him talking and then I was like, I got to go to the bathroom. And I went and wrote a bunch of notes,
Yeah, dude.
just writing notes for the book. And I was just like, it's fucking true though. Because if my brother Andrew can wear OSHA approved headphones in a lumber mill, which is way more fucking dangerous than an Amazon warehouse that is so safe, don't try to tell me that having an earbud in is somehow unsafe. No, it's especially when you can go to your doctor and say, hey, I've got ADHD. It just helps me to have an earbud. And the doctor goes, okay. And then Amazon will supply you with a bone conduction headphones. So they're full of it. They're full of it. It really is jealousy.
I bought my brother a beanie that has like bone conduction headphones inside the beanie. Because he kept dropping his fucking earbuds down toilets and shit. So that was pretty tight.
That's awesome.
Yeah. People go in and get a 504 to say, I need earbuds all the time. That shit, I can't fucking stand that.
I mean, if I ever get written up for having an earbud, at the point that they start saying, hey, Dave, what's underneath your beanie? Or if they go, hey, Dave, lift your bandana up. And then we're going to write you up for that. I'm going to say, hold on, I'll be right back. And I'll literally walk out of the place. They can take some of my unpaid time off. They can dock me and I will go straight to a fucking doctor. And I'll get my stupid fucking note and then I'll come back and I'll be like, give me my bone conduction headphones, please. Or else you're ableist or whatever,
Yeah, dude. Fuck. Oh, what a fucking world we live in, dude.
Well, anyway, we're here to finish out this amazing work by Michael Heinrich. And anybody joining at this point, just know that there are 7 other chapters as well as an introduction that we already read through. You should be able to access that somehow. There will be a way. Hopefully there will be an RSS feed that workers can just queue up and binge all the courses and all the exegeticals and everything. It's going to be like essentially a master's degree in the form of a podcast that you actually can grind out. And I not in one listen, but in a couple of listens, you won't come to the conclusions we do, but you'll be fucking happy we did it, I suspect. So I'll be happy we did it because I'll be back working full time at Amazon.
Right.
Listening to this shit. I'll be like, I remember when I used to have friends and do Theory Underground. Those were good days. Now I just listen to these things at Amazon, Let's get into it.
The good old days. All right, man. I'll take it away.
Dude, these are the good old days. We're living them.
For sure. Yeah.
We are.
For sure, dude.
Yeah. Dude, I'm sorry. All my friends who are like, oh man, the good old days. I'm like, sucks to be you. Stop judging my life choices. I'm still having the good old days. So
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, if I really felt that way, I would end it, dude. Like if I was like the only thing I have are my memories, oh fuck it, dude. I'm like, and I felt like there was no possible way to like take something back for myself in my daily life. No, dude, fuck that. That's got to be a horrible feeling.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
is.
chapter 8: interest, credit, and fictitious capital. Section 8.1: interest bearing capital, interest, and profit of enterprise, the consummation of the capital fetish. For as long as money has existed, it has probably been lent at interest. Interest bearing capital existed long before the entire economy was organized on a capitalist basis. We find it in the most diverse social formations, in the slave holding societies of antiquity, as well as in the feudal societies of the Middle Ages. In pre bourgeois societies, kings and princes incurred debt as a means of financing their luxury consumption and wars. Outstanding debts and interest were then paid back with money raised through taxes and conquest. But peasants and artisans experiencing financial hardship would go into debt. They had to pay back the debt by working, which, in light of their penury and interest rates of 20 or 30% or more, was often not possible. As a result, they lost their homes and farmlands. Expropriation by usurers was a widespread phenomenon. Lenders were perceived as bloodsuckers, and hatred for usurers was the consequence. Under capitalist relations of production, that is, when production is also organized capitalistically, lending money occurs under completely different conditions. On the basis of capitalist production, a sum of money can be transformed into capital, and one can expect that this capital will yield an average profit. Money is not, as it was under simple circulation, an independent expression of value and therefore exchangeable with every other commodity. Money is now potential capital. Quote from Marx: in this capacity of potential capital as a means to the production of profit, it becomes a commodity, but a commodity of a special kind. Or what comes to the same thing, capital becomes a commodity. That's Capital Volume 3, page 459. The sale of this unique commodity has a unique form. Money is lent. What is sold is its ability, under capitalist conditions, to yield a profit within a specific period of time. The price paid for this unique commodity is interest. This interest is paid from the profit that was made with the help of the money. Non-capitalists, such as wage laborers, also borrow money, whether as a result of financial difficulties or in order to finance consumption. These loans must then be paid back out of wages. Such consumer credits are quite meaningful and also play an important role in the course of the accumulation process, since they contribute to the stabilization of demand. But what is new in capitalism is that a large number of loans serve the enrichment of the debtors. They borrow money to use it as capital. This form of credit, which only existed as an exception in pre-bourgeois societies, is the typical form of credit for capitalist enterprises and dominates all other forms. The special form of circulation of modern interest-bearing capital is therefore M, C, M prime, M prime prime. Modern interest-bearing capital, and in the following we refer only to this type and will therefore leave out the adjective modern, is thus advanced twice. Once by its owner to the industrial capitalist, and then by the industrial capitalist to finance a profit-yielding production process. There follows a double return, first to the industrial capitalist, and then from the industrial capitalist to the lender. The return to the industrial capitalist contains a profit in the case of successful valorization, and the return to the lender contains interest, which is paid from this profit. The fact that interest is paid out of profit does not yet say anything about the rate of interest. Under normal capitalist conditions, the rate of interest will lie above zero. Otherwise, the lender of money would have no reason to lend it. but under the average rate of profit. Otherwise, the industrial capitalist would not demand additional capital. The rate of interest at any given time will depend upon the levels of supply and demand. A natural interest rate or a natural relationship between the rate of interest and the average rate of profit does not exist. Marx refers to the capitalist who owns interest-bearing capital as the money capitalist, whereas the capitalist who borrows this capital is the functioning capitalist, in whose hands the interest-bearing capital becomes functioning capital within the reproduction process. Each functioning capital yields a certain profit, the gross profit, the amount of which can be above or below that of the average profit. Interest is paid from this gross profit, and what remains is the profit of enterprise received by the functioning capitalist. The division of gross profit into interest and profit of enterprise is initially just a quantitative division. However, this quantitative division consolidates into a qualitative one that even capitalists who don't borrow capital include in their deliberations. The money capitalist is the owner of interest-bearing capital. He receives interest for putting his property at the disposal of others. Thus, interest appears to be merely the fruit of the ownership of capital, capital that seems to exist outside of the production process. In contrast, profit of enterprise seems to be the result of capital functioning in the production process. Interest and profit of enterprise therefore appear to be qualitatively different amounts, originating from different sources. This illusion is strengthened by the fact that the rate of interest develops on the market as a uniform quantity, not dependent upon individual capitalists, whereas the rate of profit of an individual capital, and therefore also that of the respective profit of enterprise as a surplus above the rate of interest, can definitely be affected by measures taken by functioning capitalists, reducing costs of the means of production, shortening turnover time, etc. See section 7.2. The distinction between interest and entrepreneurial profit is also relevant for the capitalist who does not use borrowed capital. He has the choice of lending his capital and therefore obtaining merely the interest or allowing it to function in the production process. However, the result of this functioning appears for all intents and purposes as profit of enterprise and not as the total profit, since he would have obtained the interest anyway.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Class.
I noticed that I looked really pink, and now I can't fix it. Like, I keep fucking with it, and it's like, look how pink I look. I look sunburnt. This is terrible.
Yeah, dude.
It's fucking
change
camera
your white
shit.
balance.
All right. Well, you can keep reading. I realized that there's anybody who had eyes on the screen was probably super distracted and was like, Dave, stop fucking around. And it's like, yeah, I will, I promise. But the problem is like I sit there and I scroll through the selection and then it stops showing me. Like right now you see black, I see black. It stops showing me. And then it also keeps turning on and off. So anyway, let's get back to it.
The capitalist class as a whole is not able to choose the manner in which it uses its capital. Without functioning capitalists, no interest at all could be paid. But the individual capitalist definitely has the choice. Interest is an expression of the valorization of capital, the exploitation of labor power, but capital stands in antagonism to wage labor only within the exploitation process. In the case of interest-bearing capital, this antagonism is no longer visible because capital is interest-bearing as property outside of the production process. The money capitalist does not confront the wage laborer, but confronts the functioning capitalist who borrows capital. Interest expresses capital's capacity for appropriating the product of external labor, but it expresses this capacity as a characteristic of capital that adheres to it outside of the production process and independent of the determinate capitalist form of production. But the functioning capitalist also seems not to stand in an antagonistic relationship to the wage laborer. the profit of enterprise gained by the functioning capitalist appears to be independent of capital property. This is already paid through interest and is regarded as the result of functioning within the production process, a production process that seems not to exhibit any capitalist determinations, but appears as a mere labor process. According to this perception, the functioning capitalist obtains the profit of enterprise not as an owner, but rather as a particular type of worker, a worker responsible for the supervision and administration of the labor process. The work of exploitation and exploited labor both count as labor. As a result, the social form of capital devolves on interest, but expressed in a neutral and indifferent form, the economic function of capital devolves on profit of enterprise, but with the specifically capitalist character of this function removed. From Capital Volume 3, page 506.
So wait, what's that? So the social form of capital devolves on interest, but expressed in a neutral and indifferent form. The economic function of capital devolves on profit of enterprise, but with the specifically capitalist character of this function removed. Huh. What is peculiar to interest-bearing capital is not interest. This is merely a particular expression of the valorization of capital. But the seemingly unmediated form of this valorization, as expressed in the equation M to M prime. Money appears to multiply all by itself. Marx therefore referred to interest-bearing capital as the most superficial and fetishized form of the relations of capital. For how the capital fetish emerges from the capitalist process of production, see section 5.3, because, quote, the social relation is consummated in the relation of a thing, money, to itself. Thus it becomes as completely the property of money to create value, to yield interest, as it is the property of pear trees to bear pears. Accompanying this most fetish-like form of the capital relation historically is a series of truncated critiques of capitalism that all amount to criticizing not the capital relation itself, but merely the existence of interest, thus disregarding the connection between interest and capital relation. The collection of interest was, on the one hand, contrasted to productive capital and criticized on moral grounds as a form of income that is not based upon one's own effort. On the other hand, the existence of interest was declared to be the root of all evil in society. All of society is enslaved in order to ultimately pay interest to the owners of money. See Connection to Anti-Semitism, section 10.2. 8.2, Credit, Money, Banks, and Fictitious Capital. In the previous section, we examined the form determination exhibited by interest-bearing capital as distinct from industrial capital, as well as the inverted perceptions arising from it. Now we must concern ourselves with the historically changing institutions that mediate the movement of interest-bearing capital, the banks and capital markets. By the way, I just want to point out, you know that traditional Marxists don't read Capital Volume 3 because you never hear them have shit to say about banks, much less Wall Street. It's pretty funny. Banks.
Yeah, they assume if you're going to talk about banks, then you're a right-wing conspiracy lunatic.
Yeah, yeah, dude. And it's like, well, what do you think? What do you think banks do? You know, like they... like what? They got a problem with Wall Street, but not banks? Like, how do you separate these two? You're not being dialectical. Okay, dude. Banks are brokers of credit transactions. On the one hand, they receive deposits from owners of money, and on the other, they lend money. The deposit rate of interest paid by banks is smaller than the interest rate charged by banks when they make loans. The bank's income comes from the difference. Whatever remains after deducting the costs is the banking profit. But banks are not just passive intermediaries that transport money from one hand to another. Banks also create money, credit money. Credit money is a promise to pay that itself performs functions of money. Credit money already comes into being with person A when person A borrows 100 euros from person B and signs a promissory note that remains with B. If the note has a fixed, relatively short-term date of payment, one speaks of a bill of exchange. This promissory note is a promise to pay from A. If B now purchases a commodity from person C and C accepts this promissory note as a means of payment, then A's promise to pay has functioned as money. Alongside the original 100 euros in cash, the real money with which A can make purchases, an additional 100 euros of credit money with which B makes a purchase is also in circulation. This credit money emerges from nothing, in quotes, with the granting of a loan and vanishes again into nothing. With the redemption of the promise to pay, the promissory note is wiped out. As a rule, it is not only promises to pay by private individuals that are circulated, but also those of banks and institutions similar to banks like credit card companies. If I pay for a purchase with a check or credit card, then the seller does not receive actual money from me, but rather a promise to pay, namely, the formal guarantee that he or she will receive money from the bank or credit card issuer upon presentation of the check or sales draft, respectively. However, I am not the one who guarantees this promise. The bank does. Credit money results from every deposit at a bank. If I deposit 100 euros cash into my bank account, then the bank has 100 euros in its reserves and can lend it, for example, to make a loan. At the same time, my account balance, which I may dispose of via check or bank transfer, increases by 100 euros. Thus, in addition to the 100 euros that was removed from my pocket into the bank's reserves, 100 euros of credit money have accrued to my bank account. Now, if the seller that I have paid by check uses the check to credit his account, the credit money was merely transferred from my account to his and can continue to function as credit money. Only if the seller cashes the check, that is to say, requests cash from the bank's reserves, is credit money eliminated. In actual fact, the bank, barring legal regulations, only has to keep on hand a small fraction of the 100 euros I deposited. In the form of cash reserves, enough to satisfy average demand, and the rest can be used. Only has to be kept. In actual fact, the bank only has to keep on hand a small fraction of the 100 euros I deposited in the form of cash reserves, and the rest can be used. But since most payments are cashless payments between bank accounts, and since most loans are not made in cash but as credit money, the amount of money the bank has to keep on hand is a small fraction of the credit money it creates. In order to make loans, banks are not solely dependent upon deposits. They can also borrow money from state central banks. The central banks are the only institutions allowed to print money. In an economy no longer tied to a money commodity, central banks create real money, real as opposed to credit money, which is only a promise to pay money. The central bank is not bound by any formal limits concerning this money creation. Dude, I think we should just get a printer and just do it ourselves. At this point, fuck it. Fuck it, man. I don't care. Take me to prison. I don't give a shit. As long as the money system was still tied to a money commodity, for example, gold, banknotes were not real money, only stand-ins, and the issuing of treasury notes by central banks was still restricted by regulations. The issuing of money had to be covered to a certain amount by the gold reserves of the central bank. If a demand was made to convert notes into gold, gold reserves decreased and the central bank could only issue a smaller number of notes. Precisely in crisis situations, there was a run on gold. At the same time, the need for credit grew, so that the banks required more banknotes. The run on gold made an increase in the issue of banknotes impossible without suspending regulations. The money commodity proved to be an avoidable impediment to capitalist production. Since the monetary system today is no longer tied to money commodity, see the conclusion of section 3.7, this impediment no longer exists. Without a money commodity, the banking system can react more flexibly than before during crises. However, this does not mean that crises themselves can be avoided. See Chapter 9 regarding this point. Contrary to the position of Marx that the existence of money commodity is unavoidable in capitalism, it is clear that a monetary system tied to a money commodity is in no way a property of capitalism at its ideal average. For more on this point, see his book from 1999. Could you just grab that quote there and add it to a thread called Heinrich Says Marx is Wrong? We should have a thread where Heinrich is arguing with Marx, because that's interesting. And I think this is the main argument that he's raised, besides tendency for the rate of profit to fall. I think that's it, right?
I think that's it. That's the only other one.
Because when it comes to the labor theory of value, right? Like, he's not saying Marx is wrong. He's just saying people misunderstand Marx, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. On the capital market, borrowers and lenders of money enter into a direct credit relationship with one another. Borrowers, above all, large enterprises and states, get money directly from money owners and promise, in return, to pay a fixed annual interest as well as the principal at a fixed date. In return for making the loan, lenders receive a security or bond in which conditions are stipulated because of the fixed interest rate on the. One speaks of a fixed interest security. Since the loan comes off without the aid of any bank, lenders and borrowers can share among themselves the difference between the rate of interest on bank deposits and the interest rate for loans offered by the bank. The interest rate on securities is normally lower than the interest rate for loans offered by banks and higher than the rate of interest on bank deposits. However, the lender now shoulders the burden of risk entirely. If the enterprise to which he has lent money goes bankrupt, he loses his money. For that reason, usually only large enterprises assumed to remain solvent are in a position to issue bonds. On the other hand, if an enterprise or individual borrowing from a bank goes bankrupt, this reduces the bank's profits, but does not affect deposits, as long as the bank itself does not go bankrupt. Securities are not the only means through which business can obtain money on the capital markets. They can also do so by issuing stocks. Through the purchase of a stock, one acquires a share of the respective enterprise, becoming a co-owner. Similar to fixed interest securities, the stock constitutes a claim. The owner of the stock is entitled to vote at shareholders' meetings and to a slice of the distributed earnings, called dividends, both proportional to the individual's percentage of the entirety of shares. However, there is no entitlement to the repayment of the price of the stock by the enterprise, and the level of distributed gains is also not fixed, but depends upon the course of business. I gotta go check on those potatoes.
Fixed interest securities and stocks can be sold on the capital market. They have a price, their respective market price or share price. One can read the previous day's stock exchange quotations in the business pages of major newspapers. However, these papers have no value, but constitute mere claims on value, interest, and dividends. What are traded are claims. After the sale, the enterprise no longer pays interest or dividends to person A, but to person B. In everyday life, as well as in the dominant economic theories, no distinction is made between price and value. The market price of the stock or fixed interest security counts as its value. The amount the owner of a fixed interest security obtains for its sale, the market value, depends upon the current market interest rate. Let's assume that A bought a security from business Y in the last year and paid 1,000 euros for the right to be paid 50 euros annually for 10 years and the original principal of 1,000 euros at the end of this 10-year period. Person A has thus purchased a bond with a nominal value of 1,000 euros and an interest rate of 5% relative to the principal. Now let's further assume that in the next year, interest rates climb to 7%. That means for any new bond costing 1,000 euros, the annual interest payment is 70 euros. If A now wants to sell his bond, he won't find anyone who will pay him 1,000 euros for it, since the interest payment is fixed at 50 euros. Person A will only be able to sell the bond if he settles for an amount less than 1,000 euros. The market value of the bond falls below the nominal value when interest rates rise. In the case of falling interest rates, the market value would rise above the nominal value. Likewise, in the case of the sale of stocks, here the share prices are constantly changing, but their movement is not decided solely by the current dividends, but also by the future profits of the business. Dividends play only a secondary role, since only a tiny portion of the profit is doled out to shareholders in the form of dividends. The greater portion is invested. However, the future profit is never a certainty, but rather an expected quantity. If the expectations of profits increase, then the share prices also increase. If expectations decline, or if there is a great uncertainty concerning them, then the share prices decline. In this respect, the course of the share price does not express contemporary developments, but rather expectations concerning future developments. The circulation of securities and stocks constitutes an act of duplication similar to credit money. In the case of credit money, payment promises circulate alongside real money, whereas in the case of stocks and bonds, we are dealing on the one hand with real capital flowing from investors to a business and used by the latter, and on the other hand, a claim on interest or the payment of dividends that is traded and circulated at fluctuating market prices. Due to their specific value determination, meaning the determination of market value outlined above, Marx refers to these circulating claims, securities, and stocks as fictitious capital. This term does not mean that these claims cannot be redeemed. Rather, it refers to the fact that the real capital the owner originally possessed in the form of money has been advanced only once during the purchase of stocks and bonds. After that, it is possessed by the business and is advanced by it. Securities, stocks, and bonds represent mere claims to certain payments. Their value, the market price, has nothing to do with the amount of value originally paid for these claims. Now this amount of value exists in the form of, for example, productive capital within an enterprise, or in the case of government bonds, has been spent by the state. The value of such claims is an arithmetic value, which, in the case of fixed interest securities, rests upon the relation between the interest rate of the security and the current market rate of interest, and which, in the case of stocks, rests upon profit expectations. The extent to which this value is constant and leads to corresponding payouts in the long term depends upon the actual profits of the respective enterprise. Since profit expectations can change quickly, the course of stocks can also change quickly. For that reason, during a single trading day, billions of euros in market value, that is, billions in fictitious capital, are destroyed on the market in the case of rapidly declining share prices, and billions of euros in market value are created in the case of strongly increasing share prices. These amounts are not reserves that can be destroyed or newly created, and hypothetically invested for other purposes, but rather are arithmetic valuations of commercial papers. However, these fluctuations are also not insignificant occurrences. If shares and bonds are used as collateral for loans, then the collateral is devalued in the case of declining market prices. The borrower then has to offer further collateral or pay back the loan. If he can't do that, he goes bankrupt. If the bank experiences too many such defaults, it is also threatened with bankruptcy. Expectations have a tendency to reinforce themselves over a period of time. If share prices rise, many people want to hop on the bandwagon. The demand increases. Share prices rise further, and even more money owners want to jump on the bandwagon. If share prices fall, then many people want to get rid of their stocks. The supply increases, share prices further decline, etc. Strong oscillations in performance are the consequence. A bull market, strongly rising share prices, is followed by a bear market, falling prices. I'll be right back.
I was washing dishes, enjoying this. I've not heard this. Put it succinctly as it is. Like, this is a really good description. Like, normally when people talk about capitalism, they talk about labor power, surplus, value, means of production. They don't usually really get into the role of banks and the difference between stocks and bonds, or get into the idea of stocks or bonds being used as, what's the word? Surety on loans. All of this stuff. This is really cool. Okay, 8.3, the credit system as a regulating instance of the capitalist economy. Ooh, as a regulating instance. We can sum things up by referring to banks and capital markets as the credit system. The movement of interest-bearing capital mediated by this credit system is not a mere addition, a superstructure resting atop industrial capital. Although, as will be made clear shortly, interest-bearing capital emanates from the circulation of industrial capital. The movement of industrial capital is not at all possible without credit. Yeah, I think he put superstructure into scare quotes because he's had interactions with, Marxist-Leninists who say, oh yeah, the credit system is all just ephemeral. It's not one of the main factors here. In chapter 3, we emphasize that Marx's value theory is a monetary theory of value. The commodity and value cannot exist and also cannot be conceptualized without reference to money. The same can be said concerning the relationship between capital and credit. However, within traditional Marxism, a non-monetary theory of value was dominant, as was a conception of credit that reduced it to a mere appendage that was unnecessary for the existence of capital and unnecessary for an understanding of capital. Let's see. In the circulation of industrial capital, there emerges an array of funds that consist of temporarily idle capital. As a result of the sale of commodities, advanced capital returns that cannot be immediately employed as capital. Most important are accumulation funds, surplus value to be invested, but only at a later time, because, for example, a minimum amount is required for investment, and sinking funds. in which the value elements of fixed capital are collected. Most important are accumulation funds, surplus value to be invested, but only at a later time, and sinking funds, in which the value elements of fixed capital are collected. Until they are invested, such funds can be used as interest-bearing capital. Instead of waiting for these funds to fill up, a portion of accumulation as well as the renewal of fixed capital can be financed through capital, so that the ensuing returns do not flow into an accumulation or sinking fund, but toward the payment of interest and principal on the loan. Ultimately, the circulation of surplus value, that part of the total social product with a value corresponding to the total social surplus value, is not possible without either the existence of reserves or the issuing of loans. Disregarding fixed capital, the capitalists of a single country advance capital with a value C plus V in the course of a year, but produce products with a value of C plus V plus M. The question is thus posed as to where the money to pay the products comprising the value of M should come from. One possibility consists in a part of the capitalists possessing a reserve fund in addition to the capital advanced for production. They could then purchase a portion of M, and the capitalists that have sold this portion can in turn use this money to purchase commodities from the first group of capitalists, so that at the end of the process, all of the products have been sold and the reserves returned to their original owners. However, a reserve fund existing only to facilitate circulation implies foregoing the chance to valorize this sum. If capitalists follow the maxim of the greatest possible valorization of capital, then they will not possess such a reserve, but will instead finance the corresponding purchases by means of short-term loans. It is thus the circulation of capital that generates temporarily idle capital on the one hand, and the demand for credit on the other hand. The volume of credit increases with the growth of total social capital. The mere growth of credit transactions is itself not a sign of capitalist crisis or instability. A developed credit system makes it possible for an individual capital to forego, gotta fix this. A developed credit system makes it possible for an individual capital to forego the accumulation of reserves and lend out idle capital. But by taking out a loan, an individual capital has the possibility to accumulate far more than merely the profits of the previous period. Thus, for a capitalist enterprise, a certain amount of debt is in no way unhealthy or a sign of weakness. In pre-capitalist societies, producers usually went into debt only as a result of emergencies and more often had problems paying the interest on loans. Under capitalist relations, credit serves primarily to finance additional accumulation. Credit should raise the rate of profit as measured by the equity of a single capital. Let us assume the average rate of profit is 8% and the market rate of interest to be 5%. If a capitalist invests €1,000,000, he can only expect a profit of 80,000 euros. If he borrows a further million and the second million also yields the average profit, then our capitalist obtains an additional 80,000 euros, from which he has to pay back 50,000 euros as interest to the lender of the second million. His total profit amounts to 80,000 plus 30,000, or 110,000 euros. His own capital, the first million, has brought in, as a result of the loan, not just the average profit of 8%, but 11%. This increase in the rate of profit is the primary motive for taking out loans. If expectations are not fulfilled, whether because an individual venture fails or while the general economic situation deteriorates, then it may come to pass that the actual rate of profit obtained lies below the official rate of interest. In this case, the borrowed capital has not yielded an additional profit, but a loss, the difference between interest and profit. Further, the existence of credit, welcome back, also has effects upon the total social capital. The movement of capital between branches through which the equalization of profit rates occurs essentially consists of a change of credit flows, so that in one branch a lot is accumulated, while in others less is accumulated. The shift of already invested capital would otherwise be considerably more difficult and, above all, time-consuming. Credit and a developed credit system make it possible to concentrate and redirect enormous masses of capital in a short period of time. Often this is just what is required for the accelerated development of new forces of production, since the introduction of new technologies usually demands considerable initial investments. The existence of the credit system makes it possible not just for individual capitals, but for the total social capital to accumulate more than just the profits of the previous period, insofar as the objective conditions of accumulation are in place, or insofar as the objective conditions of accumulation are in place. An expansion of lending can thus also lead to a considerable surge of accumulation, just as restrictive lending can choke off the accumulation process. To this extent, the credit system constitutes a structural regulating instance of the capitalist economy. Capitalists are anxious to invest as much capital as possible in spheres where the highest rate of profit is expected. Since these investments, as a rule, are at least partially financed through loans or the issue of shares, the extent to which the movement of capital goes smoothly and the speed of accumulation fundamentally depend upon the credit system, that is, the banks and capital markets. The credit system grants accumulation its flexibility. It accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market. But it is also the principal lever of overproduction and excessive speculation in commerce. That's from Capital, Volume 3, page 572. So yeah, the credit system grants accumulation its flexibility. It accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market. And it's also the principal lever of overproduction and excessive speculation in commerce. Okay, I'm going to go underline that because that's could you add that to the why you got to read volume 3? It kind of matters. He's basically saying it's the gas pedal for accelerating literally everything. 572. Yeah, you're going to get gaslit by people who've only read the manifesto and a couple of other fragments, and then they proceed with Lenin. And they'll like, oh no, it's just super structural, dude. I've had these conversations, not because I have a strong position on this. I fucking don't. I really fucking don't. I'm just totally baffled by the sort of indifference towards the banking system itself. And for me, it's like, I just want to understand, like, what is that? Libertarians have a really fucking easy, overly simplistic answer. MMT people have a really easy answer too. So the Marxists are just like, no, it just doesn't matter. Let's see if I can find the quote. I'm trying to do Control F analog, which is to say with my eyeballs.
Just wait until we have like the Apple fucking contact lens where you're always connected.
Hell yeah, man. At that point, I can just click understand capital and they'll say $500 and I'll say deal. No, it'll be like understanding capital will be like a $30 per month subscription, and you'll understand all of it as long as you pay the subscription. And if you stop paying the subscription, not only do you lose the understanding, but they'll actually come confiscate all of your intellectual productions that you did while you were subscribing. So it'll be like that.
There we go.
What's the Repo Man movie?
Yeah, with the genetic fucking.
Dude, that shit's crazy. All right, if you want to take it, I'm going to go finish my dishes here.
The regulation of accumulation by the credit system is a thoroughly crisis-prone process. The granting of credit, but above all, the trade in stocks and bonds live on expectations and insecurity. Speculation must occur, and this speculation can also fail and lead to the destruction of the invested capital. On the financial markets, this can lead to speculative bubbles, excessive share prices, and the subsequent crash, a sudden fall in prices. But before the crash, one never knows for sure whether it is a bubble or whether high share prices are indicative of an increase in the profitability of the respective capitals. It would be wrong to oppose speculative financial markets to a solid capitalist production. Every act of capitalist production contains a speculative element, since no capitalist can be completely sure he will realize his value or at what price. Speculation on financial markets is more obvious and rapid, but in no way something qualitatively different from capitalist production. Both proceed from necessarily uncertain expectations, and both attempt to achieve the same thing through the trade in their respective products, the maximization of profit. However, the relationship between financial markets and industrial production is not constant in either a quantitative or qualitative respect. This relation can be different in various countries and can also change in the course of capitalist development. Thus, discussions concerning the metamorphoses of the financial markets constitute one of the central threads of the debate in the past few years concerning globalization. Chapter 9, Crisis. Section 9.1, Cycle and Crisis. Severe disruptions in the economic reproduction of a society are referred to as economic crisis. In a capitalist economy, this means that a large number of the commodities produced are no longer sellable. Not because there is no existing need for the corresponding products, but because there is no demand backed by buying power. Commodity capital can no longer be completely transformed into money capital, so that the advanced capital is poorly valorized and accumulation decreases. The demand on the part of capitalist enterprises for the elements of productive capital, means of production, and labor power also decreases. Mass unemployment and a decline in the consumption of the working class are the consequences, thus leading to a further decline in demand that further intensifies the crisis. Capitalism is not the only mode of production in which massive poverty exists alongside enormous wealth, but it is the only mode of production where a surplus of goods constitutes a problem. Unsellable goods lead to the ruin of their owner, while people who need these goods the most are unable to sell the only thing they possess, their labor power. The reason is that capital has no need for their labor power, since it cannot profitably make use of it. Ever since the early 19th century, when industrial capitalism became dominant in England and then in France, Germany, and the United States, crises occurred in the developed capitalist societies at roughly 10-year intervals. Periods of accelerated accumulation with high rates of profit and increasing wages were followed by stagnation and crisis, which ultimately culminated in an initially slow and then accelerated recovery of accumulation. In the 20th century, the cyclical development continued, but the cycles were increasingly less pronounced than before. The importance of supercyclical developments increased. With the global economic crisis of 1929, a long period of economic depression set in that was only surmounted in the 1950s, and in North America and Western Europe gave way to the long boom of the 1950s and 1960s, which rested on Fordism. See section 5.5. This Wirtschaftswunder capitalism brought not only high profit rates, but also full employment and an extension of the welfare state in the leading capitalist countries. In this phase, there were also still cycles, but without acute crises. Oh, what the hell? Hold on. The capitalism known to Marx, which was characterized by crises, unemployment, and impoverishment, seemed to have been transcended, at least in the capitalist metropolises. But this state of affairs changed fundamentally with the global economic crisis of 1974-75. The Fordist model of accumulation, with its cheap methods of increasing productivity, Taylorism, and mass production, had reached its limits. Profit rates declined and cyclical movements increased in strength, although even in periods of recovery, growth rates were modest and unemployment remained high. Profit rates recovered in the 1980s and 1990s, primarily as a result of stagnating or declining real wages, as well as comprehensive tax cuts for businesses and wealthy individuals that were financed primarily by cuts in social expenditures. There can be no doubt that the course of capitalist development in the last 180 years was de facto marked by crisis. However, the answer to the question as to the causes of these crises is subject to debate. The majority of classical political economists, as well as contemporary exponents of neoclassical economics, would dispute that crises are a result of the fundamental mechanics of capitalism. For classical and neoclassical economists, crises are caused by external influences, for example, state economic policies. But the capitalist market economy per se is free of crisis. Only John Maynard Keynes attributed recurrent mass unemployment to causes intrinsic to capitalism, thus laying the cornerstone for Keynesianism. In contrast, Marx attempted to prove that crises resulted from the capitalist mode of production itself, and that a crisis-free capitalism is impossible. However, one cannot find a comprehensive theory of crisis in Marx's work, but rather scattered, more or less elaborated observations that have been worked up by Marxists into quite distinct theories of crisis. With the analysis of money as a means of circulation, Marx had detected in the mediation of exchange by money the general possibility of crisis. One can sell one's own commodity without necessarily buying another commodity with the money thus earned. By holding on to the money, the crisis of reproduction is interrupted. See section 3.7 and Capital, volume 1, page 208. Say's law, which claims there is a necessary equilibrium between buying and selling, or that supply necessarily includes an equal demand, is only valid when the circulation of commodities, mediated by money, is equated with direct barter. Only then does each sale coincide with a simultaneous purchase. Thus, when classical and neoclassical economics purport to substantiate the claim of an inherently crisis-free capitalism, they basically assume a capitalism without money. It must be explained how an actual crisis results from the mere possibility of crisis. Oh, shit, dude, hold on. I got some stomach shit going on today.
I wish that I could like share things like the pause button on OBS. But I think that we'd have to set up remote desktop or that server idea where it's like a cloud server, like a cloud desktop or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go back a little bit. Maybe I'm going back. I'm going to begin with, it must be explained how an actual crisis results from the mere possibility of crisis, why the chain of reproduction is interrupted. Of the various Marxist approaches to this question, considerations based upon the law of the tendency of the fall in the rate of profit played an important role in traditional Marxism. As a result of the falling rate of profit, the profit mass will also eventually fall, so that accumulation increasingly slows down and ultimately leads to crisis. This apparently close tie between crisis theory and the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was usually behind the vehement defense of this law. However, Marx's decisive arguments concerning the theory of crisis are completely independent of this law. In the first volume of Capital, Marx had already identified the production of relative surplus value as the fundamental tendency of capitalist development, decreasing the value of labor power by increasing the productivity of labor. All right, sorry for all the pauses. I'll just reread that. In the first volume of Capital, Marx had already identified the production of relative surplus value as the fundamental tendency of capitalist development, decreasing the value of labor power by increasing the productivity of labor. The most important method for developing the productivity of labor is the introduction of increasingly improved machinery. The cost-saving introduction of machinery is mostly tied to the extension of the volume of production. An increase in productivity is therefore accompanied by an increase in the quantity of goods produced, which is further intensified by the necessities of competition, the need to be the first to flood the market with goods, the need to anticipate the devaluation of the means of production by attempting the fastest possible exhaustion of their productive capacity. The tendency for an unlimited extension of production confronts an ability to consume in society that is limited in a variety of ways, which Marx makes clear in Volume 3 of Capital. The total social consumption is not limited to the individual consumption of end consumers. It consists of the consumption of the working class, the luxury consumption of the capitalists, the investments, or more precisely, the replacement investments that replace used up machinery, and the expansive investment through which additional means of production are acquired, that is, through which capital is accumulated. The consumption of the working class is constricted by the logic of capital valorization. Capitalists attempt to keep wages as well as the number of employed laborers as low as possible, since for an individual capitalist, the wage is merely an expense factor. Under consumptionist theories of crisis are based upon this constricted power of consumption of the working class. As an explanation for the existence of crises, the argument of excessively low wages and the resulting demand gap is insufficient. Wages are always lower than the total value of the product. This total value is equal to C plus V plus M, whereas wages are only equal to V. Wages, whether high or low, are never sufficient enough to constitute the demand for the total product. In addition to the consumption demand of the working class, there also exists the luxury demand of the capitalists, which is low relative to the total economy. However, so we can neglect it here. Finally, there is investment demand. This is the decisive variable. The demand of capital for additional means of production depends upon it. as does, indirectly, the further development of the consumption of the working class, insofar as additional labor power is employed or not. Whether investments in productive capital, means of production and labor power, are high or low depends on the one hand upon the expected profit. If only a small profit is expected, then investment is held back, and on the other hand, upon the difference between the expected rate of profit and the rate of interest. The individual capitalist, albeit not the capitalist class as a whole, always has the choice of investing his capital in productive capital or of employing it as interest-bearing capital. Investment in fictitious capital increases relative to investment in productive capital when interest rates are high or when expectations of a rise in share prices increase. So capitalist production and capitalist consumption are not just differently determined. Rather, their determining factors are also downright antagonistic. A potentially unlimited production confronts a limited consumption, limited not in terms of human needs and desires, but by the logic of valorization. The consequence is a tendency toward the overproduction of commodities, overproduction relative to buying power, and the overaccumulation of capital, accumulated capital that either cannot be valorized at all or only very poorly, which ultimately leads to crisis. Reproduction stagnates, invested capital is devalued or even completely wiped out. The least profitable production facilities are closed down. The least profitable individual capitals go bankrupt. Workers are laid off and wages decline with the rise in unemployment. Crises are also enormous processes of destruction. Social wealth is annihilated, and the living conditions of a large number of people worsen considerably. However, it is precisely these destructive moments that violently eliminate the imbalance between production and social consumption. Crises do not have only a destructive side. For the capitalist system as a whole, they are quite productive. The destruction of unprofitable capitals reduces production, and the devaluation of functioning capital and low wages increase the rate of profit for the remaining capitals. Ultimately, interest rates once again decline, since the demand for borrowed capital also decreases. All of these factors combined clear the way for a renewed upturn, which is often supported by the introduction of technological improvements. An increased demand for new machinery stimulates investment in Department 1, the sector producing means of production, and as a consequence of rising employment also accelerates accumulation in Department 2, the sector producing means of consumption. A new upturn begins that ultimately culminates in the next crisis. So crises are not just destructive. Rather, in crises, the unity between spheres, such as production and consumption, that belong together but become independent of one another, is violently restored. In a parenthetical, he had said production and consumption follow different determinations. So that's why they split off. Marx makes a constant reference to the fact that crises perform a valuable service for the capitalist system precisely by means of these acts of destruction. See, for example, Capital, Volume 3, page 357, as well as 419. I'm going to go ahead and just earmark those pages for my future self. Because I know that my future self is going to be like, working my way through this shit, just kind of like, oh my God. And then I'll come across these places that are marked by Heinrich, and I'll go, oh shit. Thanks for helping me see that, bro. Thanks, Mr. Heinrich. And by the way, he's alive still today. He's done stuff with people on YouTube. He got interviewed by some students at some foundation or something. And so I would fucking love to get a course from him, like a mini course, or a long course, but I mean, at bare minimum, an interview, you know. He's just not accessible. I couldn't find his email. I've tried like 3 times. Like, he's not an easy to find guy. But I have an email already written out. It's like, I am a fan of his work. I really want to do something with him. And I just think that, you know, my guess is that someone who's into this kind of niche Marxist shit, who's kind of set himself up, you know, it's like a couple of post-Marxists, a couple of new leftists, like they might appreciate him. A couple of big-brained traditional Marxists who are trying to develop their shit might appreciate him. But I don't think he gets a lot of appreciation. You know, this book was popular, but, you know, did anyone really read it? Did anyone really engage with it? I don't think so. And the fact that he's in this rabbit hole means he probably gives a shit about the working class. And so the idea that there is an independent education institution that's doing Capital Mondays, that launched it all on the basis of his work, I think he would dig that. That's just my guess. Maybe it's just parasociality, but I think it's just I think it's a good deduction.
Yeah, I think it's probably safe to assume.
And
if ever,
I'm only 1 point of removal from him because of one of the people in the volume, in the Underground Theory volume, has done stuff with him. So it's possible. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. Poor Nance.
Yeah, dude, I'm actually really pissed right now. Like, it's not cool.
Tore up.
Not cool. Both ends. Got me coming out both ends.
Are you fucking serious? You're throwing up?
And diarrheaing, dude.
And you're doing Capital Mondays?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Nance, you can go to bed. I'm not forcing you to be here.
I might cut it off early, but I want to keep going because we are so close to done with this book.
So fucking close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to finish it out today, but
dude, if we get it done today, we can, I mean, next week we could start
Capital.
We could fucking start, dude.
Yeah. That's what I want.
And I mean, if we do cut it short today, maybe we can finish this book some other time throughout the week, because I want to get this book done today. I'm loving it, but I'm amped, dude. I'm like, let's fucking go. Like,
chomping at the bit.
Capital is 2,700 pages, or, you know, 3,000 pages, for, give or take. Like, that's going to take a long time, dude.
On the one hand, yes. But also time is accelerating. And so by doing something like this, I think we will actually slow time down for ourselves as thinkers. We will restructure the weeks, you know?
Definitely.
But yeah, we
it is a way to fight back. Absolutely, it's a way to fight back.
Especially, it's a way to resist this imperative to do everything short and quick.
Yeah.
To which I say, eat my fucking ass. I'm not going to do it. I will not. Everyone's like, no, do 45-minute episodes for someone like me who doesn't care.
We're doing 4.5-hour episodes, motherfucker.
Dude, you know, Mikey's lecture for the Nick Land course just got 3,000. It just hit 3,000 views in 2 weeks. And that's more than we've gotten with like McGowan or Catrone. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it's like there is people are thirsty. Oh, context, if you didn't know, it's like a 5-hour lecture. So it's like the fact that it's got such a good I mean, people watch it and they watch it, right? Like they fucking watch it. And so it's just like, it's funny that all of these creatives have hollowed out their minds and dumbed themselves down, appealing to algorithms. And yeah, it's creating this vacuum. And I think that it's going to backfire. because there's a lot of people hungry for this kind of thing.
Yep.
Even if it is possible to figure out the mechanisms of crisis in general, crises themselves cannot simply be prevented. For one thing, the pressure of competition forces individual capitalists to engage in specific behavior, even if they know that this behavior has altogether destructive effects. But no individual can simply opt out, and the sole hope consists in emerging relatively unscathed. For another thing, the specific period of the cycle of crisis in which one finds oneself can never be determined with certainty. Is the economy still in a period of upturn, and will this continue so that an extension of production is still worthwhile? Or has the state of overproduction already been reached, and will it make itself felt in a sales slump? It is precisely the constant development of the forces of production through the introduction of new methods of production, forced upon every producer who wishes to assert his or her presence on the market, that leads to shifts in demand flows. New branches emerge, old ones disappear or lose their importance. Machines and raw materials that were previously important are no longer so. Old enterprises are devalued. New ones emerge without certainty as to whether they will yield profits at the expected level. The only thing certain in this economic turmoil is uncertainty. The sole chance for surviving as a capitalist under such circumstances consists in using all possibilities for increasing profit regardless of the consequences. Within capitalism, crises cannot be avoided, even if one can more or less figure out the developments that will lead to crisis. At the general level of depiction intended by Marx in Capital, nothing further can be said concerning the concrete development of specific crises. The progression of specific crises is dependent upon the respective concrete circumstances, such as technical and operational developments, the structure of the credit system, the position of a country on the world market, a priority for capital, particularly in times of crisis, the organization of the working class and its struggles, and the manner of state intervention in the business cycle. This is not only true for the course of the usual economic cycle of roughly 10 years, but particularly for long-term super-cyclical developments. At this point, we reach the limits of Marx's intended depiction of the capitalist mode of production at its ideal average. Dun, dun, dun.
Boom, boom, boom. Section 9.2.
My stomach's feeling weird, dude. You better not be contagious. I swear to God, dude. If I get it from you,
fuck,
I'll sue you.
It's the lemurs, dude. The lemurs are like injecting shit into the radio waves, into the Wi-Fi radio waves.
Dude, it's the 5G, man.
It's fucking 5G, dude. Fuck.
Just wait, dude. The next Nick Land book's gonna be called 5G.
Yeah.
5.2. Yeah. Is there a theory of collapse in Marx's work? All right. Does it help you to read? Does it help you? Do you want to take turns?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if it helps you to not read, then I'm happy to cover for you there.
We'll see. I think as long as I'm reading, I don't know, but then it like reaches a point where it's like, oh shit, it's coming. So
well, it's perfect. Then I'll take over. It's working out great. This has been going good.
Exactly as intended.
I forgot. I preheated the oven. I better go get those potatoes in there.
Oh shit. 9.2. Is there a theory of collapse in Marx's work? Because of their destructive sides, economic crises were often regarded in the classical workers' movement as an existential threat for capitalism. The possibility for economic crises leading to a crisis of the political system was conceived as follows. In light of the difficulties of economic reproduction, political power relationships would lose their legitimacy and people would begin to rebel. In the early 1850s, Marx saw the revolutionary movements that shook Europe in 1848 and 49 as a consequence of the heavy economic crisis of 1847 through 48. Somewhat hastily, he generalized this result and expected the revolution to come with the next crisis. And here he cites Marx and Engels' collected works, book 10, page 510. Don't know what that is right now, but we can look it up later. The following economic crises made it clear that there is no necessarily direct connection between crisis and revolutionary movement. Since the 20th century at the very latest, we have learned that the insecurity brought about by dramatic economic crises can also provide a breeding ground for nationalist and fascist movements. In the history of the workers' movement, the notion that economic crises would ultimately lead to the collapse of capitalism, that capitalism was marching toward its final crisis, was widespread. Capital was interpreted as providing a Marxian theory of collapse. We can find this idea in the old German Social Democratic Party before 1914, in the work of Rosa Luxemburg, and in an elaborated form in the work of Heinrich Grossman. In Germany in the 1990s, this old idea was revived by Robert Kurz and the group Crisis. In the third volume of Capital, Marx speaks of the barriers of the capitalist mode of production, but not in the sense of a temporal end. A barrier should be understood here as a restriction. Capital develops the forces of production to an extent unknown in previous modes of production. But this development merely serves the small-minded aim of the valorization of capital. And a quote, "The true barrier of capitalist production is capital itself. It is that capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and finishing point, as the motive and the purpose of production. Production is only production for capital and not the reverse, i.e. the means of production are not simply means for a steadily expanding pattern of life for the society of the producers." Capital Volume 3, page 358. Marx then speaks of a persistent conflict between the unrestricted development of the forces of production and the restricted capitalist aim, but there's no mention of a collapse of any sort. In only one single passage, not in Capital but in the earlier Grundrisse, do we find a comment that could be interpreted as a theory of collapse. Marx notes that within the context of the increasing importance of the application of science to the productive process, it is no longer primarily the labor expended in the production process that is of significance, but rather the application of science, the general productive force. Marx thus draws the conclusion of a collapse of the whole mode of production resulting from these changes within the capitalist process of production. Quote, "As soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and therefore exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few has ceased to be the condition for the development of the general powers of the human mind. As a result, production based upon exchange value collapses." Marx and Engels' collected works, 2991. But as earlier stated, that's from the Grundrisse. In his later works, Marx does not return to this idea from the Grundrisse. On the contrary, Marx implicitly rejected his former arguments for a collapse. First, the significance of science for the capitalist production process is dealt with in many passages of the first volume of Capital, but the separation of the intellectual faculties of the production process from manual labor. is not regarded as weakening the capitalist mode of production, but as a force for increasing the power of capital over labor. See section 5.3. Second, the value side of this process, the fact that increasingly less labor must be expended in the process of producing a single commodity, is not regarded in capital as a tendency toward collapse, but as the foundation for the production of relative surplus value. The apparent contradiction that so astonished Marx in the Grundrisse, the capital striving to reduce labor time to a minimum, while on the other hand, positing labor time as the sole measure and source of wealth, which is elevated by contemporary representatives of collapse theory, like Robert Kurz, to a logical self-contradiction of capital, necessarily leading to capitalism's collapse, is casually deciphered by Marx in the first volume as capital as an old riddle of political economy, with which the 18th century French economist Quesnay had harried his opponents. This riddle, according to Marx, is easy to grasp when one considers that the individual capitalist is not concerned with the absolute value of a commodity, but with the surplus value or profit that the commodity brings in. The labor time necessary for the production of a single commodity can decline. The value of the commodity decreases as long as the surplus value or profit produced by the capitalist's capital increases. Whether the surplus value profit is apportioned among a small number of products of high value or a large number of products with a smaller value is therefore insignificant. Capital Volume 1, page 437. Even disregarding all the detailed objections, theories of a collapse are confronted with the fundamental problem that they claim an inevitable developmental tendency that capitalism is so unable to deal with that its further existence necessarily becomes impossible, regardless of whatever happens in the actual course of history. For the left, the theory of the collapse of capitalism has historically always had an excusatory function. Regardless of how bad contemporary defeats were, the opponent's end was a certainty. To criticize such theories of collapse means in no way to defend capitalism, as some representatives of collapse theory maintain. Such a critic just aims to fight against capitalism without illusions that rest on badly founded theories. And that goes. Chapter 10. The fetishism of social relations in bourgeois society. Section 10.1. The Trinity Formula.
Wait.
Yeah.
So are you getting the impression then that Michael Heinrich actually, he is one of these, he still holds to a crisis theory. He just doesn't believe that those crises lead to collapse. He's anti-collapse theory. He's also against this tendency for the rate of profit to fall theory. He sees,
he's not against it. He didn't come out explicitly against it. He just said it's not. He said Marx is not saying that this can be proven. Like Heinrich's just like, no, this can't be proven. Even though it may bear out, it's not necessarily true.
Okay. And then and that was also the section I think that culminated in that, I'm like looking around. Did I write it down somewhere? The formula. The crazy formula, yeah.
S equals S over V times V over K times N. I don't know what that is right now.
Well, whatever. So yeah, these are kind of things that we want to come back to once we have a better basis in the whole thing. But right now, I just kind of wanted to highlight this difference between Marxists who believe in the tendency for the rate of profit to fall and crisis theory as a fundamental tenet of their faith, and and because it is a fundamental tenet of their faith, they tend to have some ideological fervor for that tenet. And I like it. I mean, I do like thinking about say COVID-19 from the standpoint of this crisis theory, because Ted Reese does such a good job of that. But at the same time, like, I think, yeah, my impression has been, oh, well, the tendency for the rate of profit is to fall is this steady thing, more or less, and that of course I don't hold to a collapse theory,
Right.
but I've just never put faith in collapse. I think that's crazy. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that Heinrich's kind of making me eat my own words, because I was under the impression that all of the based Marxists, or sort of Marxian thinkers, kind of hold to that, but are against this overemphasis on the overproduction, consumer side crisis theory, which is like David Harvey. That's his position. Like, he tends to focus on capitalism overproduces, and then people can't afford things because they're getting underpaid, and so then capitalism can't sell its products, and then that causes a crisis, right? So that kind of crisis was one that was recognized by Keynes. That kind of crisis was one that is recognized by David Harvey, who's the most visible teacher of capital on the internet today. Mm-hmm. And Michael Roberts, who's more of a traditional Marxist, has had a public ongoing disagreement with David Harvey over this I guess it's a bunch of blog posts back and forth. Okay. So that's just kind of me trying to track this contradiction and say, yeah, I think I'm eating my words. I'm not sure. Because basically Heinrich is saying it doesn't fucking matter. Right. And whatever Heinrich says is true. For now, I'm a Heinrichian, you know. I want to try to understand capital from the Heinrichian standpoint. And then if somebody else wants to give me a different standpoint to understand it by, great. But for right now, it's like, he is saying that this consumer side kind of crisis is a big deal. It's not just some Keynesian nonsense or whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say you're eating your words yet. Though, like, I think Heinrich's leaving room. And I think he is saying, hey, this is like a big deal, but also doing the teleology thing is also wrong.
Cool. All right.
One second. Hold on. Okay. Chapter 10. The fetishism of social relations in bourgeois society. Chapter 10, or section 10.1, the Trinity formula. With the predominance of the capitalist mode of production, the old estates and feudal relationships, together with their political and religious trappings, dissolve. Estates, privileges, and inherited seigneurages fade away behind the equality of commodity owners, with uneven property as the only inequality. The systematic development of science and technology required and promoted by capitalism undermines customary prejudices and religious explanations of the world. Upon this foundation emerged the self-conception of bourgeois capitalist society as a bastion of enlightenment, civilization, and culture in which Occidental civilization had reached its supposed climax. From this perspective, all other social formations appear as underdeveloped precursors of bourgeois society, or as primitive, demonstrated among other things by their fetishism, in which magical powers are attributed to a piece of wood or cloth. This feeling of superiority supplied the colonialism of the 19th and 20th centuries with its ideological embellishment. It was supposedly merely the case that culture and civilization were being brought to the colonized populations. The rationalist self-conception of the bourgeois capitalist epoch was also echoed by sociological reflection. Thus did Max Weber, one of the most important founding fathers of modern sociology, establish the disenchantment of the world and a rationalization penetrating all spheres and relations of life as decisive characteristics of capitalist societies. Marx and Engels also had such disenchantment in mind as they characterized the consequences of the rise of the bourgeoisie in the Communist Manifesto of 1848. The bourgeoisie, and this is from the Communist Manifesto, the bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitations. All fixed, fast frozen relations with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away. All new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned. And man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels still hold the opinion that with the establishment of capitalism, social relations would become increasingly transparent. Domination and exploitation are no longer mystified and disguised, but openly visible. Connected with this view was the hope that the oppressed and exploited, now that they were forced to perceive their situation with sober senses, would increasingly strike back against exploitative relations. The notion that the exploitation of the working class in capitalism was readily transparent and that only the manipulation of the rulers, with the help of the press, church, schools, etc., disguised it was widespread in traditional Marxism. The critique of ideology was understood as an act of exposure. One merely had to uncover the real interests behind a notion. However, Marx did not remain at the level of analysis of the Communist Manifesto. In Capital, it is in no way the case that social relations in capitalism are regarded as transparent. Quite the contrary, central passages of the work deal with the mystification of these social relations. That which Marx describes in Capital as fetishism and mystification are inversions that do not arise from the manipulation of the ruling class, but rather from the structure of bourgeois society and the activity that constantly reproduces this structure. The fact that Marx speaks of fetishism is a pointed barb against the enlightened rationalist self-confidence of bourgeois society, as well as against the empirical self-conception of political economy, which rests upon this fetishism. See section 3.8. The various fetish forms and mystifications that were dealt with in the previous chapters do not exist unconnected alongside one another. They constitute a whole that Marx outlines in summary at the end of the third volume of Capital under the title The Trinity Formula in chapter 48. The capitalist process of production is a specific historical form of the social process of production. Its foundation is the separation of direct producers from the means of production, which is why workers, although formally free, are forced by material circumstances to sell their labor power to the capitalist who owns the means of production. The capitalist pays the value of labor power, its cost of reproduction, in the form of wages, but allows labor power to work longer than is necessary for the reproduction of its value. The capitalist extracts surplus labor from his employees, and the surplus labor is realized as surplus value when the product is sold, but the surplus value does not remain entirely with the capitalist. First, he must pay ground rent to the landowner or buy land, thus becoming a landowner himself. Capitalists must pay ground rent since land is limited and is the private property of landowners. The capitalist can only make the annuity payments out of his surplus value, even if he regards the annuity as a normal cost factor. The class of capitalists who are the first to appropriate surplus value must share it with the class of landowners. However, products are not sold at their value, so the individual capitalist does not appropriate exactly the amount of surplus value created by the labor power he employs. Barring coincidental fluctuations, the individual capitalist obtains the average profit, that is to say, a profit proportional to the quantity of the capital advanced by him. This average profit is then divided into interest and profit of enterprise. The annual total product of the economy is thus divided materially and in terms of value between a portion that replaces used means of production, a portion that the workers receive as wages and is necessary for their reproduction, and a surplus product beyond that is necessary for the reproduction of means of production and labor power. This last portion is divided into ground rent, interest, and profit of enterprise. Capital, land, and labor power, as fundamentally different as they are, have the common property of being sources of income or revenue for their owners. Capital yields a profit or interest, land yields ground rent, and labor power yields a wage, or as the case may be, labor yields a wage, but that is how it appears to both workers and capitalists. See section 4.5. These incomes can be completely consumed without their respective sources running dry. Capital is a source of income because it allows the capitalist to extract surplus labor from the labor power he employs. Land is a source of income because it makes it possible for landowners to attract a portion of the surplus value extracted by the capitalist. And labor is a source of income because the workers obtain a portion of the value they create by means of labor. Capital, land, and labor are thus only sources of income because they are means of appropriation under capitalist social relation. By means of capital, land, and labor, one can appropriate a portion of the annual product in the form of income. The matter seems to be inverted to the agents of production. Capitalists, landowners, and forces of labor, as well as in most economic theories. To them, capital, ground rent, and labor seem to be three distinct and independent sources of the value produced annually, and it is only because they are sources of value, such is the conclusion reached by both common sense as well as professional economists, that they can act at all as means of appropriating this value. For the agents of production, it seems as if the owners of capital, land, and labor usually receive as income precisely that portion of value that their factor of production contributes to the product. How does this semblance come about? The section on the fetish character of commodities, 3.8, clarified that the characteristic of commodities of possessing value appears as a social natural property. Although that value is not a natural property like weight or color, it appears as if products automatically possess value in every social context and not just in a particular one. Regarding only the purely material side of production, the individual product is the result of a production process in which labor is expended, produced, means of production are applied in land, in agriculture, or in the extraction of raw materials is used. The process of value creation is thus understood as an analog to this material process, as the contribution of value by the factors of production. The foundation of this inversion consists in the fact that there seems to be no essential difference between labor and wage labor. The separation between labor and the material conditions of production is accepted as natural. However, if there is no essential difference between labor and wage labor, then there is also no such difference between the means of production and capital, nor between land and landed property. Marx summarizes this in the following way. If labor and wage labor thus coincide, so too do the particular social form in which the conditions of labor confront labor and their own material existence. The means of labor are then capital as such, while the earth as such is landed property. The formal autonomy these conditions of labor acquire vis-a-vis labor, the particular form of this autonomy they possess, is then a property inseparable from them as things, as material conditions of production, an eminently ingrown character that necessarily falls to them as elements of production. Their social character in the capitalist production process, determined by a particular historical epoch, is an innate material character natural to them, and eternally so, as it were, as elements of the production process. And that's Capital Volume 3, page 964. And I'll be right back.
Cool. All right. So the social form determinations. Let's make sure people can see it. The social form determinations, wage labor, capital, and land property seemingly coincide with the material conditions of production of labor, means of production in land, so that every labor process is actually already a capitalist production process. Marx therefore speaks of the reification of the relations of production. Ooh, that's Capital Volume 3, 969. Yeah, there are these certain areas that Heinrich is very fond of because I come to mark it up and it's already marked up from something previous. So there's like these little clusters throughout Volume 3 that he is honing in on. With regard to the relations of production, it is no longer apparent that these are specific historical relations between people. Rather, these seem to have an objective foundation in the fact that production occurs at all. Wages, profits, and rent thus seem to be nothing other than the portions of the product's value that can be traced back to the functioning of wage labor, capital, and landed property. At the same time, the transformation of the value of labor power into the value of labor is fundamental. Precisely because the wage appears to compensate the value of labor, the remaining components of newly added value, profit and rent, must emanate from the remaining two factors of production, capital and landed property. Since commodities are not exchanged at their values, but rather at prices of production, the semblance cannot be resolved with regard to a single commodity. There does not appear to be any sort of connection between the expended labor on the one hand and the average profit and rent on the other. Profit depends, under normal conditions, upon the size of the capital employed, regardless whether many or few laborers are employed, and rent depends upon which land and how much of it is used. Capital, profit/interest, landed property, rent, labor, wage. I was misreading the slashes and dashes here. So there's three things. Capital opposed to profit/interest, landed property opposed to rent, labor opposed to wage. This trinity, as an expression of a seeming connection between value and its sources, is referred to by Marx as the Trinity formula. It completes, according to Marx, quote, the mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the reification of social relations, and the immediate coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social specificity. The bewitched, distorted, and upside-down world haunted by Monsieur le Capital and Madame la Terre, which I think is like Earth, who are at the same time social characters and mere things. That's also from volume 3, page 969. Capital and land in capitalist society obtain magical abilities similar to those of wood or cloth fetishes in allegedly primitive societies. People in bourgeois society therefore live in an enchanted world in which a personification of things occurs. The subjects of the social process are not people, but commodity, money, and capital. This is not merely a case of false consciousness. It is the social practice of capitalist society that constantly enacts a process whereby the factors of production take on a life of their own, and social cohesion is constituted as an objective necessity that individuals can only escape on pain of ruin. To that extent, personified things absolutely possess a material force. This is fucking fire, dude. All members of bourgeois society are subordinate to the fetishism of social relations. This fetishism takes root as an objective form of thought that structures the perception of all members of society. Neither capitalists nor workers have a privileged position that allows them to evade this fetishism. However, this fetishism is also not a completely closed universal context of deception from which there is no escape. Rather, it constitutes a structural background that is always present, but affects different individuals with varying strength and can be penetrated on the basis of experience and reflection. So from like this sort of Lacanian, I'm guessing Luhmann would factor in as well, but like thinking about like what it is to be a human, what it is to be a subject, what it is to be in this. You can talk about like the Heideggerian Lacanian unconscious being the referential totality of the relations of production, right? And so, of course, a lot of that is imaginary. And what he's talking about here is like this sort of fetishized imaginary stuff. But there's also like the symbolic functions and roles of the apparent, or the functions or apparent functions and apparent roles of the system. And then there's the actual real relations of production. And that these things are, so this is why the Bohemian knot is interesting to use here. And then there's the idea I've been playing with, and I was playing with this before you started telling me about Luhmann chapter 3, or his social theory chapter 3. That is like the idea of like being split subjects, but then having like an unconscious that is always more or less locally based. It's contextual. And then also having an unconscious that is sort of not really in the world, right? Like it's more of like this freewheeling unconscious. And that through the internet, through language, through, language and the internet are two really great ways that it kind of becomes this free floating unconscious. But we also have like an actual unconscious of the actual seasons and the ecology and all of these things. Thank you, love. Oh, okay. Anne brought me a sandwich from Jimmy John's. And that's a special treat. It's a special treat. We never do this, so I'm very excited.
Jimmy.
I'm going to go shove my face and let you read.
Section 10.2, Excursus on Anti-Semitism. In the preface to the first edition of Capital, Marx writes that he doesn't, by any means, depict the capitalist and the landowner in rosy colors, but that his depiction deals with individuals only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, and therefore the point cannot be to make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. And that's in Capital, Volume 1, page 92. As shown above, see Section 4.2 or 5.2. Economic actors follow a rationality that is imposed upon them by the economic relations. Thus, the constant attempts by capitalists to raise the level of valorization in the normal case does not result from an excessive addiction to profit on the part of the individual capitalist. It is competition that forces such behavior upon individual capitalists on pain of economic ruin. Everybody, including those who profit from the operation of capitalism, is part of a gigantic wheelwork. Capitalism turns out to be an anonymous machine without any foreman who steers the machine or can be made responsible for the destruction wrought by the machine. If one wishes to put an end to such destruction, it is not sufficient to criticize capitalists. Rather, capitalist structures in their entirety must be abolished. With the personification of things and the reification of the relations of production, direct quote from Capital Volume 3, page 969, and I like that. Capitalism as a whole seems to be largely immune to criticism. Since the capitalist machine appears to be nothing other than the most advanced manifestation of the process of social life, that social form determinations can no longer be distinguished from their material content is precisely what is expressed by the Trinity formula. Society cannot extricate itself from this machine. The subjugation to allegedly unavoidable objective necessities is, so it would seem, impossible to escape. One must simply come to terms with the situation. In light of the impositions of capitalism, its crisis-prone development, often catastrophic in its effects upon individual lives, its constant calling into question all living conditions and circumstances, there occur time and again forms of a blinkered negation of fetishism. Guilty parties are sought behind the anonymous capitalist machinery that can be made responsible for the misery. Attempts are made to influence their actions. In extreme cases, they are supposed to atone for their misdeeds attributed to them. Thus, in the various capitalist societies, a personalization of fetishistic relations can be observed time and time again. Among such forms of personalization is anti-Semitism. However, it cannot be reduced to such a personalization. In Capital, Marx does not deal with such acts of personalization or with anti-Semitism. In this section, we intend to deal with these phenomena against the background of Marx's analysis of fetishism, although in doing so, we run up against the limits of the depiction of the capitalist mode of production at its ideal average. Personalization and anti-Semitism cannot be derived from the categories of the critique of political economy. The personalization of capitalist relations can take on completely different forms depending upon the historical context and the particular social structure, and multiple forms can exist simultaneously alongside one another. It is seldom the case that capitalists as a whole are made responsible for particular miseries. It is too conspicuous that capitalists are also often the ones being driven, having to obey the demands of the market if they don't want to go under. This appears to be the case for small and medium capitalists, whereas large corporations and monopolies are alleged to have the power of eluding such demands or being able to create them in the first place. As a result, a distinction is made between the good capitalism of the small capitalists and the bad, unscrupulous, exploitative capitalism of the big capitalists. The latter are then regarded as pulling the strings in the background. Another variant of personalization is the reference to the banks, or possibly the speculators, which by means of credit and stock ownership control a large number of enterprises and are therefore the secret masterminds of the economy. Here, a good industrial productive capital is contrasted to an evil, money-hungry financial capital. These acts of personalization are based upon quite real differences. The competitive situation and the room for maneuvering of a small business is usually much different than that of a large business. Between banks and industrial enterprises, there are often considerable differences of interest concerning many questions. There are also plenty of examples of the bosses of large businesses and banks attempting to exploit their positions of power. Yet even big business and large banks cannot permanently extricate themselves from the coercive laws of an economic system mediated by value. Often, big businesses, banks, and speculators are accused of being motivated solely by the quest for profit, but that's always the case in capitalism for every capitalist, large or small. A special form of personalization occurs in anti-Semitism. Here, Jews are accused of an economic orientation toward money and profiteering that is allegedly rooted in their nature, or since the rise of race theories in the 19th century, in their race, as well as an unconditional striving for power that includes plans for world domination, plans that are alleged to have been already successful to a certain extent. Hatred and persecution of Jews already existed in pre-bourgeois societies, primarily in the European Middle Ages. However, there are significant differences between medieval hatred of Jews and the anti-Semitism of the 19th and 20th centuries. Since the Crusades, the first occurred in 1096, hatred of Jews had a strong religious component. Jews had already been described as murderers of God due to the crucifixion of Jesus, but with the Crusades, this accusation acquired a new quality. The opinion became widespread that one should slay these murderers of God, as well as the Mahometans occupying the Holy Land. In the same period, the ban on Christians earning interest was tightened in the Third Council of the Lateran, 1179, while Jews were simultaneously denied entry to a variety of professions. The Fourth Council of the Lateran, 1215. If Jews did not wish to be baptized as Christians, nearly the only available sources of income were trade and money lending. In pre-bourgeois societies, exchange and money also existed, but only played a subordinate role. Exploitation and domination were directly mediated by personal relations of force and dependence, the dependence of slaves upon their owners, the dependence of serfs or peasants compelled to perform corvée upon landlords, etc. The spread of exchange and money undermined pre-bourgeois relations and increased the misery of the lower classes. Often, impoverishment had begun through an act of borrowing from a small money lender.
Nobles and princes made use of the services of large Jewish bankers. The latter received in return a privileged place at the noble court, but were also often the objects of general envy and made responsible for political and financial difficulties. Jews were not the only people in the Middle Ages and early modern period who were occupied with the trade and money lending, but throughout the course of centuries, they were conspicuously visible as an alien group as a result of forced clothing regulations, living in ghettos, and non-participation in Christian festivals. It was therefore easy to identify them with the destructive power of money and interest, regardless of whether one was affected by this destructive power or if one had any contact with Jews at all. The Jews became the objects of a widespread hatred that was further incited by wild rumors such as the alleged ritual murder of Christian children. Since the High Middle Ages, this hate was discharged increasingly in the form of pogroms and expulsions, often with the approval of the church, princes, or the urban upper class. In the end, members of both the higher and lower orders of society helped themselves to Jewish property. The religious aspect no longer plays an important role for modern anti-Semitism until today, obviously, because all of a sudden, that's back. All of a sudden, we're supposed to care about that. In an increasingly secularized world, the wrong religion can no longer be a decisive criterion. However, economic behavior attributed to Jews, being interested solely in money and profit, not having to work as a result of the money of power, and instead living from the labor of others, obtains a brand new importance. Money, the valorization of capital, profit maximization, and interest do not just play a role on the margins of society, but are constitutive for the capitalist mode of production. Anti-Semitism in bourgeois capitalist society is thus fundamentally distinct from all other forms of discrimination, prejudice, and attribution. In bourgeois as well as pre-bourgeois societies, other groups were and are subject to discrimination and the attribution of particular modes of behavior or abilities, a particular shiftiness, aggressive sexual potency, etc. Only in modern anti-Semitism are central constitutive principles of society projected outward onto a foreign group. The projection is also not limited to the economic sphere. Rather, cultural characteristics of modern bourgeois society, intellectualism, mobility, etc., are attributed overwhelmingly to the Jews and simultaneously devalued as decadent. Finally, the foreignness that characterizes Jews in anti-Semitic thought is considered to be fundamental, standing in opposition to every community. A Turk in Germany is also considered foreign, but only because he allegedly belongs to another community. In anti-Semitic thought, Jews are not simply perceived to be members of another community, but as corroders and destroyers of every community. If we limit ourselves to the economy, then one can demonstrate anti-Semitic stereotypes in terms of value theory on different levels. The conception of the Jewish huckster chasing after even the smallest advantage in trade and plunging debtors into catastrophe in his role as usurer remains fundamentally, even though interest is involved at the level of the simple circulation of commodities and money. The force of value taking on a life of its own as money, which confronts concrete labor and use value, is projected onto the Jews as a force emanating from them. And by the way, he's using the double parentheses here, which is really funny. I didn't know he knew about that. Just kidding. He's not. Just like to pull one over on our audio listeners every once in a while, you know.
He's not even saying the Jews. He's just saying they.
Yeah, inside of double
those parentheses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the misunderstood fetish character of money that is personalized here. And by the way, I know that all of this is okay with my Jewish friends because Jews intrinsically have a superior sense of humor. With the contrasts made out in particular by the Nazis between productive or Schaffendom non-Jewish capital and parasitic or Raffendom Jewish capital, whereby the latter holds the former in a stranglehold through the banks and financial markets, the contradiction between... Oh, I'm still on my document. I have to move that over. I thought I was on yours. I was like, come on, are you gonna scroll here?
Here we go. The contradiction between an independent manifestation of value in the form of money and concrete labor is shifted onto the level of the total process of capitalist reproduction. It is the capital fetish in its most developed form as an interest-bearing capital, which is personalized. In section 8.1, it was shown how interest as the seemingly original fruit of capital makes enterprise profit into the fruit of entrepreneurial labor, and therefore reduces the functioning capitalist to a particular category of laborer. The personalization addressed above builds upon this semblance. The separation of interest and enterprise profit is not called into question, but the mysterious power of capital to bring about interest is. It is the Jews who hold the real laborers, whether capitalists or workers, in interest bondage, and who as non-workers are nothing other than parasites. In that, the Jews are detected to be the real capitalists in anti-Semitic thought. They can be made responsible for all the ills and cataclysms that capitalism generates.
Should I make that as like one of my soundboard clips? I could just push a button and it's you being like, the Jews, like.
I don't know if the internet could handle that.
No, there's no one's gonna be able to handle that. We're not gonna do it.
At the same time, they appear to be all powerful. Through the banks and financial markets, they dominate big business. With their money, they can buy the press, which is allegedly proved by every newspaper article directed against anti-Semitism. And ultimately, they influence political parties and governments. At the same time, the Jews are considered to be cosmopolitan and rootless, but with global connections to their own people. These two stereotypes, the all-powerfulness of Jews and their rootlessness, leads to a third stereotype in anti-Semitic thought, the global Jewish conspiracy, to which Jewish communism is often also attributed. The Jews are accused of seeking world domination and of already having come close to accomplishing this goal. All threats emanating from anonymous, incomprehensible powers now obtain a face: the threat of global Jewry. However, with this general determination of anti-Semitism, nothing is yet said about whether and to what extent anti-Semitism is actually widespread. The fact that the personalization of capitalist relations provides a release for the individuals suffering under those relations does not necessarily mean that those individuals always aim for that release. Nor when they do so does it mean that the acts of personalization always have an anti-Semitic character. It must be emphasized that at the general level of argumentation in Marx's Capital, at which the thoughts outlined above occur, no statement is possible concerning the specific societal effects of anti-Semitism or the extent of the harm it inflicts. Section 10.3, Classes, Class Struggle, and Historical Determinism.
Many currents of snooze you lose. It's like that I think you should leave skit where the dude like at the theater keeps stealing his lines.
Dude, that was so good.
And the guy's like, nobody has this lines assigned. They're not going to do anything about it. The faster person wins. And then in that universe, it's true. Like people just go crazy if you're faster. Like they're all like, yeah.
And his wife is so supportive.
Yeah, she's so sweet. Many currents of traditional Marxism understood Marx's analysis of capital primarily as a class analysis, an examination of the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Most present-day conservatives and liberals consider the concepts of class, and in particular class struggle, to be ideological, which is supposed to mean something like unscientific. As a rule, it is primarily leftists who use these terms. However, talk of class is not specific to Marx. Even before Marx, bourgeois historians spoke of classes and class struggle. David Ricardo, the most important representative of classical political economy, pointed out the fundamentally opposed interests of the three large classes of capitalist societies: capitalists, landlords, and workers. Classes and class struggle constitute the central point of reference for Marx's argumentation, primarily in the Communist Manifesto of 1848. At the very beginning of that work, one finds the famous sentence, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." That which Marx saw as his own contribution to class theory, he summarized in a letter to his friend Wedemeyer. Marx emphasizes that he in no way discovered the existence of classes or class struggle, but that his contribution was, 1, to show the existence of classes is merely bound up with certain to show that the existence of classes is merely bound up with the certain historical phases in the development of production. 2, that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. And 3, that this dictatorship itself constitutes no more than a transition to the abolition of all classes into a classless society. The word dictatorship, as used here, does not mean an authoritarian form of rule, but rather simply class rule, independent of political form. Points 2 and 3 sound very deterministic. History appears, driven by the class struggle, to move toward a particular goal. One also finds this conception in the Communist Manifesto. In Capital, Marx writes repeatedly of classes, but there is no attempt at a systematic treatment or even a definition. Only at the end of the third volume does Marx begin a section on classes, and it is precisely here that the manuscript breaks off after a few sentences. It's because they came and Epsteined him. From this arrangement, one can see that a systematic treatment of classes is not the precondition of Marx's depiction, but rather should come at the end as its result. In the following, we will not engage in speculation as to what Marx possibly intended to take on in the unwritten section on classes. Rather, we shall attempt to summarize what can be said about classes and class struggle on the basis of what was said in previous chapters. The following section thus depends strongly upon the conception of the critique of political economy outlined in this book. I just want to know, it's like, did he give up? Was he like just finishing out volume 3 and then he kind of was like, dude, the fucking Second International is fucked. Bernstein and Kautsky and Engels are all douchebags running around saying that I'm just writing a history book. Fuck it, dude. I'm done. This is not going to go anywhere good. And then he was like, I better just keep my mouth shut because I want them to be nice to my estate. The silence of Marx.
Started getting drunk.
Yeah.
On the stock market. That I'm over it.
That was always the sort of shadow Marx. Like, he was always drunk playing the stock market. All right. Without claiming to have a fully developed class theory, one can speak of social classes in two distinct senses. In a structural sense, classes are determined by their position in the social process of production. To that extent, somebody can belong to a particular social class without necessarily being aware of it. Distinct from this are classes in a historical sense. These are social groups that are in a particular historical situation. Social groups that in a particular historical situation understand themselves to be classes as distinct from other classes. The members of the class distinguish themselves by means of a common class consciousness, in quotes. This latter kind, I'm guessing, is the way that W.E.B. Du Bois talks about Black people in America. He says that he refers to his people as a class, and so that would be a social group, not this structural sense that is meant by Marx, obviously.
It's also where the Ehrenreichs kind of come from, and they're making a fusion of these two takes, like the structural and socio-cultural.
Mm-hmm. No, man, it's just culture. It's just culture. It's just culture. In Capital, Marx uses the concept of class predominantly in the structural sense, such as when he establishes that a particular class relation is at the foundation of the capital relation. The owners of money and means of production on the one hand, and the workers free in a double sense on the other hand. Groups that are neither bourgeois nor proletarian, primarily the self-employed as well as artisans, small merchants, or small farmers, are referred to by Marx as middle class or petty bourgeois. Yeah, so that's just why it drives me crazy when people try to act like there's just two classes for Marx. Classes in a structural sense cannot be identified with their, and also it's why it's annoying that people try to say that like the PMC, when people start using the PMC and petty bourgeois interchangeably. The most recent example of that was Tut in conversation with us, and he was just using them interchangeably. And I wasn't going to call it out because it's like, it's not the point of the conversation, but it's like people, especially Marxists, have like this resistance to using the term. And then if they decide to start using the term, then they just conflate it with petty bourgeois. And it's like, read the Ehrenreichs. If you want to expand on the notion, go for it. But fucking read them. They're crystal clear. It's different. Like the petty bourgeoisie is a marginal, sort of more ephemeral presence in the economy. Like it's not this absolute essential role that the PMC actually holds. There's obviously some carryover. You know, it's like lots of children of PMC, like well set, like upper middle class families. They want to start a coffee shop, or they want to do this, or they want to do that. And it's a very like, whatever they want to do is like their own little self-actualization project with a business. Yeah, it's petty bourgeois. And they're doing that with the money that they're taking for granted from the PMC home that they grew up in. But that's very different from like someone whose exploited fucking wages, they saved up over 20 years, and then they decided to like build their own business with those wages, and they have a couple of employees. And then that person is being called petty bourgeois and conflated with the fucking person who's doing like the farmer's market in some kind of half-assed way, you know?
Yeah. Like it's also interesting that
the category pisses me off when I see it used in this way.
It's also interesting that with the PMCification of everything, I think we talked about it a little bit when we were, I can't even remember. Oh, when we were reading Gorse, how like the PMCification has led to the industrial worker, the leaders of the old workers of the labor class, like the leaders, they're no longer in the labor force. They go on to become entrepreneurs, because they get squashed out of the labor force by the PMCification of everything. And so any leadership that labor might have is over here in the petty bourgeois. And so they're like, this dumbass misreading says, well, I can't organize with the petty bourgeois. They're evil. I can't organize with them. And it is just a misreading of it all, and not taking the time to understand. Yeah, and it's annoying.
Well, and the time to understand, also the time to like what I just laid out is a case for contextually understanding who you're dealing with. Because like my dad is petty bourgeois, Anne's dad is PMC. I love them both. I genuinely think that they're fucking awesome in their own ways. And they really, really are. But they are completely different in their mode of life. And their belief systems are belief systems meant to prop up their roles. And they are both middle class, but my dad comes literally from poverty and wage work for 30 years to building his own business and being the only employee of his business, and that's petty bourgeois. PMC's like you're on a salary. As long as you hobnob with the right people, you're set. As long as you can do X, Y, and Z functions, like you're good. But it's a lot more social. And I like the difference eventually I'll write that book. You know, it's like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, but it'll be like PMC Dad, Petty Bourgeois Dad. And it's like, yeah, one of them wants to go golfing because that's his dream, is to be seen as middle class. The other one wants to go golfing because he wants to get out of the office and shoot the shit with his coworkers, or he's making business deals or brainstorming on the green. The latter is PMC and the former is petty bourgeois. This is a fundamental cultural distinction, but it's not just ephemeral to the relations of production. It is the relations of production. This is the relationship. Like that, this is how it's lived out, you know?
Yeah, but
I think they'd both have a great time golfing together, and we would go. I would even break my vow of not playing golf just to play with them. I would, you know, but
that'd be tight, man. I'd do it.
What?
Forgot about Spanish. Been in there for 20 minutes, including your door.
Wait, you've been in there for 20 minutes? Why didn't you tell me?
Because I thought you were going to join, and then we were just in it. And
I didn't know.
I just said, we Spanish in a few minutes. You said, I know, I set a timer.
I set the timer for the oven.
Oh. I thought you were talking about...
Yeah, you said set the... Oh, my God. Fuck.
Shit.
She's all you forgot? Oh, my God. Okay. Pause. And we're back. Zero time has passed. We did not get in trouble, and we did not miss our Spanish class at all.
Yeah, we were there early, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone believes this, and properly so, rightfully so.
Yeah.
All right. Classes in a structural sense cannot be identified with their respective historical manifestations. Okay. A capitalist does not necessarily have a cigar and chauffeur, nor can proletarians be reduced to industrial workers inhabiting working class housing estates. The dissolution of such stereotypes is not evidence of the end of classes, but merely for a change in their historical manifestation. The question of who belongs to what class in a structural sense also cannot be determined according to formal properties, such as the existence of a wage relationship, but only by the position occupied within the process of production. More precisely, it can only be determined at the level of the process of capitalist production as a whole, that Marx arrives at in the third volume, where the unity of the processes of production and circulation is already assumed. See, beginning of chapter 7. At this level, yeah, can you clip that for the why you got to read capital 3 thread? At this level, it is clear that the ownership or non-ownership of means of production is not the only decisive criterion concerning class affiliation. The chairman of the board of a corporation might formally be a wage laborer, but in fact, he is a functioning capitalist. He disposes of capital, even if it is not his personal property, organizes exploitation, and his payment is not based upon the value of his labor power, but on the profit produced. In contrast, many formally self-employed people, who might even own some small means of production, are still proletarians who live de facto from the sale of their labor power, except that this occurs under potentially worse conditions than under a formal wage relationship. I'm going to add that. If you'll keep reading, I'll add that to the PMC thread.
The life circumstances, income, education, and even life expectancy of the structurally determined classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat, are considerably different today. But even within the proletariat, there's a wide range of completely different living conditions concerning work, income, and education, as well as leisure time and consumption patterns. Thus, it is anything but certain that a common class position necessarily generates a common consciousness and practice, with the structurally determined class transforming into a historical social class It can happen, but then again, it might not. Even if the structurally determined proletariat or a section thereof transforms into a historical class and develops class consciousness, this does not automatically mean that this class consciousness contains a conception of an emancipatory transcendence of the capital relation. Even a class conscious proletariat is not automatically revolutionary. In the capitalist production process, bourgeoisie and proletariat directly confront one another. The exploitation of the proletariat first makes possible the existence of capital as self-valorizing value. The concrete conditions under which the valorization of capital is consummated are always contested. The value of labor power must be sufficient for normal reproduction. Exactly what counts as normal depends upon what demands the working class can enforce. See section 4.4. Just as contested is the length of the workday in section 5.1 and the respective conditions under which the production process occurs, section 5.4. To that extent, class struggle always exists alongside the capital relation, whether or not it is referred to as such. Class consciousness can emerge in particular from class struggles, but this consciousness may appear in completely different ways depending upon historical conditions. Class struggles do not only take the form of a direct confrontation between bourgeoisie and proletariat, they can also relate to the state, which through its laws is supposed to codify or eliminate certain positions, limitation of the workday, protection against dismissal, social insurance, etc. However, class conflict is not the only important social cleavage in capitalist society. Conflicts concerning gender roles, racial oppression, and the handling of immigration are also of considerable importance for social development. Traditional Marxism often considered class conflicts to be the only truly important social struggles. Italian operaismo, a radical left current that emerged in the 1960s, even regarded class struggle as a decisive factor for capitalist crises. That the successful imposition of working class demands can intensify or trigger crises is indisputable. Even bourgeois economists, such as adherents of the contemporary neoclassical school, point this out when they cite allegedly excessively high wages, excessively strong trade unions, and excessively worker-friendly regulation of the labor market as the causes of crisis and unemployment. For the analysis of the development of capitalism in a particular country during a particular historical period, the extent and forms of class struggle are without doubt important factors. However, at the level of depiction of the capitalist mode of production at its ideal average, meaning at the level of depiction of Marx's capital, the reduction of crises to class struggle falls short of the decisive point of Marx's theory of crisis. It was precisely Marx's intent to show that there are crisis tendencies imminent to capital that lead to crises completely independent of the state of class struggle. That means that even if class struggle were to come to a complete standstill, crises would still occur.
Class struggles are initially struggles within capitalism. The proletariat fights about its conditions of existence as a proletariat for higher wages, better working conditions, the codification of legal rights, etc. To that extent, class struggles are not an indicator of a particular weakness of capital or even an impending revolution, but rather the normal movement pattern for conflicts between the bourgeoisie and proletariat. Yeah, man, when there's fucking, like, you're trying to do the most basic organizing, and then you got a bunch of, like, guys who think that they're the most leftist people in the room who are just like, this is just an indication of the revolution. It's coming. It's like, you guys fucking suck. Just get the fuck out of here, dude. We're just trying to make people get healthcare. There's not even a movement yet, and you guys are all chomping at the bit. You guys want Leninism 2.0. It's just like, it's so absurd. It's like, they're all like sneering because they're like, Bernie, so milquetoast. And it's like, yeah. And This isn't the you guys think that you could somehow stoke this into the revolution? Calm your tits.
This goes back to, or I go back to our discussion about like the punk rock scene being an artifact for bougie PMC children and revolutionary politics. Like the same thing. These scenes are just playgrounds for children with safety nets. And then there are definitely people who become true believers and get carried away and don't have those safety nets. Right. That's why, like, a lot of motherfuckers on the West Coast, like the Pacific Northwest right now, there's a lot of homeless anarchists who like were idealistic anarchists, and now they're like drug, like fentanyl using homeless. And it's like, I feel for those people. They got duped by, you know, some liberal college kid who's a manager somewhere teaching Robin DiAngelo texts for like HR shit. Like, it's
right. Like,
it sucks.
You're the true believer. They were doing Rumspringa, and now you're fucking homeless addict, and they're set. And that's what happened in the 70s, right? This is what happened after the 60s. It's like, no, not all of the hippies joined the institutions for the Long March to change it from within. No, a lot of them fucking burnt out, didn't make it into the institutions. They were fucked. They didn't have the cultural and social capital remaining, you know?
Yep.
The reasons given for demands raised also tend to remain within the framework delimited by the Trinity formula. If a just wage is demanded, then such a demand takes as its basis precisely the irrationality of the wage form, namely wage as a payment for the value of labor and not as payment for the value of labor power. See section 4.5. That Marx diagnosed as the foundation of all conceptions of justice on the part of both wage laborers and capitalists. That means that when people in bourgeois society, be they workers or capitalists, attempt to become clear about their interests, they initially do so within the fetishistic forms of thought and perception that dominate spontaneous everyday consciousness. Now, he's not going to say that, but, or maybe he will, but like that would be where you put most of the other categories of identity politics, right? It's like people feel the malaise, the alienation, the oppression, and so they articulate it through the thought and perception that dominate spontaneous everyday consciousness. However, class struggles also possess an independent dynamic. They can lead to processes of learning and radicalization in which the capitalist system as a whole is called into question, precisely because fetishism is not impenetrable. Primarily in the early stage of the implementation of modern industrial capitalism, struggles led by the proletariat were often met with brutal state repression, for example, bans on trade unions and strikes, the persecution of activists, that further intensified processes of radicalization. Compared to the 19th and early 20th century, this direct repression has abated in many countries, though it still plays an important role in some. In the leading capitalist countries today, there is a more or less strong legal regulation of the forms in which the direct confrontation between bourgeoisie and proletariat occurs. The class struggle is allowed to take place, but without endangering the system. For example, in Germany, the right to strike and the right of association are legally guaranteed, but so is the right of businesses to engage in lockouts. Sovereignty and collective bargaining is also guaranteed, but political strikes are forbidden. That is, particular forms of struggle are free of direct state repression, while others are persecuted all the more strongly. In the history of Marxism, two false conclusions were often made concerning class and class struggle. First, it was inferred that class consciousness arises sooner or later as a direct result of the situation of the working class. Second, it was assumed that this class consciousness must have a more or less revolutionary content. For that reason, it was not unusual for every incidence of class struggle to be interpreted as the harbinger of an impending revolutionary final conflict. It was assumed that in the course of capitalism's development, the proletariat would develop into a conscious revolutionary class. There were a few situations in history in which segments of the working class acted in a revolutionary manner, but such situations were not the result of a general tendency of the proletariat developing into a revolutionary class, but rather expressions of concrete historical conditions. For example, the lost war and the loss of legitimacy of the previously dominant aristocratic military circles in Germany in 1918. The revolutionary orientation of parts of the proletariat thus always remained a temporary phenomenon. This is why Marx is at his best when he's not too caught up in his interpretation of Hegel, which is like, you know, he's like, we're done with interpretation. Let's change the world. And it's like, okay, bud, but your fucking interpretation is like this shitty Hegel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
and
it's the teleology Hegel. It's the history Hegel. It's the Hegel of the philosophy of history and history of philosophy lectures.
Yeah. And that's where a lot of these Marxists that we are talking about, arguing or complaining about or whatever, that's where they get the teleology from Marx himself, like Marx's own bad takes on Hegel and saying confusing contingency for necessity ultimately at the end of the day.
That's where McGowan's great, you know, for critiquing that interpretation of Hegel, you know.
Right. Elton and I were talking about early Marx and like philosophical Marx, and I wouldn't even throw that out completely. Like
no, hell no.
Yeah, but people, yeah, dude, it like capital, the structure of capital is where Marx is like firing on all cylinders, all the lights are on, and he's just like a fucking rock star.
Yeah.
And yeah, dude, like people don't even read Capital. They're like, they read the Communist Manifesto. Maybe they read the Grundrisse. Maybe they read, I don't even think people read the Critique of the Gotha program, because I think that's fucking stupid. And like people are like, oh yeah, dude, it's great.
I fucking hate the popularity of that text. That text and Lenin's Lenin's work that he like immediately rescinded once gaining power. The one about the revolution and state revolution.
State revolution?
Yeah, he walks it back like within months. It's like, it was
never mind about all
it
that
was
shit,
only
guys.
about taking power. It's not about holding power. Now that we have the will of the people, let's get rid of the Soviets. And it's like, that wasn't in there. And you still got people today like referencing this, like, you got to read this. This is what's necessary. And it's like, that's crazy, man. Like, yeah, as a historical thing, sure, but not uncritically. And they're all just like, oh, you just got to read State and Revolution. This is how it happens.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that's how we get Stalinism.
Yeah, dude.
Like if that's what you want, like,
nah, dude, it's
like forever wartime communism in one nation. Like, is that what you want?
No, they've got a fucking hard on. They got a hard on for the managerial revolution because they went to college and they're thumbing their parents. They're thumbing their nose at their parents who think that they're progressive, but no, they're more progressive. And they really care about justice. And then their career path leads forward into actually being dictators, and it's going to be great. It'll be really good. It'll be the best dictatorship anyone's ever had. Yeah.
It'll be super cool.
Super cool. Many Marxist class analyses concerned with the question of who belongs to the proletariat proceeded from the assumption of a necessary transformation of the proletariat into a revolutionary class. It was believed that one could discover the revolutionary subject by means of an analytical determination of the proletariat. Insofar as the real proletarians were not clear about their role, they should be helped along, mainly by the party of the working class, and usually multiple candidates engaged in bitter combat for the sake of claiming that title.
One can also find these two false conclusions and a deterministic conception of history building upon them in some of Marx's works, above all in the Communist Manifesto, precisely the text that consistently played an important role in traditional Marxism and in the various workers' parties. In Capital, Marx is considerably more cautious. However, in that work, there are still echoes of the earlier historical determinism. At the end of the first volume, Marx tersely sketches out on 3 pages the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. That's the title of the section. First, Marx summarizes the emergence of the capitalist mode of production as the expropriation of individual small producers, small peasants and artisans. In the course of the primitive accumulation, they lose ownership of the means of production, so that they are compelled to sell their labor power to the capitalists. On the basis of the capitalist mode of production, a fundamental transformation of the production process is set in motion. Small industry becomes large industry. Concentration and centralization of capital occurs. Science and technology are systematically applied. The means of production are economized, and national economies are integrated into the world market.
Marx then continues, quote, along with the constant decrease in the number of capitalist magnates who usurp and monopolize all the advantages of this process of transformation, the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation grows. But with this, there also grows the revolt of the working class, a class constantly increasing in numbers and trained, united, and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist process of production. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has flourished alongside and under it. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. This integument is burst asunder, the knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. That's from Capital, Volume 1, page 929.
In this outline, the development of the proletariat into a revolutionary class and the overthrow of the rule of capital appear to be an inevitable process. And in a footnote, Marx quotes the Communist Manifesto, where the following is said about the bourgeoisie: its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable, on page 930 of Capital, Volume 1. In the early workers' movement, such messages were eagerly accepted, given that one experienced regularly the exclusion and humiliation brought about by the very bourgeois society whose end was predicted. In the social democratic press before the First World War, and later in the communist press, this 3-page excerpt from the first volume of Capital was frequently printed and cited, considerably influencing the perception of the content of Marx's analysis. However, these predictions are not backed up by Marx's own research. The extent to which the monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has flourished alongside and under it, is not at all obvious. I think we should put that in this section at the bottom here.
I was just adding the prior quote, which is basically I added it to the section back when there was a proletariat.
Yeah.
Right. People wanted messages like this. Like nowadays, You say capitalism is going to do itself in. People are like, okay, so what's going to replace it will be worse. Like there's just like instantly people are like, so like.
Well, and right now, if if it did, if we marched into the Winter fucking Palace today, you know, metaphorically, it would be worse because there is nothing. There are no power structures to support anything good right now. I was going to say something else too. I can't remember. But yeah.
Were you going to say something about this other quote you were pulling?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't remember. Let's keep going. That the fruits and social costs of capitalist development are so extremely unequally distributed is not an impediment to capitalist development, but rather, as Marx's own analysis makes clear, its intrinsic pattern of movement. And the fact that the proletariat experiences a numeric increase as a result of the imposition of the capitalist mode of production, and in a certain sense is unified and schooled by large industry to the extent that the proletariat has to organize politically and in trade unions to continue existing as a proletariat, is true. But the idea that this inevitably leads to the constitution of a revolutionary class is in no way a consequence of Marx's analysis. On the contrary, capital offers the details for understanding why revolutionary developments are so rare and why the revolt in the passage quoted above does not lead immediately to a struggle against capitalism. With the analysis of fetishism, the irrationality of the wage form, and the Trinity formula, Marx showed how the capitalist mode of production generates an image of itself in which social relationships are reified, and where capitalist relations of production apparently arise from the conditions of all production, so that only changes within capitalist relations are possible. A revolutionary development can arise. It is not impossible, but it is anything but inevitable. That last passage.
Can you drop that under capital is not, well, okay. I've got a section going here under, it says capital is not a history book. Capital is not political economy. Now I'm going to say capital is not.
Capital isn't teleology.
Capital is not revolutionary. Like, or it's not, yeah. Capital is not revolutionary. Or no, sorry. Capital does not make revolution likely. There we go. Okay, there you go. You can just drop it there. Boom. Yeah.
In the passage excerpted above, Marx drew conclusions amounting to a sort of historical determinism that are not justified by his categorical depiction. To that extent, the passage is more an expression of hope than analysis. Revolutionary enthusiasm triumphed over the cool scholar. However, the depiction of the capitalist mode of production itself is not dependent upon these questionable conclusions. Capital still offers the best contribution to understanding the capitalist mode of production. But how and whether this mode of production will reach its end cannot be determined in advance. There are no certainties here, merely a struggle with a conclusion that is up for grabs. Fucking, that's great, dude. I'm going to put that in the same section.
Excellent. Chapter 11, State and Capital. When Marx took up a comprehensive critique of political economy at the end of the 1850s, he also intended to write a book on the state. Marx planned a total of 6 books on capital, land and property, wage labor, the state, foreign trade, and the world market. So, like, I thought Heinrich does this whole thing about how actually no, the 3 volumes are the 3 volumes. There was originally 7 volumes, and then after writing the Grundrisse and the Critique of Political Economy, or the Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, Marx was like, you know what? I can do this in 3. And so he kind of reconfigured his project. And I think Paul Maddock might argue that and like show receipts and shit. And I think Heinrich is like on his shoulders. So I think it's interesting that he's doing this, because I thought it was Heinrich who argues that. And so I guess it's not Heinrich who argues that. But anyway, so yeah, there's supposed to be a total of 6 books on capital, on landed property, on wage labor, the state, foreign trade, and the world market. In terms of range of content, the 3 volumes of Capital approximately comprise the first 3 books. The planned book on the state was never written. In Capital, there are only isolated references to the state. A few general elements of a theory of the state can be found in the later works of Engels, The Anti-Düring of 1878, and above all, The Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State, which is another book by Engels, from 1884. In the 20th century, there was a broad debate among Marxists concerning state theory, but it did not lead to a common understanding of the state. In this chapter, we will not attempt to offer a compact Marxist theory of the state. Rather, we will attempt to emphasize on the basis of a few fundamental topics that, against the background of the critique of political economy, an alternative to bourgeois theories of the state is not the only point. The point is a critique of politics. Yes, dude. Yes.
Tight, yeah.
By that, we mean not a critique of certain policies, but rather a critique of the state and politics as social forms. That is, as particular modes of mediating social cohesion. Take it away.
Hold on, I'm grabbing that.
And okay. If you'll grab that, then I'll keep going. Yeah. I don't know where to put it though.
I'm going to put it in the section that says, what is the state? When does capital and the state not align? Just because.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because I've always thought about Marx as a critique of politics. He thought that there was a way to harness a movement that was anti-political, and he thought he could make it kind of, abolish the state. Like, he thought it was possible to abolish the state through capital. Like, follow capital to its end, it will abolish the state. And it's just like, it's a great idea, man. I love that. I love any anti-politics. Like, everybody reads it as a political manual or as a history book. I fucking hate politics and history. I like theory and philosophy. Marx is based and he gets it,
Well, it throws out the structural critique and substitutes, really, it becomes this thing which you can bend and fold and make it do whatever the fuck you want it to. And you can just justify it by...
Dude, it turns into people celebrating, Maoist cop killers in India from their fucking... they're like, oh, I relate to the struggles of the third worlders because I'm a political Marxist, which means I'm a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, which means that I support terrorists in some other country that I don't even fucking know. It's like, you're not there, dude. Just get over it. You can't fucking know. This is why they don't have any CMT consciousness whatsoever, right? Like, no suspicion, no hesitation, no uncertainty regarding this fundamental contradiction of 21st century subjectivity, which is the post-truth conditions fostered by the necessary divide between representatives and the represented, and representations that are supposed to represent stuff that's fucking across the world and just not. So I'm not even saying that if you were there on the ground, oh, now you would know, you would have this deep, intimate knowledge of your situation. No amount of sitting and like having conversations with other people is going to give you your sense of the situation, independent of theory. Like, it's a big world now, right? To understand the mechanism of capitalism and what its actual tendencies and dynamics are and what its actual possibilities are and what we can actually do requires this, And it's just such an insult to Marx to be like, no, we can just like the chairman of the PSL in the Party for Socialism and Liberation in Boise from like 7 years ago when she told me that, how she say it? She said, Marx read philosophy so that I don't have to. Lenin read Marx so I don't have to. Stalin read Lenin so I don't have to. Mao read Stalin so I don't have to. And then in reality, she didn't even read that. Like outside of the little red book, she'd just like hand out fucking PSL party copy pastas, calling it agitprop, you know? That was on the tail end of a 3-hour conversation. People don't normally have a 3-hour conversation with someone who believes such things, right? Like normally people don't take a conversation like that to its end. And after an on-campus event that I had organized was over, this person was so animated. I was like, I'm going to let this person talk their shit out and I'll ask questions and hystericize and blah, blah, blah. And Brian was with me, by the way. That's crazy to me that Brian was fucking there, but he was there. He wasn't married yet. He wasn't a dad yet. So Brian was there and he was like, just like kind of on the outside of the conversation because he was like never a Marxist. But then like just a couple years later, his brother joined that organization. So you can't get away from it. Thus were the phrases. We're at the, is that where we are? Thus were the phrases.
No.
Mark's, where are we?
We're at the first paragraph.
Oh,
11.1.
11.1, the state, an instrument of the ruling class. Oh yeah. Above all, 2 points addressed by Marx and Engels considerably shaped subsequent theoretical discussions concerning the state. First, the phrases base and superstructure, and second, the conception of the state as the instrument of the ruling class. In the 1859 preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx summarizes his general view of society on about 1.5 pages. Marx identifies the economic structure of society as the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and emphasizes that neither legal relations nor political forms could be comprehended whether by themselves or on the basis of a so-called general development of the human mind, but that, on the contrary, they originate in the material conditions of life. Thus were the phrases base and superstructure, frequently used by Marxists, though rarely by Marx, introduced into the debate. In traditional Marxism and Marxism-Leninism, the terse statements of this preface are regarded as one of the foundational documents of historical materialism. The conclusion was often drawn that the economic... By the way, I just love that he put... No, never mind. The terse statements of this preface are regarded as one of the foundational documents of historical materialism. The conclusion was often drawn that the economic base essentially determines the political superstructure, state, law, ideology, and every phenomenon of the superstructure must have a corresponding cause in the base. This simple reduction of things to economic causes is called economism. Many discussions among Marxists revolved around the question as to what extent the base actually determines the superstructure. In the attempts to extrapolate definitive scholarly results from this preface, it was often overlooked that Marx was initially only concerned with distancing himself from the discussions of the state predominant in his time, which regarded the state as independent from all economic relations. In contrast, Marx emphasizes that the state and law cannot be grasped by themselves, but must always be examined against the background of economic relations. With this contour, it is not even foreshadowed how the analysis of the state should actually look. The economistic interpretation of the terms base and superstructure was well suited to a characterization of the state originating primarily with Engels. At the end of Origin of the Family, 1884, Engels makes a few general observations concerning the state. He emphasizes that the state did not exist in all human societies, not until the emergence of social classes with antagonistic interests. When these antagonistic interests threaten to tear society apart, is a power seemingly standing above society necessary. This power that emerges from society, but which increasingly takes on a life of its own, is the state. However, the state apparently stands above classes. In fact, it is the state of the most powerful economically dominant class, which through the medium of the state becomes also the politically dominant class. Engels initially understands the state as a power opposed to society. This overlaps with the general colloquial understanding of the state as an institution possessing a monopoly on the legitimate use of force in a particular society. Except in cases of self-defense, nobody may employ violence outside of appointed state organs such as the police or the military. Engels also emphasizes that this institution is at the same time an instrument of the ruling class. Even in a democratic republic with universal suffrage, which according to Engels rests upon various indirect mechanisms of rule, the direct corruption of officials, but also the alliance between government and stock exchange as a result of the national debt, the state is increasingly dependent upon the financial markets. Even universal suffrage does not stand in the way of an instrumentalization of the state as long as the proletariat is not yet ripe to emancipate itself and regards the established social order as the only possible one. When the proletariat ultimately liberates itself and establishes a socialist communist society, then, according to Engels, social classes will also disappear, not in one fell swoop, but gradually, since the state only emerged as a force standing above society as a result of the class divide. The state will disappear along with social classes. The state dies out, according to the famous formulation in the Ante-Düring, or it withers away, like in the Manifesto. The conception that the state is primarily an instrument in the hands of the economic ruling class was not only dominant in the various Marxist debates. Radical democratic bourgeois critics regarded at least the existing state as an instrument of direct class rule. According to the claims made by modern states, the state is neutral with regard to social classes. Imperative is the equality of citizens before the law and the obligation of the state to serve the common welfare. Whoever conceives of the state primarily as an instrument of class rule, therefore, usually attempts to prove that the actual activity of the government and the mode of functioning of state organs runs counter to this claim of neutrality. Such a conception has a certain empirical plausibility. One can always find examples of laws that primarily benefit the well-off or capitalist lobby groups, exercising legal or even illegal influence on the legislative process and the political activity of the government. It is indisputable that particular fractions of capital attempt to use the state as an instrument and sometimes succeed in doing so. The question is whether awareness of this state of affairs implies that one has already grasped the fundamental characteristics of the modern bourgeois state. Usually state measures exist that benefit the poorer stratums of the population. Exponents of an instrumentalist conception of the state interpret such measures as mere concessions, a means of pacifying the oppressed and exploited. You'll even get libertarians who are kind of Friedman-pilled, who call UBI a riot or a looting tax, right? Which is like, hey, if the state doesn't give something, then capital will get undermined by rioting. Critique of the state is understood by exponents of this conception primarily as exposure. The intent is to prove that the neutrality of the state is merely illusory. This critique of the state applies primarily to the particular application of the state, but not to the state and politics as social forms. In political practice, the instrumentalist conception of the state usually leads to the demand for an alternative use of the state. The claim of common welfare should finally be taken seriously, and the interests of other classes more strongly taken into consideration. The question of how this can be achieved is subject to varying appraisals. Revolutionary tendencies emphasize that state policies in the real interest of the majority are only possible after a revolution. Therefore, exactly how revolutionary politics in non-revolutionary periods should look remains unclear. Reformist tendencies, on the other hand, believe that under capitalist relations, a different politics, a compromise between classes, is possible. Correspondingly, but from the Trotskyist position, that's just Stalinism. Correspondingly, better policies are expected from the participation of leftist parties in government. The frequently resulting disappointments are then justified by some reformists as an unfortunately necessary cost of compromise, whereas the more radical reformists criticize the disappointing policies in question and attribute them to the accommodation or betrayal of the leaders of leftist parties. Not uncommonly, the next party is founded in order to really do things differently. The idea that there could be structural reasons for the criticized accommodation is disregarded.
Section 11.2. Form determinations of the bourgeois state, rule of law, welfare state, democracy. A fundamental problem is tied up with the instrumentalist conception of the state. It obscures the qualitative differences between pre-bourgeois and bourgeois social relations and only emphasizes the division of society into different social classes. An analysis must be concerned with the specific. A fundamental problem is tied up with the instrumentalist conception of the state. It obscures the qualitative differences between pre-bourgeois and bourgeois social relations and only emphasizes the division of society into different social classes. An analysis of the state must be concerned with the specific form by means of which these classes relate to one another and reproduce their class relation. Economic and political rule were not yet separate in pre-bourgeois societies. The relation of domination of slaveholders or feudal lords was that of a relation of a personal rule over their slaves or serfs, which, from our contemporary perspective, simultaneously constituted a relationship of political power as well as a relationship of economic exploitation. Ryan. In bourgeois capitalist society, economic exploitation and political rule diverge. The owner of land or means of production does not have a judiciary, police, or military function connected to the property granting him political power. Economic domination, therefore, no longer has a personal character. The individual wage laborer is not personally bound to a particular capitalist. Members of bourgeois society encounter each other on the market as legally equal and free, in scare quotes, owners of private property, even if some only own labor power and others own the means of production. And that is why we are techno-feudal now, because there are private police forces and all this crazy shit going on right now. And I don't know where that belongs in the document, but
Dude,
I'm grabbing it.
dude, that's why it's like we're like lesser evilist statists, is because it's like
Exactly. Fucking exactly, dude.
people who are like abolish the police. It's like, you motherfuckers are the shock troops of neoliberalization. You have no, like, the fact that they don't realize that defund is the neoliberal word.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? What it means is it means privatized police forces. When you say
Yeah.
community policing, what you mean is like a couple ragtag teams of Antifa in Seattle and Portland, outside of which it's just private police forces and militias. Like, I can't call them on the phone unless I go to their church.
Yeah, or you pay their insurance.
Right.
You pay for, like, there is a service. Well, there's been private security forever, but Citizen, which is an app where it's like you can stay apprised of crime and shit like that.
Oh, what?
It's kind of like Nextdoor or like Facebook groups where people like snitch on each other for shit.
Like, so it's like Crime Watch kind of shit.
It's like Crime Watch shit, but they now are, I think they're piloting it still, a service where if you're like a monthly membership tier on the app, you can call their private security force. So it's like insurance. It's like you're paying a membership to a private police force. It's fucking terrifying, dude.
Dude.
But this shit is coming, dude.
Yeah, and I just think that that's a bigger concern. You know what I mean? Like, I think that is a bigger concern than the injustices that do come with policing. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, the abolish or people want to abolish or have it wither away before capital has been abolished. So it's like, you guys are insane. But of course, nobody's thinking about capital. People are only thinking about politics within the state. And so they think that, well, it's revolutionary. But I'll never forget this fucking tech bro, boyfriend of some gal I met at a conference. He said on Twitter, like, during 2020, he said that, why am I hearing myself? What the fuck? What's going on?
Oh, I think.
All right, now we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, so this tweet, like, okay, now he's a smart guy. When I say he's a tech bro, I mean he's a smart fucking guy. And he's a handsome chap. And he's like healthy and
chap.
Like, yeah, you know, he would be a Chad if he was a bit smarter. So what he ends up doing, yeah, he's a handsome Chad.
Yikes.
So, yeah. So he's during the political unrest and turmoil of 2020, during all the looting for 7 months, like, when people were trying to act like, oh yeah, well, this is genuinely revolutionary, there's a real future here, doing the thing that we've been talking about, which is where you champion the oppressed and only make their situation worse for them, so you can fucking sit back in your Silicon Valley tech bro suite, which I was in. I visited it because when I was in Seattle, I visited them and I actually got to see his fucking workspace. Like, I can't believe how many millions of dollars probably went into like just paying the rental fee for that place. But like, or I don't know it's not called a rental. Is it called? It's not called a lease. It's what is it when it's a business?
Yeah, a lease, a commercial lease.
Okay. So anyway, I mean, I'd never been in a workplace like this. It's like he had his awesome office that was actually open, it was immaculate, and there was a bar. Okay, there was an actual bar with like every kind of alcohol just there in the center of these distributed like open office spaces, and like he's making crazy money to like work here, right? So he's working up in this beautiful suite, and you know, the protests are going on and everything like that, and he's watching what's going on. And so he makes this tweet that says that actually the police is the most revolutionary institution to go after because it's the one that protects capital. And so if you can just remove the police, then you can abolish capital. And it's like, God damn, dude, that's the most fucking absurd take. And I was just like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, man. And like, the police do currently protect property. That is the function of the police. But that doesn't mean we could just get rid of all the cops and shit'll be cool, because they do protect law and order, and not law and order as a dog whistle, but law and order as like, if shit's going on in the neighborhood, you need someone to call. You can't call the Ghostbusters. You do call the fucking police. Like there are tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of problems with police as an institution. There's tons of problems with individual police officers, but we couldn't fucking survive without them right now. So thinking, let's go after the police before we fix these structural fucking issues that cause murder and rape and theft and like all this crazy shit. Like, it's fucking stupid. And people don't get it. Like,
Man,
it's just stupid. It's horrible.
and like I get it at a certain level. Like I get why people went for the defund or abolish police like movement. I think a lot of people just thought it was the most radical sounding demand, and that their foreconception of politics is that there are people who make extreme demands and do violence, and then there are people who work as like mediators, right? And that's kind of like this, oh, well, Gandhi couldn't have succeeded if there wasn't actual beheadings going on, you know? That's that model that they're working under. And it's like, you know, it's true as far as it goes in certain situations. But the fact that everyone thinks of in those terms now, and everyone knows that a lot of people are thinking in those terms, means there's a lot of bad faith, outrageous calls for action. Because those people, like, they just think, well, this is just functionally what I'm supposed to do. And then you get people who are like, well, that's just what they're supposed to. They're just young. They're just making these calls. And then, of course, you get some true believers who really believe it, and they end up getting hurt. And so, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, this is why we, you know, okay, people are like, wow, this protest movement doesn't have any leadership. It doesn't have any organization. What we need is organization. It's like, actually, guys, before you can have organization or like a party that can properly represent anyone's interests, you also need an intellectual vanguard. You actually have to have people who go, hey, that's a bad idea because I've been looking, you know, I've got the pulse of the situation here. So I don't know why I'm hearing myself so much. Are you getting the echo?
Yeah, well, shit. I was going to mute one of you. Let me mute this one.
Hold on. Yeah, do that.
Okay.
There we go.
I muted your other one, so yeah, we should be good.
It's weird because my microphone upstairs is muted, but it's still creating some kind of feedback.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So it's been a hell of a day, dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Marx remarks sarcastically in capital, the sphere of circulation or commodity exchange within whose boundaries the sphere of circulation or commodity exchange within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, let us say of labor power, are determined only by their own free will. They contract as free persons who are equal before the law. Their contract is the final result in which their joint will finds a common legal expression. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own, and Bentham, because each looks only to his own advantage. The only force bringing them together and putting them into relation with each other is the selfishness, the gain, and the private interest of each. That's Capital, Volume 1, page 280. The economic relationship of exploitation and domination is constituted by the agreement between free and equal contractual partners and can be dissolved at any time. The exploited consent to their own exploitation because in a society of private property, they have no other possibility for securing their livelihood. The wage laborer is not personally dependent upon a particular capitalist, but he must sell his labor power to a capitalist in order to survive. The relation of domination between the classes growing out of production in bourgeois society is completely different from all pre-bourgeois societies. For that reason, the political form of bourgeois society, the bourgeois state, exhibits its own particular characteristics. In pre-bourgeois societies, people confronted one another at the outset as legally unequal. Rights and obligations were defined by their respective state or social status. Economic and political relations of domination were directly intertwined. Under capitalist social relations, direct political force is not necessary for the maintenance of economic exploitation. It is sufficient for the state as a force standing above society to guarantee that all members of society behave like owners of private property. However, the state must be a discrete, independent force, since it has to compel all members of society to recognize one another as private owners. As the rule of law, the bourgeois state treats its citizens as free and equal owners of private property. All citizens are subordinated to the same laws and have the same rights and obligations. The state defends the private property of every citizen, regardless of that person's importance. This defense consists primarily in the fact that the citizens are obligated to recognize one another as private owners. The appropriation of property is only allowed by mutual agreement. As a rule, one only acquires property by endowment, inheritance, exchange, or purchase. The state does in fact conduct itself as a neutral instance with regard to its citizens. This neutrality is in no way merely an illusion. Rather, it is precisely by means of this neutrality that the state secures the foundations of capitalist relations of dominant exploitation. The defense of property implies that those who possess no relevant property beyond their own labor power must sell their labor power. To be able to appropriate their means of subsistence, they must submit to capital. This makes the capitalist process of production possible and reproduces, in turn, the class relations that are its precondition. The individual laborer emerges from the process of production exactly as he entered it. The laborer's wage is essentially sufficient for his or his family's reproduction. In order to reproduce himself anew, he must sell his labor power again. The capitalist also emerges from the production process again as a capitalist. His advanced capital returns to him together with a profit so that he can advance it again in a greater quantity. Thus, the capitalist production process does not just produce commodities, it also reproduces the capital relation itself. See Capital Volume 1, Chapter 23. However, the fact that the reproduction of the capital relation to a large extent occurs, at least in the developed capitalist countries, without direct state coercion, the force of the state is always present indirectly as a threat, is a recent historical development. When the primitive accumulation and the worker free in a double sense still needed to be produced, things were different. As Marx shows in detail using the example of England, the state had to continuously and directly intervene to encourage and enable capitalist production. Initially, the state did this by supporting landlords expelling peasants from the land that the latter had cultivated for a long time. Sheep raising was more profitable for the landlords. And then by forcing uprooted and vagabond people into the strict discipline of capitalist workplaces. This is not to say that various governments followed a general plan to introduce capitalism, since such measures had completely different causes. However, modern capitalism was only able to establish itself as a result of these violent measures. It took a while for a working class to develop, which by education, tradition, and habit looks upon the requirements of that mode of production as self-evident natural laws. Only then is the silent compulsion of economic relations sufficient for the domination of the capitalist over the worker, so that coercive state force is only necessary in exceptional cases. Under developed capitalist relations, the maintenance of the class relation is assured precisely because the state, as the rule of law, treats its citizens as free and equal owners of property regardless of their social class, defending their property and their dealings as property owners. Moreover, the bourgeois state is not just the rule of law, merely establishing a formal framework and securing adherence to this framework by means of its monopoly on the use of force. It also guarantees the general material conditions for the accumulation of capital, insofar as these conditions cannot be established by individual capitals in a capitalist way, since doing so would not yield a sufficient profit. Among these conditions, which vary or are of varying importance in different historical periods, are the provision of a corresponding infrastructure, primarily transportation and communication, research and educational facilities, as well as stable currency through the central bank. The state thus acts as an ideal personification of the total national capital, as Engels called it. Through its policies, the state follows the capitalist general interest of the most profitable accumulation possible. This general interest is not always identical with the particular interests of individual fractions of capital or an individual capitalist, which is why the state sometimes acts in opposition to these particular interests. For that very reason, there must be a self-contained instance independent of specific capitals. Of course, there are always examples of governments favoring individual capitals, but that is not an essential aspect of the state. For that very reason, such acts of favoritism are also denounced as scandal in bourgeois circles, but are in no way critical of the state and capital. I'm going to grab that last section. The essential precondition of capitalist accumulation is the existence of wage laborers. Their reproduction is made possible by the wage paid by capital. For an individual capital, the wage, just like occupational health and safety measures, constitutes a cost factor that must be minimized in order to obtain the highest possible profit under the pressure of competition. If capital does not encounter resistance in the form of strong trade unions or similar associations, then excessively long working time, unhealthy and dangerous working conditions, and starvation wages will be imposed that prevent the reproduction of labor power. A tendency toward the destruction of labor power is thus intrinsic to capital's drive, imposed by competition, for an increasingly greater valorization. The individual capitalist might recognize this and even regret it, but he can't do much to change things if he wishes to avoid bankruptcy. Just deregulate everything, bro. It'll be okay, bro. I promise, bro.
Right.
Like, so that capital does not destroy its object of exploitation, this object must be protected by compulsory state laws. A legal workday, regulations concerning occupational health and safety, as well as a legal minimum wage, or state welfare measures that function as a minimum wage level, all of which were first imposed through worker struggles, limit capital's possibilities for valorization, but secure them in the long term. The state does not only prevent the destruction of labor power in the form of the welfare state, it also guarantees its reproduction insofar as this is not possible solely as a result of the wage compensation negotiated by workers and capitalists. Through various social insurance policies, the state secures labor power against the fundamental risks it is exposed to in a capitalist economy. The permanent inability to sell labor power as a result of an accident or old age, accident insurance and old age pensions, respectively, and the temporary inability to sell labor power as a result of illness or unemployment, health insurance and unemployment insurance, as well as welfare.
The means for state...
Oh,
the means... There we go.
There we go.
The means for state social welfare measures originate in the capital accumulation process, regardless of whether these measures are financed by social insurance contributions or taxes. A portion of the total social value is used so that the massive surplus value is reduced. For the individual capitalist, this deduction constitutes a restriction, just like the protective regulations mentioned above. To that extent, the state, as welfare state, violates the direct interest of each individual capital in maximum valorization and therefore encounters corresponding resistance. It is thus frequently the case that state social welfare measures come about as a result of struggles by the labor movement. The welfare state is therefore frequently understood as an achievement of the labor movement, a concession to the working class in order to pacify it. It is in fact the case that lives of wage laborers are considerably easier and more secure with state social welfare measures than without them. However, it is not the case that such measures are one-sided benefits for the forces of labor that, as is occasionally asserted, already constitute the first step in transcending capitalism. Rather, they safeguard the existence of workers in a manner consistent with capitalism, namely, as wage laborers. On the one hand, it is in the interest of capital that those workers whose labor cannot be profitably used for a temporary period of time, as a result of illness, accident, or the lack of demand, are still maintained in an orderly condition amenable to capital. On the one hand, state social welfare measures are usually contingent upon the sale of labor power, or the willingness to sell one's labor power. Benefits, such as unemployment insurance or old age pensions, depend upon the previous wage, a correlation that already functions as a means of disciplining workers. In the case of people physically and mentally able to work, the payment of unemployment insurance or welfare is also contingent upon their active effort to sell their labor power. If this is not the case, the reduction or suspension of benefits is used as a means of discipline by state agencies. The benefits of the welfare state, therefore, do not free one from the compulsion to sell one's labor power. A decisive shortcoming of the conception of the bourgeois state as an instrument in the hands of the capitalist class is that it presupposes a ruling class that is both unified and capable of acting, as well as a clearly defined class interest that simply needs an instrument for its implementation. Neither assumption is self-evident. That's the one to pull right there for this thread. Neither assumption is self-evident. What are the two assumptions? I'm going to reread the whole thing. A decisive shortcoming of the conception of the bourgeois state as an instrument in the hands of the capitalist class is that it presupposes a ruling class that is both unified and capable of acting. Right? That's one of the ones that we call into question all the time. As well as a clearly defined class interest that simply needs an instrument for its implementation. It's the other thing we go after all the time. Another assumption is self-evident for all the reasons that we get into all the time. The economic ruling class in capitalism consists of capitalists with widely varying, even opposing interests. There is a common interest in the maintenance of the capitalist mode of production, but if the system is not threatened by a revolutionary movement, then this interest is far too general to serve as a guideline for normal state action. The interests that determine the state's activity are not just sitting around waiting to be implemented, as is assumed by the instrumentalist conception. Rather, these interests must first be constituted. All of the state's measures are contested, whether the issue is the concrete organization of the legal system, the securing of the material conditions of accumulation, or the type and extent of welfare state benefits. As a rule, every measure brings disadvantages for some capitalists, sometimes even for all capitalists, and advantages for others, or fewer disadvantages than for the rest. Advantages expected but not certain over the long term are pitted against immediate disadvantages. The issue of what the general capitalist interest consists in which challenges the state, should react to and how, all that has to constantly be ascertained. State policies presuppose a constant ascertainment of the general interest and the measures for its implementation. Not uncommonly, there are different possibilities for implementing the capitalist general interest. Alternative strategies are possible, so that state policies cannot be reduced to the simple implementation of necessities of the capitalist economy. The reference to the economic purpose behind a state measure, popular in Marxist circles, is insufficient as an explanation. The relations of power between individual fractions of capital, cunning alliances, influence within the state apparatus and in the public media, and similar factors are of decisive importance for the implementation or prevention of individual measures or even entire strategies. Sometimes results that are even harmful for the general capitalist interest are brought about. Lobbying, competing for influence, and so on is not a violation of the rules, but precisely the way in which the search for consensus occurs. State policies do not only presuppose a consensus concerning the capitalist general interest within the most important fractions of capital. Such policies have to be legitimized in relation to the lower classes. A certain level of consent is also required from them. Only then is it guaranteed that the lower classes do not disturb the reproduction of capitalist relations through their social practice, and such disturbances do not first emerge with politically motivated resistance. In particular, the lower classes must consent to the sacrifices demanded of them, or at least passively accept them. For the establishment of legitimacy and the maintenance of the disciplined mode of behavior of the worker and citizen, it is not sufficient to simply sell such policies well. The interests of the lower classes, their interests within the system, meaning their interests in a better existence as wage laborers, must at least be taken into consideration to the extent that they do not excessively interfere with the capitalist general interest in successful accumulation. The extent to which these interests are strongly and skillfully advocated thus plays a role in how much influence their advocates have in political parties, the state apparatuses, and the media.
The debate concerning the various political measures and different strategies, the constitution of consensus and legitimacy, the integration of interests in a manner consistent with capitalism. All of this involves not only the ruling class, but also the ruled class. It occurs within as well as outside of state institutions, in the media of the bourgeois public sphere, television and the press, as well as in the institutions of democratic decision-making, the parties, parliaments, and committees. Of course, the policies of the state can also be imposed with dictatorial means against the majority of the population, but a long-term suppression of democratic institutions and the curtailment of freedom of the press and of opinion bring considerable material costs. The apparatus of repression must be all the more extensive if legitimacy is slight, and disturbs the ascertainment of the capitalist general interest. Military dictatorships and similar regimes are therefore rather the exception in developed capitalist countries. Fundamental procedures for the establishment of legitimacy as well as a consensus conforming to capitalist norms are universal free elections occurring by secret ballot. This allows a majority of the population to vote out unpopular politicians and parties and elect new ones. The new government, regardless of whether its policies are different from that of the old one, can maintain against critics that it has been elected and therefore wanted by the majority of the population. This legitimacy by procedure comes to the fore in the way political science deals with democracy, neglecting the capitalist context to a large extent. The dissatisfaction of the population concerning the impositions of politics is not just offered a timely safety vent by the possibility of regular elections, it is also channeled in that it is directed against individual politicians and parties and not the political and economic system behind their policies. Correspondingly, in the bourgeois public sphere, a political system counts as democratic when it offers the effective possibility for voting out a government. Welcome to duopoly. The idealization of democracy one encounters in parts of the left, which measures really existing democratic institutions against the ideal of a citizen who should decide by vote about the greatest possible number of issues, also disregards the social and economic context of democracy, just like the mainstream of political science mentioned above. Alongside the different variants of democratic systems, with strong presidents, strong parliaments, etc., there is no real democracy that must finally be introduced. Under capitalist relations, the existing democratic system is already the real democracy. Whoever sees real democracy in multiple, easily initiated plebiscites should take a look, for example, at Switzerland and see if that leads to great changes. Ooh. The state and the public sphere constitute, as is often emphasized, an arena for different interests. In a democratic system, this can be seen rather clearly. However, this arena is not a neutral playing field. Rather, this playing field structurally affects debates and the political practice resulting from them. State policies are in no way completely determined by the economic situation, but they are also not an open process in which anything is possible. On the one hand, conflicts within and between classes, as well as the relative strength and ability of individual groups to handle conflict, etc., play an important role so that different developments are constantly possible. On the other hand, politics must always accommodate the general capitalist interest in successful accumulation. Parties and politicians might be quite different in terms of their backgrounds and value systems. In their policies, particularly when they are in government, they generally orient toward this general interest. This is not because they are bribed by capital or are otherwise somehow dependent, although that can also be the case, but rather because of the ways parties assert themselves and the working conditions of government, processing conditions that even leftist parties who aim to govern cannot elude.
I just want to interject some of my facticity here, and it is a rabbit trail that has nothing immediately to do with what we're reading. But I've been thinking about the unconscious a lot, right? It being on the surface of things and things being a referential totality of equipment, of also signification. So it does work at the level of language, but also works at the level of all of the use things that constitute the necessities of our life. And obviously not just necessities, a bunch of other shit as well. But and I was talking about the idea of a locally situated unconscious, you have an unconscious of your house. And of course, I also think you have an unconscious of your gut. Well, there's also the unconscious of things that are free floating, but no, you can end up free floating and just pretty much become unglued from any locale particularity that has its contingencies and reality principle. Okay, well, it's part of that is I don't know how aware you can actually become of your unconscious, right? I don't know how accessible your unconscious can ever actually be. But I do think that a lot of the things that we kind of have a subconscious awareness of are parts of these unconsciouses, and then they can surface. And getting into a place that's genuinely quiet can actually make you realize your world is full of noise. And it's not this pure noise, right? It's not the pure noise of decibels, but it's actually the noise of certain kinds of operations that actually have certain kinds of unconscious associations. The fucking house I live in, this is the point. The fucking house I live in, it's the doors are locked. I'm in here all alone. I keep hearing thumping and running and steps. And the thing is like, I'm not normally aware of it, but then all of a sudden I become aware of it. And I'm like, because I was like, did someone grab Ryan and like bring him back into the house? And then I'm like, wait, did someone just come into the house? Could someone be in the house right now? And like, this was subconscious. I wasn't actually thinking about it like consciously. I was following along. And then all of a sudden I heard a footfall again. And I was just like, it's just the fucking neighbors. And I think I had that thought probably 15 times before I had to consciously register, oh, it's just the neighbors. And I just want to point out, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy I can't tell the difference between people being inside my house and being through the fucking wall. And the people that are through the wall are strangers. And I know nothing about their way of life. And it's just really fucking weird that my unconscious has like this alert signal, like this security system that kicks into gear. I can't even just chill and read and focus on reading. I actually have like this, what's that noise? You know, it's weird.
Yeah, man. My house is not as bad as yours. Because we're actually standalone units, but we're close enough that I can hear my neighbors on both sides of me. So I can hear them like opening and shutting doors, and sometimes I can hear talking.
Yeah, I can hear voices sometimes.
Yeah. And it is like, it's horrifying in that even in our homes, in our domiciles, we don't get that peace. Like and this is not directly related to this, although we really could go the long way around and bring it back to this, but it is definitely related to CMT.
Right.
In many senses, like it's Virilio. There's some lumen in there too, talking about like the locality of these processes that are happening. But it's also just like a very superficial, like you live in the same building functionally, like you live in the same building as people that you know nothing about. You share so much in common with these people, but so many people live their lives as if they're in opposition to their next door neighbors. They really do believe that they're competing with them for resources. And in a sense, it's true. You are, but it's not like you guys are both thrown into the Hunger Games. Like, it's not like they have all the shit and you're over here trying to take it, or vice versa. It's like you guys are both, or you guys are all facing these material conditions.
No, dude, it's weird. It's weird because I've like waved at her, like this next door neighbor. I've waved at her like 3 times and she never sees me because she's got her sunglasses on and she's choosing to not, but she just kind of just like soldiers on into her house. And she's got a couple of kids and she's probably a single mom or whatever. And so she's got a lot going on. I get it. But also like, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Like, I feel like I live with people that I don't know. And of course I've lived with roommates, and that is not better because you don't know them and there's no responsibility there and there's no long-term commitment. And this was just kind of like what the fuck? So I don't know. This all ties back to capital, because people becoming permanent renters is the trajectory that we're on. And it does relate to CMT because it's almost like we choose a certain kind of noise as a way of modulating and dealing with the stresses of all the noises that we can't choose, right? We're surrounded by noises and they're not pure noises. They signify certain things. And it's like your body doesn't want you consciously paying attention to those things. And so we mood modulate with music, and we insert a bunch of, podcasts or whatever. We're constantly scrolling. And so we we bring something different into our intentionality. What's the word? Concern. And so we, you know, but the referential to context of the circumspective awareness itself is city noises, basically, and being around people that you don't know. And your biological organism knows that. It knows that it doesn't know these people. It knows that it doesn't. And the thing is like, you could like say, well, statistically, the likelihood of X, Y, or Z things happening is not, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. Tell your biological organism that. Tell millions of years of evolution that, right? Like our biological organism is in a high state of stress when it's in cities. And all it takes is 10 minutes in like the woods for your blood pressure to go down to like a healthy level. And it's because of like, there are noises that our bodies are more in tune with, right? And the strangers bumping around at night through the wall is fucking not normal. And I think one of the things that just like really, you saw me getting all worked up about it. Like when Anne was talking about like, oh, we're going to have to move into a place. You won't have room for this. You won't have room for your workout equipment, blah, blah, blah. And I was just fucking pissed because it's like, I get it. It's reality. But also like every once in a while, I just want to like remind people it's not fucking normal. It's not okay. It's disgusting. I hate it. It's fucked. And people are like, yeah, just stock ourselves up in cities forever. Yeah, okay. Well, does everybody who lives inside of the cities or in the fucking gross ass suburbs have like a trajectory to get out into the woods really quickly, just really quickly and get away from it all really fast? You know, no, we don't. You know, if you're in like San Francisco, you got like this epic park. You've got like Central Park in New York City. Like there are parks that are just like, you can kind of get lost in the woods in these parks. And like, that's a step in the right direction. But I guess what I'm getting at though, is that it's not just the sounds of the city. It's the sounds of, I'm never away from strangers.
Yeah.
Who want nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I just can't get away from them.
And it's so contrived. And it's like the worst case scenario for everyone involved. And it's so like it's reality, but it doesn't fucking have to be like, and that doesn't really do anything for anyone. It just makes it that much more frustrating because it is the case that like all of this shit is downstream from what we're reading about right now. And we are so fucking powerless and we're trapped. And there's so many resistances that have kind of emerged from these conditions. And like trying to do anything about it, you're seen as a weirdo or a fucking, like people just can't get behind, oh, I'm actually trying to like understand this and kind of come to terms with it and figure out where the fuck I'm at. So.
And just knowing that you're not crazy for it's like, yeah, look, I could go like this. I can like force myself to smile just like they tell you in self-help books. Mm-hmm. And then I can go, everything's really great. You know, and I can go to work and yeah, everything's awesome. But I would prefer not to. I want to understand why we're all forcing ourselves to smile. That's what I want to understand. Why are we all forcing ourselves to smile? Why can't we just fucking be like most people on the planet for most of human history who don't force smiles, right? We're forced to smile. It's just like, and then if you want to get negative about it and people are like, oh my God, oh, they think you're going to be contagious. And I admit to some degree of that. I'm a little fragile when it comes to negativity because it's like, I have to psych myself up to take on the day to some degree. And so
for sure,
I get it. Like someone can really take down the mood. Anyway, I just think that like reading about Capital and that Capital Mondays as the weekly holiday of the working class really is the medication for grounding out and remembering you're not crazy. This is all absurd, but there's a logic. But there's a logic to this absurdity.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I can't wait until we're giving sermons on mountaintops, but instead of actually giving sermons, we're just finally finishing volume 3. Like the international proletariat is gathered at the base of Mount fucking
Sinai.
The mountain?
Mount Sinai.
The one in Boise.
Oh.
The hill, the mushroom mountain you guys were talking about?
You talking about other people. I don't know about the Mushroom Mountain.
Or the one with the cross. Is there one with like a cross on it or a big rock?
Table Rock. Table Rock. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on Table Rock. And just we're finally finishing volume 3. And we come down like unshaven because like we're like Moses. We have the tablets. It's gonna be the shit.
In order to be elected president or obtain a majority as a party, various interests and value systems have to be addressed. In order to be taken seriously in the media, an essential precondition for becoming well known, realistic, realizable proposals must be made. He puts those in scare quotes. Before a party can even come close to governing, it usually goes through a process of political education over the course of many years in which it increasingly adjusts to necessities. That is, to the pursuit of the capitalist general interest in order to have greater electoral success. If a party finally gets into government, it has to take care to obtain the necessary consent. It is now of particular importance that the political room for maneuver is decisively dependent upon financial possibilities. These are determined on the one hand by the level of tax revenue and on the other by the level of expenditures, of which social welfare benefits are among the larger items. In the case of a successful accumulation of capital, tax revenues are high and welfare expenditures for the unemployed and the poor relatively low. In periods of crisis, tax revenues decline and social expenditures increase. The material foundation of the state is thus directly connected to the accumulation of capital. No government can get past this dependency. A government can increase its financial room for maneuvering by borrowing, but this increases the future financial burden. Not MMT. This increases the future financial burden. Can you clip that and start a thread called Heinrich is not MMT? Because he said a lot of things about monetary systems and finance capital that I think, as a critique of traditional Marxism, would make MMT people happy, but that line right there wouldn't. And so that makes me really curious. I mean, if I ever could interview him, that would be one of my big questions, is his position on MMT. Additionally, a state can only obtain credit without problems as long as future tax receipts from which the credit should be paid back are certain, which in turn presupposes again a successful accumulation of capital. The promotion of accumulation is not just the self-evident aim of politicians. It is also a truism among broad sectors of the population that our economy needs to perform well so that we can benefit from it. Sacrifices that initially benefit only the capitalists are willingly borne in the expectation of better times to come. The former social democratic chancellor of Germany, Helmut Schmidt, formulated this memorably in the 1970s. Quote, "The profits of today are the investments of tomorrow and the jobs of the day after tomorrow." Criticism usually arises in the population, not as a result of the impositions of policies and the promotion of policies, but due to the absence of the expected results. Here again, we see the relevance of the fetishism that structures the spontaneous perceptions of the actors in capitalist production. In the Trinity formula, the capitalist mode of production appears to be a natural form of the social process of production. What was the Trinity formula again?
Capital, land, and labor power?
Or is it banks?
Or
yeah, okay, because capital had interest and labor, or no, profit and interest. Land had rent. What was the other one?
so it might have been banks then, because capital was labor and surplus value and profit, or surplus value and labor. Land had rent. Banks had interest?
No, I don't think Banks was actually on it. Here, I'm going to do a word search of the document. I'll go to the very top and then just type Trinity. Okay. Capital. Okay. Constitute foundation for the mystification. See chapter 10. I want to see. Yeah. Okay. The Trinity formula. Fetishism in bourgeois society. Estates, privileges, and inheritances fade away behind the equality of commodity owners. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, where is it? They constitute a whole that Marx outlines in summary at the end of the third volume of Capital under the title, The Trinity Formula, chapter 48. So Marx actually develops this in chapter 48 of Capital, volume 3. Where is it though? Where do you act? Okay, here we go. Capital, profit, interest, landed property, rent, labor, wage. Okay. I think you had it the first time, dude. So good job.
Yeah,
you get
capital,
a
land,
cookie.
and labor. Fuck yeah, dude. I love cookies, man. So
Yeah,
stoked, dude. Fuck yeah.
Dude, I'm bummed you never really got to have Anne's cookies like the whole tour. Like tour 2025 is going to be different because there'll be a lot more cookies.
Yeah, dude.
Are we on the promotion? The promotion.
Yep.
The promotion of accumulation is not just a self-evident aim of politicians. It is also a truism among broad sectors of the population that our economy needs to perform well so that we can benefit from it. No, we're not. That's not where we're at. We're on the next page. Criticisms usually rise in the population not as a result of the impositions of policies and the promotion of policies, but due to the absence of the expected results. Here again, we see the relevance of the fetishism that structures the spontaneous perceptions of the actors in capitalist productions. In the Trinity formula, the capitalist mode of production appears to be a natural form of the social process of production. Capitalism appears to be an endeavor without alternative, in which capital and labor play their natural roles. The experience of inequality, exploitation, and oppression, therefore, does not inevitably lead to a critique of capitalism, but to a critique of conditions within capitalism. Exaggerated demands or an unjust distribution of wealth are criticized, but not the capitalist foundation of this distribution. Labor and capital appear to be the equally necessary. And of course, it always takes the form of identity politics. It's always like, well, who's statistically marginalized? It's not who's actually marginalized. It's who's statistically marginalized. And then, of course, I'm over here like, I'm not a fucking statistic, dude. And then you've got dumb fuck Jones and everybody he knows, hey, raising their hand saying, I'm a statistic. I'm a statistic. My politics is that I'm a statistic. My freedom is being a statistic. The experience of inequality, exploitation, and oppression, therefore, does not inevitably lead to a critique of capitalism, but to a criticism of conditions within capitalism. Exaggerated demands or an unjust distribution of wealth are criticized, but not the capitalist foundation of this distribution. Labor and capital appear to be, can you take that quote? Yeah. Put it somewhere. Maybe on equality or something. Maybe for people who don't read Capital. I think there's a thread for people who don't read Capital. That goes there. Labor and capital appear to be the equally necessary and therefore equally respected bearers of the production of social wealth. Against the background of the Trinity formula, it is understandable why the conception of the state as a neutral third instance that concerns itself with the whole and to which appeals for social justice are addressed is so plausible and widespread. This whole of capital and labor encompassed by the state is, then, to a varying extent in the individual countries, invoked as the nation, as an imaginary community of fate of a people that is constructed through an alleged common history and culture. He's putting people and common into scare quotes. This national unity is usually first achieved through the act of a disassociation from internal and external enemies. The state appears as the political manifestation of the nation. The well-being of the nation must be realized by the state domestically as well as through the representation of the national interest abroad. This is exactly what the state does when it pursues the capitalist general interest, since this is the only common welfare possible under capitalist social relations. 11.3 World market and imperialism. I think I said in the very first session of Capital Mondays that we would get into imperialism in this work. And now we're here. He's officially kind of like rolled out the red carpet as a segue, bringing up the nation as the fetish of the state, the legitimation narrative of the state, which is obviously why it's patently absurd that people who think themselves radical for the last 150 years, Lenin onwards, has always put some form of anti-imperialist nationalism at the front as the revolutionary subject. In attempting to achieve the highest possible level of valorization, capital has a tendency to transcend national borders, both in the purchasing of the elements of constant capital, most notably raw materials, as well as in the sale of its finished products. Marx thus wrote of the world market that it is the very basis and living atmosphere of the capitalist mode of production. This is Capital, Volume 3, page 205. You keep reading, I'm going to underline that.
The capitalist general interest pursued by the bourgeois state applies not only to the national level, but also to the international level. Many Marxist currents to this very day analyze international politics more or less within the tradition of Lenin's theory of imperialism. We will now briefly deal with this theory. At the beginning of the 20th century, various Marxist authors attempted to examine the extent to which imperialist behavior by capitalist states was rooted in structural changes of capitalism within these countries. Hilferding, Luxemburg, Kautsky, Lenin, and la. Lenin's contribution was the most influential. His analysis was largely borrowed from the left liberal English author Hobson and presented in a Marxist guise. Lenin regarded the essential structural change of contemporary capitalism as being the transformation from competitive capitalism to monopoly capitalism. To summarize briefly, Lenin argues that an increasing number of industrial branches are dominated by a few firms, whereby the largest industrial firms merge with the large banks. As a result, the economy is dominated by a handful of monopolists and financial magnates who also exercise a decisive influence upon the state. Since the monopolies can no longer find sufficient possibilities for valorization within their own countries, they are confronted with the necessity of exporting not just commodities, but also capital to other countries. These capital exports are made possible and secured through imperialist policies. As a result of the export of capital, The bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries appropriates a large portion of the surplus value of other countries, whereby imperialist capitalism obtains a parasitic character. Since monopoly capitalism is losing vitality as well as inhibiting technical progress, it has a tendency to stagnation and decay. Imperialist capitalism is thus a decaying and dying capitalism. Since imperialist expansion is promoted mainly by the developed capitalist countries, a struggle for the division of the world results. Lenin regarded the First World War as an inevitable result of this struggle. Lenin explained that imperialist policies and ultimately the war were largely accepted by the working class in many countries by asserting that the upper layer of the working class, the labor aristocracy, was corrupted by sharing in the fruits of imperialism. In this view of things, imperialism is not just a type of politics that could in principle be completely different, but rather an economic necessity that results from the transition from competitive capitalism to monopoly capitalism. Lenin thus conceived of imperialism as a necessary stage in the development of capitalism, as the final stage of monopoly capitalism. Since there could be no further stage of development after monopoly capitalism, Lenin regards imperialism as the highest and final stage of capitalism, which can only end in war or revolution. In Lenin's theory of imperialism, there are a number of extremely problematic points. First of all is the alleged transition from competitive to monopoly capitalism. The growth of individual capitals and an increasingly smaller number of capitals dominating a single branch, trends, by the way, that are not at all universally dominant and that sometimes even reverse, led Lenin to conclude a change in the capitalist mode of socialization. It was no longer value, but rather the will of the monopolists that was supposedly dominating the economy. More or less successful attempts at planning by individual capitals or collusion between cartels are mistaken for a fundamental change to the mode of socialization mediated by value. Following this conception, the state is reduced to a mere instrument of these monopolists, and imperialism is conceived of as the direct implementation of the interests of individual capitalists. Finally, the characterization of imperialism as parasitic is problematic not only due to the moralistic undertone, but also because it is not readily apparent why the exploitation of a foreign working class should be any worse than the exploitation of the domestic working class. What Lenin intended as a continuation of Marx's analysis ultimately has almost nothing to do with Marx's critique of political economy. Not only theoretically, but also empirically, Lenin's theory of imperialism stands on shaky ground. The export of capital supposedly necessitated by imperialist policies did in fact occur, but the greater portion of this capital export went not to colonies and dependent territories, but to other developed capitalist countries that also pursued imperialist policies. That means that the cause of the capital export could not solely lie in the absence of profitability in the capitalist centers, since that would mean there couldn't have been any capital exported to other centers. Besides, such capital export was not secured by the imperialist policies of the home country, since such policies aimed at the rule of foreign territories outside of the capitalist centers. And finally, whoever still wishes to adhere to Lenin's theory is confronted by the problem that, for the United States, regarded as the most important imperialist power, the import of capital, rather than the export of capital, is the decisive factor. However, attempts exist to formulate a theory of imperialism outside of Lenin's framework, but the concept of imperialism is understood rather broadly. If one describes the state assertion of the capitalist general interest at an international level by means of economic, political, or military pressure against other countries as imperialism, then imperialism is no longer a particular stage in the development of capitalism. Rather, every bourgeois state is imperialist within the limits of possibility, but then the term imperialism really doesn't say very much. The question of which goals are pursued by imperialist policies and what the driving factors are cannot be answered at such a general level. In any case, it can't be a simple mechanism such as securing capital exports. At the international level, a multiplicity of states of widely varying economic, political, and military strength, and with completely different interests, face one another. Between them, there exist disparate constellations of dependency and alliance, as well as antagonisms. The opportunity for action of each state is limited by the actions of all other states. In this competition between states, every state attempts to win and maintain opportunities for itself. An independent terrain of conflicts for power and influence between states is constituted. This terrain is not limited to the direct implementation of the economic interests of individual fractions of capital, although this also occurs. Upon this terrain, the primary concern is the organization of an international order in the trade, currency, legal, and military political sectors, alongside specific interests resulting from their particular situations. States also have a common interest in the existence of a minimum of international order, since only under somewhat stable and calculable economic and political relations can a successful accumulation of capital occur. The concrete organization of this order, concerning the degree of free trade or protectionism, the question of which currency plays the role of global money, arms limitation, brings different advantages and disadvantages for each state, which leads to different alliances that are in no way free of contradiction and are of limited duration.
I just want to say, I think that the general disinterest in the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Trade Center, the UN, multinational corporations, as well as, it's just like the general interest of all of these by the people who are Marxists and who like international, they always say like the international proletariat, but they don't have any analysis of any of those organizations I just listed. Like they don't have, it's just like, it doesn't factor in. And it's like, they have like this little escape hatch from actually having to contend with it because they can just go, oh, well, the state serves the interests of a particular class. That's the ruling class. In capitalism, that's the capitalists. So we already know that the state serves the interests of the capitalists and that the state is imperialistic and that the capitalist imperialist state is always going to do what's in the interest of this like unified class of rulers. And it's like, in a super, super, super broad brushed way, obviously, like it's unlikely that nations are out here purposefully undermining themselves, right? But outside of that, it's like not a good way of making sense of the world stage. And it definitely doesn't help you understand these concrete material organs. For instance, the IMF, because of all of the fear mongering about the Great Reset during COVID-19, it's like, there's like this weird backlash from Marxists who try to, I'll call Swole out right now. He's one of them, like openly on Twitter all the time, going off about how it's just capitalism doing what capitalism does. There's nothing new here to see. And it's like, it's a material organ of the international capitalist order. What they talk about, what they decide to do is contingent. Right, like Hugo de Garis going to Davos for the last 50 years and actually hanging out and fraternizing with these people and selling them on the cosmist worldview is not a fucking joke. He's doing it, okay?
Right.
And to be there, you have to be a president, or you have to be like a CEO of one of the Fortune 500 companies, or you have to be like the Dalai Lama. Like you pretty much have to be a goddamn kingpin, you know? Like you have to actually be a world player.
Yeah, that's it. You have to have a role to play in international capital.
Right.
Like Peter Thiel goes to Davos, and he's also one of these like tech optimists.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Like, he's probably a cosmist, you know. He's probably just exactly. Him and Hugo Tigueras are like down with this, you know. And I'm not against it. I'm not against it. You know, I'm not a Terran or whatever.
But no, like there is a. I mean, it's a meme at this point for leftists to just dismiss anyone who wants to talk about that as like, oh, you're just doing like reactionary conspiracy theory bullshit.
They'll be like, oh, you think it's the Jews? Like, it's like,
yeah.
No, I think it's literally the world's elite, like the actual world elite. I think it's actually them. Yeah. Weird. I'm not saying that they are unconstrained. I'm not saying that they have free will. I'm not saying that they can just do whatever the fuck they want. But to understand our current situation, like you actually have to know about these things. I don't know. Seems plausible that you'd have to know about these things.
Yeah, like it does matter. I guess it actually does matter. Like it's not.
And it came after Lenin. It came after Lenin, as did pretty much every development of capitalism that we tune into. So it's like, yeah, it's just like a little escape hatch. It's a little theory terminating cliche. You know, this imperialism, highest stage of capitalism formula.
Yeah.
Finally, for the developed capitalist countries, the majority of which are poor in natural resources, a decisive point is the secure provision of raw materials and fuels. However, the point is not the conquest of corresponding territories so much as the organization of trade and its conditions, calculable extraction and secure transportation, the mode of price formation, and the currency in which trade is conducted. The existence of common interest in this order does not yet say anything concerning how it is achieved and what dimensions it takes. The readiness for cooperation is distributed differently between strong and weak states. For strong states, a unilateral approach, that is to say, the assertion of interests without considering the interests of others, is potentially a realistic perspective, whereas the weaker countries usually tend toward a multilateral approach, more or less cooperative behavior, and possibly even call for a binding international legal order. Usually both approaches are pursued, and both are used by states to advance their own interests. The relations between states are not static. They exist against a background of a developing capitalism that constantly restructures the technical conditions of the production process, the organization of enterprises, and the international linkages between them. The world market is not just a precondition, but the constantly recreated result of the capitalist mode of production, so that the conditions for the opportunities for action by states are set again and again. In the history of capitalism, both within individual countries as well as for the capitalist world system as a whole, distinctions can be made between structurally different periods. Marx attempted to analyze the fundamental commonalities between these periods that make it possible for one to speak of capitalism. Periodization thus applies to a more concrete level of analysis than Marx's Capital. However, such a periodization should not be mistaken. I'm going to reread this whole paragraph, and we're going to want to clip this and put this with him disagreeing with Marx. In the history of capitalism, both within individual countries as well as for the capitalist world system as a whole, distinctions can be made between structurally different periods. Marx attempted to analyze the fundamental commonalities between these periods that make it possible for one to speak of capitalism. Periodization thus applies to a more concrete level of analysis than Marx's Capital. However, such a periodization should not be mistaken, as frequently happened in the history of the workers' movement, for an inevitable development toward a final end, whether a highest stage of capitalism or even a necessary transition to socialism or communism. Oh my God. That shit is such a fucking worn out meme at this point. I'm so tired of it. On the other hand, caution is called for when the assertion is made that now it is a matter of a completely new, completely different capitalism. The phenomena that have been discussed in the last few years under the catchword globalization do not constitute a complete break in the development of capitalism. Rather, they are merely the most recent phase in the crisis-prone implementation of the capital relation on the world market and the accompanying profound transformations in the social and political relations of individual countries. To Swoll's credit, I think Heinrich is basically saying what he's saying when he tries to say that there's nothing new here in a sort of sense with globalization. Like, this is just the mediation of these crises. This is just the development of capitalism. But of course, from our standpoint, at what point does it stop being capitalism and does it actually start being rentism or neo-feudalism? And I don't know, but like, we're in the gray area and it's happening fucking fast. And the stuff that goes on in these kinds of institutions is the only way that you can actually know the direction that it's going, you know?
Well, and like saying we are in something new, like capital has created new conditions. Capital has brute forced a way to continue this process of valorization without these traditional embodiments of the state and the bourgeoisie. And like, that's the thing. So while, like, yeah, on one hand, globalization, it's nothing new. Yeah, sure. However, it does matter, because through these groups of people and through these tendencies where everything is going to rentism, we are coming into new relationships with the means of production. We're coming into new relationships with sovereignty and what it means to, like, what sovereignty even is. And like these are new things that are happening, and capital is still there at the core operating. So in a sense, I say it all the time. Well, that's nothing new. That's just capital doing what capital does, because that is capital doing what capital does. But it does fucking matter if you really want to understand, like, what is actually currently going on and what is potentially going to happen with our children and our grandchildren, like, and the planet. And like, same old shit, but also, no, it's not the same old shit. And we're losing ground, and we're losing ground at an accelerated pace.
Right. And there's like this, you know how like Lenin said that the working class is always ahead of the revolutionaries in a sort of sense. It's like right now, the revolutionaries are actually parroting World Economic Forum talking points. And that's what I find concerning. Actually, hold on here one sec. I'm going to pull something up. Okay, I got it now. So I'm going to share screen now. So if you would just stop for a sec. Let's see.
Ted Reese, The Future of Us?
The Future of Us. I just realized how weird it is that on the screen people are seeing my background, but cut out of context. It's just like a random bridesmaid from the wedding. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not going to change it. Like, the wedding makes me happy. I'm the most happily married person in the world. Let's see. Dude, Anne's fucking wreath of flowers that she wore was the most beautiful thing. I cannot believe someone had that idea. It's like the best idea ever. Because in all of these images, it's like, she's beautiful, but fuck, that wreath. And that, it's like, okay, a white dress with some red hair, she would have already popped. Like, whoa, people be like, wow, I'm beautiful. But instead it's like, amazing, just absolutely just gorgeous. All right, so now I'm gonna play this little video here. Actually, you know what, dude? All right, I'm gonna do it this way. Okay, put us over here. Full screen this. There, you can see all that?
Yep.
Have you seen this video? The Future of Us, Davos 2020? The reason I'm playing it is because of what I was just saying about how the left today just parrots the talking points of the actual world power elite. And obviously it's not like the Duganite, you know, Putin power elite. So it's not, the power elite is not a unified force, and it's not all bad. I'm not saying that these people are all bad, but I am just saying, like, let's listen to what they're saying. All right, this is basically a commercial, and let me actually I think I have to stop screen sharing, go over here and turn off original sound turn on original sound for musicians. There we go. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
We have a crisis on our hands. It's the existence of civilization that's on the line.
I think that humanity basically has 10 years to pull off an unprecedented global mobilization.
We're on the cusp of not only a climate catastrophe, but also an economic catastrophe.
Capitalism, as we have known it, is dead. This obsession that we have with maximizing profits for shareholders alone has led to incredible inequality and a planetary emergency.
The bottom line is money, greed. And we've seen that's not worked for large parts of our society.
The benefits of globalization have not been shared fairly, and that has shown up in social unrest in certain parts of the world.
All the young people are very angry and upset with the older generations for making this a world that is so unequal and hate-filled.
Either our societies make deliberately that move to be more inclusive. Unless that is done, our very privileged model is destined to fail.
We always think that it's only just race, it's only just gender, it's only just disability, but it's not. It's a system, it's patterns that play out.
The consumption and production pattern that we call the capitalist system is affecting the life-supporting system of the planet.
What's happening in Australia with the whole continent burning is an example of how a 2 degrees Celsius world will look like.
All of us are seeing for ourselves the domino effect of climate change.
Once it's flooding, that is it. People lose lives. I've witnessed that with my own naked eyes.
We are challenged by the number of people displaced, the number of people in need.
It takes very little power to break a fragile balance. The true power lies in putting the pieces back together again.
We're all fighting for the environment and the climate, and if you see it from that aspect, what has concretely been done, basically nothing.
The most difficult thing is the addiction to fossil fuels. We need to make countries free of this addiction. For that, we need to stop subsidies and we need to act decisively in the support of renewable energy.
Ecological collapse and technological disruption pose existential challenges to our species.
We should focus on the skilling, the reskilling, the upskilling of the most vulnerable, of the ones who are more likely to be displaced.
As any great change, we will have a choice. We can focus on the short-term profit, or we can look further to solve bigger issues.
We can have a massive effect on carbon emissions if we use remanufacturing, if we design products in a different way, and if we regenerate natural systems.
You need to have trade that allows for clean technologies that will help to save the planet. Trade and environment are not opposing factors.
We must give the concept of stakeholder responsibilities meaning in real life.
We are bearing witness to a new generation of leaders that are really about systemic change.
not enough people understand the power that they have with their one vote.
Our role in this world is to try to make a difference, particularly those of us who are the privileged of this earth.
This is a moment in time that will never come again. If we fail, we are in trouble, but we can do something about it. Let's do it.
$50. This was so 2020 was their 50-year anniversary at the World Economic Forum. Fucking radical, dude. It's like, you know what, people think that it's radical to say capitalism. This is why I wanted to show this, is that people think it's radical to say capitalism. They're saying capitalism all the time. Like, you think they got no problem saying capitalism, because what capitalism is to them is short term, is just being focused on the short term and not being environmentally sustainable and not having enough affirmative action. And they can bring in somebody from Occupy. They can bring in somebody from Greenpeace. They can show some images of sweatshops and show images of some wars, while someone from the IMF is talking over the images of the wars and talking about destabilization and how we got to put the puzzle pieces back together, guys.
Yeah, man. And like, it's not all bullshit. I mean, they're people just like us, and like, they're talking about shit that resonates with the masses in general, because these are like positions that the masses in general tend to have.
Mm-hmm. Or at least the college educated, and like, I just say, I'm not using this in a pejorative sense, but like woke PMCs, like, you went to college, you learned about oppression and privilege, and you don't like it. You don't sit comfortably in your own skin knowing that the world is being destroyed and that you are benefiting in the short term. Like, you don't love that, right? Totally.
Yeah. But the answer is not more black capitalism, more girl bosses. The answer is not training the most at risk and upskilling the most at risk. Like, those possibilities just don't exist anymore. The answer is like finding new possibilities, creating new structures.
Mm-hmm. Well, right here, I want to play this quote back. It's the part I always go back to. It's like this albino chick. Here we go.
Always think that it's only just race. We always think that it's only just race. It's only just gender. It's only just disability. But it's not. It's a system. It's patterns that play out.
The consumption.
This is like the Kimber-Mex Kendi definition of systemic. It's patterns. It's patterns playing out. So basically, there are statistical outcomes, and there are patterns that make those statistical outcomes. And this is why we can focus on microaggressions. This is why we can focus on land acknowledgements, is because we just have to stop those patterns from playing out, which means PMC power. PMC power means that the solution to all the world's problems is just going around making sure you don't say retarded. If you don't say retarded, then the differently abled will have all the opportunities, because their only real problem is stigmatization, right? So
yeah, it's treating the symptoms and congratulating yourself for treating the symptoms and focusing only on the symptoms, rather than ever even trying to understand the root cause of the symptoms. Yeah, and it is crazy, because there are people who do the thing and they're like, oh yeah, I'm a radical because, like the Uhuru, like those people are fucking insane, and they really believe in that shit, and they just think like, oh, if
what is the Uhuru?
Uhuru is like like reparations. Like when you see a black person on the street, you owe them money. Like me as a white person, I owe every black person money.
Right. The reparations to my personal Venmo.
Yes, that shit.
Oh my god.
And those, like, I think a lot of the people are opportunist.
Oh yeah.
And I don't blame them. Like a lot of the black people involved with that are opportunists. There are white people who genuinely think that's radical and they think that's the solution. And it's like, oh my god, dude, holy shit, you're gonna turn me into a fucking reactionary.
Yeah, with that kind of shit, dude. No, man, that was a dark day when I found out that the core organizing group of BLM in Boise, these attractive, smart, well-spoken, I say it that way because it's like they're not just like some randos off the street. Like they are like the honors college elite at Boise State, right? Like they were a dominant sort of force on campus. They were in student government. They were in this and that, the other thing. And you want to like them. That's the thing is like, you actually want to like them. Now, of course, they got like their own little like snobbish kind of in-group clique thing going on, which is not politics, right? It's not supposed to be politics. But then like when I found out that they were all like on their own socials demanding personal reparations to their Venmo accounts and just like, and they would just go off and on all the time about like, oh, white people this and white people this, you're murdering me. I need to take a break for another day because I'm so exhausted with you white women who keep asking me questions and saying you care. It's so obnoxious and you just need to pay me so I can go. It's like, oh my fucking God. Like, it's not it is really just like an extremely short-term solution. Now, bringing it back around to Davos and this last section on imperialism and globalization. This is why I actually think that capitalism can adapt and that it can become neo-feudalism. Is that, like, I don't think Lenin imagined that the world elite would sit around in a room for 50 years cooking up a plan to, after destroying the possibilities for communism, then put the puzzle pieces back together in a way that mediates the ecological crisis, mediates the representational and marginalization crises, and basically keeps the the labor power exploitation model in place while calling out capitalism by name.
Yeah.
Like they're calling it out by name. This is not neoliberalism. This is very, very anti-capitalist. It's just a brand of anti-capitalism that works when all you think capital is right-wingers who are greedy because they're businessmen.
Yeah.
Like that's what, or because they're white supremacists or whatever. If that's all you think that capitalism is, then of course they can like pave the road to this beautiful future. But, and honestly, like maybe they can to some degree. It's like you watch that, you go, fuck man, maybe they could actually pull something off. Like I have no doubt that they can pioneer research towards renewable resources. But this is why I say capital has no problem going for another 1,000,000 years. The question is will labor power be the presupposed precondition of capital accumulation? Or is there a way out of that? And if there's not a way out of that, is there a way to limit it to the realm of necessity where heteronomous labor can be restricted to this area of like necessary production, and then we can free ourselves? Like, I'm not against speaking to these kinds of people. I'm not against fraternizing with these kinds of people. I'm not for saying that they're all bad or that they're all up to no good or that Greta Thunberg is just like some fucking what. I'm not going to say that she's something bad or some idiot or some pawn. No, I mean, like I think you're right that these people care. Like that CEO of Salesforce talking about how the real issue is capitalism. Dude, like Salesforce, for those who do not know, is kind of like as popular or as essential to business operations today as what's the name of the way of keeping books that people use, the software for keeping books for accounting?
Like Intuit or Quicken.
Quicken. Yeah, Quicken Books, Intuit. Yeah. Salesforce is as essential as that, but it's like for keeping track of your employees, for keeping track of where the money goes. Like Salesforce is amazing software. Like this guy being the CEO of the actual, like one of the most important tools of capital. And he's like, yeah, it's bad. That's good. That's a good way forward. Now, he could be saying that because it's popular. He could be saying that because he still wants to get his dick sucked by progressive ladies. Like, you don't know. Like, who fucking knows? But, you know, seemingly he cares. And like, I think that to some degree, like that can be harnessed. But it just gets co-opted right back into this, well, it's just systemic. It's just the statistics and we just got to control for the statistics. And this is why PMC consciousness of what the role and function of the PMC is actually matters, right? Some of those people are capitalists. Some of those people are PMC. A lot of them are crossover. A lot of them are just kind of like coming from one direction into the other way. And they have to understand what their actual role in history has been. They have to understand what the real issue with capital actually is. And considering the fact that I've not met many workers who get it, and I've never met a fucking boss who gets it. I've never met a professional or a manager who gets it. Outside of like Elton, who's, I wouldn't say he gets it either. We don't get it. We're researching. Elton is actively researching. I'm actively researching. You're actively researching. And so there's a difference between people who are in the process of trying to understand capital and then everyone else it's a foregone conclusion. They already know. They got nothing to learn here, folks. And that's why we want to love the process. But there is a goal to the process. So let's read these last 3 pages and then we'll close this thing out. 3 pages left to the book, guys. We're almost there.
Whoop, whoop. Whoop-de-whoop.
You're a juggalo now? Fuck, dude.
Whoop, whoop. I've been a juggalo the whole time.
Oh, shit.
Oh, let me share this real quick.
Magnets.
Or do you need it?
Gravity. What's that?
Dude, that's a real song, dude.
I know. I think that's deep. I think it's actually deep. I think it's true. I think that shit's real. I think that you have to enter a certain kind of state where you just like, no, just because we have formulas for making sense of these things doesn't mean we actually understand them. Play with magnets. Being told a formula doesn't make the magnets like not magical, you know?
No, it's just like being told MC and prime doesn't make capital.
Right.
Snap into fucking crisp focus.
Well, dude, and that's the thing is like you, me, and Mikey still talk about capital with an uppercase C like it's a fucking human. And that quote from Marx in here, how was it? Okay, how do you spell Monsieur?
M-O-N-S-E-U.
No, that's not bringing up the word because remember he said Monsieur Capital, but it's spelled different, I guess. Anyway, that quote was
E-I-U-R, but yeah, Mr. Capital and Mrs. Earth.
Right. And that is how we still talk about capital, right? It's a shorthand, but it's a lazy black box shorthand, right? That's why we have to read Latour's book about social theory where he talks about the exchanging of black boxes within sociological spaces, where people just use these words like we all know what we're talking about, but nobody could just stand up and give a 10-hour lecture on any of these black boxes that they rely on every fucking day. And if you're a professional and this is your expertise, you specialize in understanding neoliberalism or capitalism, and then you couldn't give a 10-hour lecture on it, you cannot unfold that black box, then shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me about doing the work. And that's ultimately like the goal here, is that we are able to unpack our boxes. And because by unpacking them, your conception of them changes. And by unpacking them, you actually have to bring them into relation with the world. By unpacking capital, we actually have to come to terms with and grasp the relations of global capital today, which is kind of what we're getting at, which is why I took this diversion with the World Economic Forum, right? Like the World Economic Forum, the International Monetary Fund, which was also present in that video, the United Nations also present in that video. And it literally just had this guy talking and it had his name and it said Occupy. And it's like, yeah, dude, there's not a fucking spokesperson for Occupy. The whole point of Occupy.
He's the CEO of Occupy, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
on his mailing list.
Yeah. I go to his annual meetings.
Yeah.
I've been following Occupy closely. The only way you can go to Occupy today is go to Portland, hang out with some crackheads and some tents. That's it, dude. I'm sorry. There's nothing else.
Fuck.
It's sad. I mean, that's sad. That's a sobering reality, but that's where we're at. That's what Occupy did. Okay, chapter 12, Communism, Society Beyond the Commodity, Money, and the State. Marx's political aim was to overcome capitalism. A socialist or communist society, Marx and Engels used these terms interchangeably in the 1860s, in which private property in the means of production is abolished and production is therefore no longer carried out with the goal of profit maximization, was to take capitalism's place. Marx did not draft an extensive concept for such a society, so that even today many readers of Capital are surprised when they find out that it does not contain even a small chapter about communism. However, at various points, both in Capital as well as in earlier writings, Marx attempted to draw conclusions from his analysis of capitalism concerning general determinations of communism. Since such conclusions depend upon the respective level of analysis, there are widely varying pronouncements that do not, however, add up to a unified conception. There are two widespread complexes of conceptions regarding what constitutes communism in Marx's sense. However, neither has much to do with the critique of political economy outlined in the preceding chapters. Communism as an ideal, and then the other one we're going to get into on the next paragraph is communism as the nationalization of the means of production. Dude, oh, I'm so glad he goes there with this. I forgot. This is so fucking good. Yeah. All right. Communism as an ideal. Here it is assumed that communism means a society as it should be for ethical reasons. People should not exploit and oppress other people. They should not seek to gain material advantage, but rather show solidarity and helpfulness, etc. In Marx's early writings, one finds a few pronouncements that can be interpreted in this direction. Against such a conception, it is often objected that humans are not as good as communism requires, that they always seek personal advantage, and that communism therefore cannot function. On the other hand, people who are ethically and religiously motivated find a point of contact here. Since Marx's ostensible ethics seem to be strongly compatible with Christian ethics, for example, both sides do not consider the fact that in Capital, Marx does not criticize capitalism for moral reasons. Rather, in the course of his analysis, he demonstrates that moral conceptions are socially produced. It thus follows that morals only exist as the morals of a particular society, but not as a universal morality one can measure individual societies against. I think that's a form of bracketing, by the way. Like, I think he kind of bases it in his materialism, but I think it's also just a kind of bracketing. It is a methodological assumption. I don't think it's a strong dogma for Marx the way it becomes for Marxism. That's just my personal hunch. Communism as the nationalization of the means of production. Okay, so this is the other one. The abolition of private property in the means of production is here equated with nationalization and state planning of the economy. Against this, the objection is raised: the state planning is far too cumbersome and slow and includes a tendency toward authoritarian rule. Often, the really existing socialism of the Soviet Union is regarded as a more or less direct implementation of this conception of communism. The collapse of the Soviet Union is then taken as an obvious proof for the inevitable failure of communism. One finds demands for the nationalization of production both in the Communist Manifesto as well as Engels' anti-Düring, but only as a first measure and never as a characterization of communism. Rather, the means of production should pass into the hands of society, and the state ultimately dies out. Yeah, remember, and this is me, fascism also is all about nationalizing the means of production. Of course, it also opens up markets in a strategic way, and that's really just the mixed economy of the managerial revolution, which is the whole story of the 20th century, right? In the few fundamental observations concerning communism that Marx makes on the basis of the critique of political economy, two things are clear. First, the communist society is no longer based upon exchange. Both the expenditure of labor power in production as well as the distribution of products, first in their use as means of production and subsistence, then as the distribution of consumption goods among the individual members of society, occur in a manner consciously and methodically regulated by society, not by the market or the state. Not only capital, self-valorizing value, but also the commodity and money no longer exist.
Second, Marx is not only concerned with a distribution that is quantitatively different from that under capitalism. This question of distribution was emphasized in traditional Marxism, but primarily with the emancipation from a social nexus that takes on a life of its own and imposes itself upon individuals as an anonymous compulsion. Not only the capital relation as a specific relation of exploitation that generates bad and insecure working and living conditions for the majority of the population should be overcome. The fetishism that attaches to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities should also be abolished. Social emancipation, the liberation from self-produced and therefore gratuitous constraints, is only possible when the social relations that generate the various forms of fetishism have disappeared. Only then can the members of society truly regulate and organize their social affairs themselves as an association of free men. Marx is concerned with this comprehensive emancipation and not merely with the question of distribution. In contrast, it was a central tenet of traditional worldview Marxism and Marxism-Leninism that socialism or communism would lead to another mode of distribution that would offer individuals a foundation for other and better possibilities for development. According to this distribution-centric conception, an authoritarian welfare state that retains certain structures of the market economy can be regarded as socialism or communism. The really existing socialism in Russia, Eastern Europe, and China moved exactly in this direction. The party elite occupied positions of state power and steered the economy in the direction of the greatest possible increase of material output, a somewhat egalitarian distribution of income, as well as the greatest possible social security. In the really existing socialist welfare state, The policies of the ruling party were not just imposed in an authoritarian manner against a political opposition striving for the reintroduction of capitalism. The majority of the population also had no actual influence. It was a more or less well taken care of but passive object of the party's policies. Open discussion could occur only in a very limited way, if at all. The ruling communist parties in the socialist countries also did not allow their monopoly of power to be questioned by other communist forces. Society here did not regulate the social process, the party did. Clear-sightedly, Rosa Luxemburg criticized such tendencies early on. In her uncompleted text, The Russian Revolution, she writes, "Without general elections, without unrestricted freedom of press and assembly, without a free struggle of opinion, life dies out in every public institution, becomes a mere semblance of life in which only the bureaucracy remains as the active element. Public life gradually falls asleep. A few dozen party leaders of inexhaustible energy and boundless experience direct and rule. Among them, in reality, only a dozen outstanding heads do the leading, and an elite of the working class is invited from time to time to meetings where they are to applaud the speeches of the leaders and to approve proposed resolutions unanimously. At bottom, then, a clique affair." The Rosa Luxemburg Reader, Monthly Review Press, 2004.
Dude. That's fucking such a good quote. I'm so happy he finds that, you know? Because, like, there is, like, this move nowadays to just be like, well, actually, you could just cherry pick Rosa. She's actually supportive of Lenin. It's like, yeah, she's always supportive, but highly critical, you know? And this, it's like, you can always, like, justify silencing the enemy press during a time of war and shutting down every free society that people communicate in. But yeah, you can always rationalize that, and you can rationalize that forever. And the state would happily always do that. And this is why it's like, you have to actually sublate liberalism. There is no attempt to sublate liberalism in Leninism. For him, it's just pure negation. And it's like, dude, you should have actually read the founding fathers of the United States. Like, they actually gave a shit. They're not. So from his standpoint, it's like, he's like this dogmatic worldview Marxist. He's a Kotskian, and he's just like, well, they're just the ruling class. They just have ruling class interests. That state is just their tool for that. So why do I need to read them? And of course, like, everyone else follows suit. But it's like, no, you cannot read them and then believe that they actually don't care about tyranny. They actually care about it. And they actually believe, and I think rightfully believe, that without checks on power, the state inevitably lends itself to tyranny, right? And it's like, well, tyranny is almost the definition of the state. Like, you know, the monopoly on force requires a degree of tyranny, and there's always the original crime, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, you concentrate absolute power without checks. You think that that's going to go well? That's not dialectical. You want to talk about dialectical, you actually have to understand why liberalism is unique in the history of the world and what's good about it. And I'm not saying checks and balances are like the be all end all. Obviously, that's a way to keep capitalism forever too. But well, we got to find a better way to keep tyranny from actually happening. That's the issue.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Yeah. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a lot.
Okay.
The state in really existing socialism was primarily an instrument for securing the party's rule over society. The dying out of the state was postponed to a distant future. However, for Marx's conception of communism, it is precisely this point that is of decisive importance. The state, whether bourgeois or socialist, constitutes an independent force standing above society that organizes, to a certain extent, and imposes, by force if necessary, a specific form of reproduction. Against this, the association of free men, Marx's characterization of communism regulates its affairs without resort to such an external independent force. As long as such a force exists, one cannot speak of an association of free men. That one can only speak of communism when not only the commodity, money, and capital have been abolished, but the state as well, does not mean that such a society would have no rules. The members of such a society would have to regulate their social life, organize production in individual workplaces, coordinate between workplaces, harmonize their different interests as producers and consumers, find ways of dealing with minority positions, and for a long time will still have to deal with different forms of gender and racial discrimination. Such discrimination would not automatically disappear once capitalist exploitation ends. The enormous effort of coordination that a communist society would have to perform, coordination that occurs today through the market, should not be underestimated in any case, nor should differences of interest and conflicts, as well as the danger of coordinating instances taking on a life of their own and becoming a state structure. When Engels writes in Anti-Düring that government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, this is correct. But one should also add that the administration of things also contains a potential for power that can always lead to the domination of people. Despite all these difficulties, there is still no immediately apparent argument as to why a communist society should be impossible in principle. However, communism, if it is not to be a crude communism that merely manages scarcity, is tied to a certain economic and social preconditions. Marx emphasizes the massive development of productivity on the basis of science and technology, as well as the comprehensive development of the abilities of the workers as essential preconditions for the transition to a communist society, even if both only occur in capitalism upon a narrow foundation, limited by the goal of profit maximization. Two things are clear in connection.
I wanna point out something awesome that he did here. So when he said, if it is not to be a crude communism, he then references the collected works of Marx and Engels, volume 3, page 296. Okay, then he says, Marx emphasizes the massive development of productivity on the basis of science and technology, as well as the comprehensive development of the abilities of the workers as essential preconditions for the transition to a communist society. Okay, that's a lot of words. Okay, he emphasizes the massive development of productivity on the basis of science and technology, as well as the comprehensive development of the abilities of the workers. So the comprehensive development of the abilities of the workers is kind of vague still. And so I actually want to track that down. But when I look at what he cites here, it's Capital, volume 1, page 616 to 621. So that's 5 pages there from Capital volume 1. And then also page 635, also page 637 to 638, also page 739. So that's a lot of pages towards the end of Capital where Marx says this. And then, which by the way, obviously I think the reason that matters to me is like, we're talking about an association of free men. Timenergy is the condition for freedom. And Marx would have agreed with that, right? If he had the concept, he would have agreed with it. When he says like the development of the abilities of the workers, I think that there's still like a traditional Marxist or like Leninist way of being like, well, yeah, as they're workers in the actual means of production, like their ability to still work and like, yeah, dude, Lenin was a Taylorist. Lenin was down with Fordism. Marx never would have thought that that's developing the abilities of the workers. The whole point of Taylorism and Fordism is to fragment time and to fracture human ability into micro tasks, and so that nobody really has a general knowledge. And without a general knowledge, you don't have freedom because you don't have a conception of the whole or your role in it. All right, that's the role of theory. That's the role of theory. That's also the role of philosophy, is to give you that grounding and to, yeah, it'll always be wrong, but you're at least supposed to have some kind of possibility there of having an actual explicit conceptual working understanding of the world you live in and your relations with other people and yourself. And that's theory. You actually need theory. And so I want to track down all these quotes because it's not just all those pages from Capital Volume 1, it's also Capital Volume 3, pages 958 to 959. So there's a couple pages there as well. And so it's not just the productivity of science and technology, and it's not just the abilities of the workers to be able to make the society function as workers, right? He's aware that this is a dehumanizing thing. The Grundrisse has that wonderful quote. I doubt I could pull it up very easily, but I think it's near page 200, where he says that the ability to go to a lecture in the evening, to be able to educate, your children, etc., is the only thing that distinguishes a worker from a slave. So Marx, that's mature Marx still agreeing with his basic position from the Estranged Labor Fragment. So I just wanted to touch on that because this is why we're doing this, is towards time energy theory. And so I like how he lays out all of these sort of Easter eggs for me to track down. And he says, even if both only occur in capitalism upon a narrow foundation limited by the goal of profit maximization. Okay. So the conditions for a real communism would have to require that. Two things are clear in connection with Marx's considerations. First, it is not sufficient for the transition to a communist society to conquer and defend state power during a weak phase of bourgeois rule, like in Russia in 1917. Without the corresponding social and economic preconditions, a socialist revolution might be successful as a project to maintain the power of a political party, but not as a project of social emancipation. Second, a communist society requires a particular development to transform the preconditions created within capitalism. Not until a higher phase of communist society, where the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual. All-around development of the individual. There we go. That's the fucking word I was looking for. I'm going to put time energy there in the margin. And all the springs of his ability to each according to his needs. And I'm going to reread that. Not until a higher phase of communist society, and this is from the Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 24. Not until a higher phase of communist society where the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly can, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs, apply. Even when a communist society can only be achieved with difficulty, in light of the social devastation wrought by global capitalism, by crises and unemployment in the developed countries as well as in the countries of the so-called Third World, while there exists at the same time a historically unprecedented level of material wealth, in light of the destruction of the natural foundations of life caused by capitalist production, no longer occurring locally but affecting the planet as a whole, clearly visible in climate change, in light of constant wars that also emanate from or are promoted by democratic bourgeois states, in light of all that, there are enough good reasons to abolish capitalism and replace it with an association of free men.
Bum, bum, bum.
We did it. Good job. I can't believe that you basically just did this whole day like you did. Folks, I took a nap. There is a point in this recording when I took a nap. I paused the recording and took a nap after the Spanish tutoring. And I slept for like 2 hours because my current job is killing me. I wake up at 3 a.m. I go to work, and I'm fine working early in the morning. I am listening to every book that I'm interested in, I listen to. The moment I'm more interested in this book than that book, I switch over. If I don't have the book yet, I'll go home and I'll record it while I sleep. Then I'll wake up, and then I've got my next book and I'm ready to go. And I love working when I have audiobooks. I love manual labor. I love carrying my weight in society. I know it's this little Protestant work ethic. I don't give a shit. I actually take pride in being a worker. I know it's dumb. I want to abolish the category of worker. I want to make it so that I'm really just doing my daily house cleaning. I want to make it like it's like basic societal chores. I don't want it to be something that consumes our lives. I don't want it to be like, oh, job-centric society is something we take for granted. But no, I like losing myself in the work and listening. And I think that that's a good way of dealing with ADHD. It's like you preoccupy yourself with your hands and you listen. You free your mind this way. And the workers who don't free their minds this way are fucking idiots. I'm sorry. They're idiots. Like, they get annoyed every time the belt on the conveyor belt like stops. They go, it's like they're so invested in the process of like moving boxes that the belt stops for a second. And this guy, like a coworker of mine, he goes, come on. He does. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, I want to beat the fucking shit out of you just to knock some sense into your dumb fucking head. I was like, dude, why don't you listen to like music or podcasts or books? Oh, well, you can't have earbuds. And I was like, they're not going to look under your beanie, man. And he goes, well, that's an ethical issue too. Now he says that that's an ethical issue too, because he had been kind of saying that Amazon's not ethical because it's like this giant corporation. So he's kind of like, he's saying like two wrongs don't make a right. So like he has this responsibility to not wear an earbud, he thinks. And then he also keeps dipping out of like wearing the hard hat, which became required this week. So the hard hat is required now because we actually have avalanches in these trucks and like boxes fall on you and shit. And he won't wear the fucking hard hat for several days. I was like, are you gonna wear a hard hat? He's like, not until they tell me to. I was like, dude, you think that the earbud is an ethical issue, but you don't think the hard hat's an ethical issue? All I'm saying is like, people have a weird neurotic relation to multitasking and actually listening to something. And I think that people like the idea of being left alone with their own thoughts. But I just want everyone in the world to know, like if I could snap my fingers and make everyone realize something, like, I don't know, one of the top contenders would be, they're not your own thoughts. You don't have your own thoughts. All you can do is choose which thoughts to own. That's the only responsibility you have in the matter. But the ideas that pop into your head do not come from inside of your soul. They come from language. They come from culture. They're filtering through you just the way, like, it's like someone thinks of someone starts, like a song gets stuck in their head. They don't think that they wrote the song, but an idea gets stuck in their head. They think they wrote the idea because they're illiterate. Yep. They're functionally illiterate. And so they don't actually know this. And it's disgusting and it's sad and it's terrible because it's a product of the schooling system. It's a product of being bred to be a worker and nothing more. Okay. All of this is just like my little rant. I know that because we are catering to workers with earbuds, there's a couple of you doing little dances in the aisles because I interpolated you right now. So, good job being one of the good ones. Fuck these other dumb shit motherfuckers. Don't worry, dude. When they're old and dumb and no one wants to hear a fucking word they say and they get hidden away in old folks' homes, you will be on the top of the mountain and people will want to hear what you've been working on for the last 50 fucking years. And that's the freedom, that's the free association that we're talking about here. It's like you don't have free association if you're not peers, and you're not a peer if you don't understand what's going on. And you can't just understand what is going on because you got a degree. Understanding is a process, and you have to love the process. And if you're not engaged in the process because you're playing video games and then going to work and getting mad because the belt stops, you ain't in the fucking club, guy. So I hope everyone gets in the club. I hope it becomes like a part of our actual education. I hope that everybody learns to multitask and move boxes and produce things. I hope everyone learns. I hope that schooling becomes labor camps. I hope that everyone actually just going through your schooling process learns, oh, I can listen to books. So it becomes like listening and having conversations, listening and having conversations, listening and having conversations. In the meantime, you're doing society's chores, right? As far as the heteronymous labor is concerned. That's my little rant I've been wanting to make recently, but let's bring it back around here. So I'm exhausted. I've been exhausted, and you had the fucking flu today, or like a stomach bug of some kind, dude. Like, so, you know, I don't know. The fact that we're powering through it and doing it is impressive, but the fact that you did that without a nap, it's the real fucking
I'm
achievement
stoked.
here.
So I want to have my own ideas. And I know that it is going to take years and years and years of work, along with, you know, material changes in my daily life. But like this is all necessary in order to someday, when I am 50 years old, which isn't that fucking far away. I mean, it's less than 15 years away. When I am 15 years old, I would like to have one new idea.
When you are 15 years old? That's what you said.
50.
Oh. It's a good slip. But no, you will have an idea. I know you will, because you are embracing the process.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like this is dope. It's so many things, dude. Like it's like recently talking to my friends about it. Like I'm just saying, yeah, it's my job. Like, yeah, this is like, because it's easier to explain than anything else. Like
it's true.
Oh, it's just a hobby. Like if it were just a hobby, then like, oh, why didn't you come to dinner? I can't say, oh, because I was indulging in a hobby. So I say, oh yeah, I was working.
Right. That's
but it is so much. Like it's so much more than that. And it's exciting and it's dope and it's like, yeah, dude. The ability to indulge in something that you are passionate about is an amazing thing, and I don't think that should be taken for granted. And then we could get into the whole like, well, do I have a moral responsibility? No, I don't think it is maybe it is a moral responsibility, but it's a responsibility to myself. To like pursue shit that I'm passionate about. But I'm passionate about it because I believe that it actually fucking matters. So like having the opportunity to indulge in something about which I'm passionate, that I believe actually fucking matters in this global structural sense, like all these things that like, it's like Captain Planet, man. When our powers combine, we're Captain fucking Planet. And yeah, dude, like, also, I know there will be a time when I'm back working and I'm availing myself of all these recordings that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm using that to maximize my fucking time. So it's just, it's the shit.
Well, I'm right now on this like, I'm already back working. Right. So I spent the last year not working. I basically life hacked things so that I didn't have to pay for rent for a few years. I saved up a bunch of money, and then I spent all that money setting up Theory Underground. And you've given me money. Marilyn's given me money. Bert's given me money. A couple other people who followed my YouTube channel back in the day gave me some money. And that's gotten me here. But what you say, chickens come back to roost or whatever? I don't know. Like I at the end of the day, like that money's gone now, and now I'm working. And it's like, but I'm working part-time. And so, you know, I work part-time for Amazon, and then it comes back to this. And so the goal is that I can just keep working part-time for a whole nother year and just grind on this shit. There's so much going on, so many courses, so many interviews, so many tours, so many publications, and ultimately all of it's for the development of time energy theory, of a working class intelligentsia, of this kind of tools for the workers with earbuds, and I guess gamers with ADHD who like to listen while they play games. I say I guess because like a lot of gamers don't even listen to things. They play immersive games, like in the CMT cohort. Oh, it's an art form. Yeah, well, you know, you don't go look at the Mona Lisa for fucking 10 hours, do you? But you fucking play. But you play this.
If I could, I would. Like, but not over and over and over again.
Day after day after day after day after day after day after day for your whole life. Right? Like that.
That's the
I just stare at art. It's like, well, do you do art?
Yeah.
Do you do art? You just a consumer of art? Do you make art? How can you appreciate art if you're not an artist? Right? And so that's a whole side thing. Like, you know, more power to the gamers, but also guys, I work with too many of you guys. And at some point you're going to put on your big boy trousers and stop being a bitch. At some point you're going to do it at some point. And for me, it was super late in life, and I still fuck off, you know? And so it's like, it's always a tug of war between like 6 different Daves. And the one Dave that you all get to see for the most part is the one who's like loving this process. The other ones are all fucking off. And so it's like, no, but the point is like to just don't seed ground to drive. If your drive is hooking into theory, you don't have to combat the other addictions so much as just don't seed ground to your drive that is committing itself to theory. Anyway, that's that. And I guess for now, I'll just say, like, I'm in the, like where I'm at today, like what I'm actually doing outside of this, outside of work, outside of sleeping, because I'm not getting enough sleep, blah, 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 is trying to figure out a path forward where my part-time income through Amazon, coupled with some income from Theory Underground, as well as like donations, could become reliable enough that I'm an equal paying contributor in this household. Because Anne is killing herself out here. I would like to be paying 70% of the bills. She's going to be a student really soon. She's not going to be able to keep doing what she's doing, which is working full-time while I'm working part-time, right? She's paying 60% of the bills. I'm paying 40% of the bills. I would like to be paying 70%. For the last year, with my money, like I was able to make my savings and all the donations from my 5 patrons go really far by living in Mexico for 5 months, right? And because my money was able to go further there, I was able to support Anne, who wasn't working. So it is a give and take. So for a whole year, she did not work. Now she's working a little bit more. I didn't have this in mind. This wasn't the original plan. It just worked out this way. Okay. But yeah, none of this stuff magically exists. None of this stuff comes out of a void. There are material conditions here. I have actual labor power. I don't have time energy, dude. I have not freed up time energy. Relative time energy, we can talk about that because it is being put towards non-profit driven or motivated ends, but it's fully instrumentalized. Like I don't have a non-instrumentalized kind of time energy that I can play with or experiment with because I don't have my freedom, which means that this stuff doesn't exist for free. There is a cost for all of this. And that cost is one that most people don't pay. And I'm not trying to sit here and say, well, please do. Like, no, I genuinely think that over the next 5 months, I'll get enough people that I'll be able to become that much of a contributor in this household that Anne can go to part-time. Like that, I think that that could happen in the next 5 months. I'd like it to happen in the next 2 months. If it happened in the next 2 months, my life would be a lot less stressful. I'd be able to get a lot more work done. But right now there's the insecurity of not knowing actually how much I make on a steady basis. And I get donations, but they're not reliable, right? Like there's like, I just got a $10 PayPal like yesterday or something. And it's like, that's awesome. But it's not like something that I can bank on. It's not routine, right? And so that's why the subscription model is getting rolled out. And so that's what I'm focusing on when I'm not sleeping or reading Capital with you or whatever, like, or the courses that are currently ongoing and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm trying to figure out the tier system. I'm trying to figure out one that works. But basically, like, we're at tier 4 right now. This is tier 4. To be here in this space, you're at tier 4. Nance has been at tier 4 for how long have you been at it? I mean, technically, I mean, we hadn't actually rolled out the subscriptions plan, but like more or less, what would you say, like how long you think that you've been at tier 4? Like April, May, like March?
Yeah,
February?
I was thinking like March, April-ish.
Yeah. March, April-ish. Anyway,
Mark's
and
angles.
it's like,
So March, April, Mark's angles.
yeah, exactly. No, and it's true. Like in a sort of sense, you are being the angles, I am being the Marks. But the thing is, neither of us are great men. We're boys who are using who are using these models to like work ourselves up. And I hope to never be like the alcoholic, wife cheating, like asshole that Marx actually was, you know. And I hope that you never turn out to be an actual bourgeoisie, and I hope that you never actually turn out to
Shit
like
on all your work, get all your work wrong,
appropriate all the work and get it all wrong. Yeah. But the thing is like Marx was in the British Museum alone. We're together doing this, and there's only room for a few people to do this with me. I don't expect to get a lot of $300 per month subscribers. I just don't. Most people can't afford it. You can't afford it. Fuck. I mean, the fact is you've got like this fuse, and once that's done, you're back to work. And so, you know, it's like, I thought about calling the tier 4 death drive gang or some shit, like, cause it's truly like you are taking something you don't have and you're giving it. And that's some pure death drive. And it's crazy. It's crazy that you're doing it. But I respect it because I would do it in the exact same situation, because I've been listening to podcasts for years. I started listening to books a few years ago. I've been studying for the last like 12 years. I've got $60,000 of debt that doesn't have anything to do with how well I applied myself in school. I've got a master's degree, graduated with honors. I've got the Kuma de la fucking whatever the shit they call it. You know, I've got the all A's except for a B in a photography class. That has nothing to do with my knowledge of theory. I've had to go out of my way for theory every fucking step of the way. They did not teach theory in school. The closest it came was in an English class. And guess what? The way English class people read theory is not the way that we read theory. They don't give a fuck about changing the world. They care about their careers. They care about, you know, giving this literary author like some novel interpretation. It's just a fucking postmodern jack-off fest over there. And the organizing I've done in Marxist organizations, or in the DSA chapter that I started, or the nonprofits that I've tried to start to create, reading groups and cooperatives and gardens and shit, like all of that stuff is experiments. And Theory Underground is just like the newest iteration of an experiment. And I've decided that the experiment that makes the most sense is one that is on this short course towards a stable, humble salary. Like that is a stable, humble salary. Like I actually need to be freed from wondering where my money's coming from. And then once that's achieved, I free Mikey. That's been the goal for years and years and years. Mikey knows that. And it's like his only real hope. He thinks he's probably going to off himself in a few years because he doesn't think it's actually going to happen, but he still puts in what he can. And then I have people who are like, well, I don't really want to be a subscriber. I would pay for Mikey's courses. Like I would pay 3 times as much for Mikey's courses, but the subscription thing doesn't really mean anything to me. And it's like, cool. That's fetishization. You don't understand what it takes for me to get Mikey to do things. I'm his agent. I'm his editor. I'm his publisher. I got him to start his blog. I got him to do fucking everything, dude. And he got me to start my channel. It was the two of us that came up with the term underground theory as a way of conceptualizing what's really going on at the scene level, not what we hope to be achieving in the scene and beyond the scene. But, at the level of the scene, it's underground theory. It's like that partnership between me and Mikey, though, it's not just a friendship. He is a friend. And we've had periods of time where we're less intellectually engaged with one another and it's more of just a friendship. But the times when we are just intellectually grinding shit out, like, are some of the best times of my life. And I know that I've got lots of friends who are jealous of that because, like, I mean, there's people who've known me that, like, they get a phone call every couple months or something. And it's like, but Mikey, it's like, well, we're working on books together, right? But it's not just like this. It would still be fetishization just to look at, oh, there's these two egos and they've formed a relationship. They've got a strong bond. It's like the two brothers, Rick and Morty skit, they've got a strong bond. But no, like, it's beyond that. We've been taken up in the process, but he can't really engage in the process. He can't engage in most of the things that we actually do. He can't. And so the goal is to make it so he can. And right now, Nance, you can, but you won't be able to forever. And so I hope that by the time you're back to work, Mikey's freed up to do this. Or I hope that by the time you're back to work, I'm doing this. Instead of Capital Mondays being just the two of us, we've actually got like a solid crew of like 10 people who are like tiers 2 and 3, who are like asking questions in the chat, who are on the notes, suggesting additions to the note stock. I want an extra day in the week where someone else at tier 4 who I've developed a working relationship with, we do exegeticals. Like I could see a whole other day being multiple exegeticals with other people who are at tier 4. And because at tier 4 for the last year, ever since we rolled out the tier system, tier 4 on every one of the classes simply means what? Do you know off the top of your head what it actually entails?
Feedback, direct feedback, and sessions of reading through and talking about either the fucking subject matter of the course or whatever writing project is coming out of the course.
Yeah, I mean, it's one during the course and one after the course. And this is just like a session. Our sessions have been so rewarding and we've had the time energy, relatively speaking, that we've actually been able to do a lot more than that. But it's open to anyone who's doing tier 4, right? And it's just a session during a course, a session after a course. We can do an exegetical reading. You can pitch me ideas. I can give you constructive feedback on your writing. It's really whatever the fuck you want. It's like our time. Of course, I have to find it rewarding. I have to feel like it's not work or I'll fire you. Like, I'm not going to fucking take money from somebody who tries to get me to do stuff I don't want to do. It's like this guy who's trying to get Mikey to like engage with his self-help and like go through Lacan with him and stuff. And it's just like, look, dude, if you could free Mikey from wage labor, that'd be one thing. But because you only want a couple hours of it every couple months, it's so much more intellectually, emotionally, socially taxing that it's not worth a couple $100 per session. It's just not. It has to be literally like on the agenda. My agenda is fucking huge. I get all these people who are like, here's $5. Now check it out. Read this PDF. Let me know what you think. Fuck you, dude. I have my own PDF and it has 1,000 readings that I think I actually have to do for understanding the world's current situation and actually playing my role that I feel like I need to play. Okay. You should too. And at this point, it's systematized. I have it systematized. I actually have all these threads and sub-threads and sub-sub-threads, and I have courses and interviews, short and long. I've got a 5-year plan. I've got a 10-year plan. I've got a 15-year plan. If you're not hitting me with that and you don't have the experience at this point, stop sending me shit. Ask me for shit. Ask me what to read. Okay? If you actually want to get in the conversation, right? Now, of course, like, Nance, you fucking read shit all the time that like isn't on my agenda. Like, you've got me into Lumen. Like, if it wasn't for you, I mean, probably Mueller, but if it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't be into Lumen now. And I'm fucking stoked about Lumen. I'm like stoked. And it's like, yeah. But how many of my things did you read before you started being like, dude, this Lumen, you check it out, dude.
Yeah. And partly because it's like, oh, I'm unsure of my own ability to gauge, text ideas, blah, blah, blah. But also like, oh, this does fit into what's going on. This does fit into critical media theory. This does fit into your fucking overarching vision. Right. Because there's also there's shit that doesn't fit.
Right. And that's the thing, is you actually spend a lot of time wondering if something fits or not. That's actually itself like useful for figuring out like what you actually are interested in. Obviously there is like this huge overlap of interests, but the fact that there is stuff outside of my canon and my actual agenda is fucking important. Now, I'm going to pull up the Theory Underground courses master key because like this is turning into a closeout of us having read an introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital by Michael Heinrich, the last 3 weeks of the beginning of our Capital Mondays sessions. And I'm going to put up here for you all. Oh, you can't see that. I'm going to make it so you can see that. Go ahead and stop screen sharing. Yeah. Okay, here we go. You've seen it before. You already know about it. I think did you know about this before you became a tier 4 subscriber?
I can't remember when the first time
I don't know.
Whatever this was.
I don't know, but I've only sent it to like 4 people, and like one of their reactions was that this is like everything they would be doing as well if they had the time and energy right now. Another person said, well, I'm glad that no matter what happens with Theory Underground, you're set for life, right? Because you've got this figured out. Okay, so what is it? They've got the vision, I've got the plan. This is just the table of contents, but we've got like hard mode and easy mode. Easy mode for absolute beginners, hard mode, the major tomes of continental philosophy. Analytic philosophy actually becomes an essential tool in the toolkit. It actually does. But continental philosophy deals with, to study continental philosophy is also to study anthropology and sociology and economics and linguistics, semiotics, structuralism. Like you get into all of this other stuff. So it's kind of like if you want to be in the process, this is a good way of being in the process. Like analytic philosophy is good for people who like, they do philosophy over here and then they do this over here and they do this over here and everything's compartmentalized. And when they do philosophy, they lay concepts out in front of them and they take their little tweezers and their scalpel and they analyze them up against the light. And then this is philosophy to them. And it's valid. It is actually important. Guys like Quine and Kripke and Frege, they developed stuff that like we actually need for developing a 21st century method. And we need a method, right? Because we're in the dark here, right? We actually need a method. And it's not just a method of reading texts. It's not just a method of trying to understand our current situation. It's also a method of trying to like read the future. Like we actually have to get to the virtual potentiality and not just like, oh, it's possible worlds or whatever, but it's like actually like getting down to plausibility. But epistemology, individual and social, this is, essential to the toolkit. So don't take the continental philosophy thing to say that I'm saying analytic philosophy doesn't matter. It's funny. Reza Negarestani, as a quick aside, like says that, he doesn't really believe in this divide. He doesn't really take a side in this divide between continental and analytic philosophy. But then the whole book, when he's relying on Hegel, he's doing it through Brandom, and Brandom is an analytic philosopher. And everything he does sounds like analytic philosophy. And he actually, I said, okay, with that aside, yeah, people try to just disavow this split, right? The split exists for a reason. And it's because they're actually completely different approaches to thought itself. Okay. And I think that they complement each other. They can. And I think that Reza is trying to say that. He's trying to say they can complement each other. I think you'd give me that. Okay. The good life is an essential thread. Political and social theory is an essential thread. Left heretics and hysterics is an essential thread. Woman philosophers is an essential thread. And then we've got special topics in cultural history, which, that includes Black racism, radicalism, CRT, and its left critics, which is a course that I have in the works, post-colonial and decolonial theory, both like the actual positions within that field, as well as the most based critiques of those fields, American philosophers, a whole course on American philosophers, because actually, believe it or not, we have some and they matter. Like Thoreau's actually based, like, people just think of him as just like this hippie who is gallivanting through the woods, but he was in touch with something that people completely miss, and it's important. And like I have Americanized Eastern philosophy. I've got Ram Dass on here. I've got Alan Watts on here. No, dude, American philosophy, it's a thing, We'd actually read Cornel West here because he's got a great book on pragmatism. But I just add to these over time. I did not go search the internet for these. I keep coming back and adding to these threads of all these courses I want to teach and all this stuff that I think is essential working class knowledge for people who want to be a part of like the intellectual vanguard in the 21st century, right? Like people who want to go from being scene kids to actually being in the band. Like this is actually it right here. And so like I was conceptualizing it as trains. Like these are different trains, they're lines of thought. You can depart on these, all aboard, right? Like I was conceptualizing it that way, but now it's like, I still conceptualize it that way, but it's also just like, these are the major strings on the guitar, right? And you want to become a band member, which is to say you want to be able to think, and you cannot think in isolation. You can only think in concert. Right. And so you're trying to learn an instrument, you're trying to learn it with other people, but you can't do that with the whole internet. You can't do that on Reddit alone. Like you actually have to have somebody you jam with. And that jamming most of the time takes place in like this sort of pseudo fashion where people name drop. We fucking don't, dude. Do we? Do we do that? Do we?
Yeah, I think we don't. I think we don't. And if we do, we draw it out and we say, well, why, how are we going to read them? Do they matter? Should we read them? Like,
yeah, exactly. And how to read them. Like there's this whole ongoing meta conversation. That meta conversation is the best part. Like, what I would like to do 10 years from now is extract the meta conversation itself, have that in its own book on method, right? Like there's like 21st century reading techniques, the fact that you don't just listen to a robot reader, you don't just listen to an audible narrated book, you don't just read text, you don't just read off of an e-reader, you don't just not read. No, you fucking do all of them all the time. And you do them more than you realize you do. And you productively procrastinate against one and then binge on the other. And there's this whole fucking cyclical process. And I had somebody saying, oh, I think that's just manic energy in like the live chat on one of my videos. And I'm just like, fucking, okay, yeah, show me anybody who's just manic, who's able to make an app, a website, a course site on that app, a social media site on that app. And then like what, I don't know how many courses we've had at this point at Theory Underground, but like a lot of courses, and we're teaching some of the hardest texts in the world, and we're doing introductory level and deep dive stuff. So it's like, I don't want to put my dick on the table and be like, everyone come over here, look at this. But it's like, I'm trying to speak up what we're doing. And I'm trying to say that like, this would have been impossible without you in the last year, Nance. It absolutely would have been impossible. When I say this, I mean the actual quality being where it is. And of course, people are going to be like, oh, what are you talking about? The fucking audio quality is shit. You guys keep fucking up your recordings. You guys were on tour and all you could do was fuck with the technology to the point that Karl thinks that we're actually trolling everybody and that it's all performance art and that we actually don't have technological issues, right? It's like...
Maybe it is, dude. Maybe it's all just an elaborate ruse.
But no, I mean, no, but you've given it the impetus. And I always have emphasized the time energy you give because it's always been greater than the money you've given. It's like if you were to take all the time and energy fragmented in your life that you've fused together into the purpose of this project itself, and then pay yourself like $5 an hour, I'd owe you money, right? Like, so it's like, you've given me some thousands at this point, but it does not add up to the amount of time energy you've put into it, right? And so I just think there's potentially people who will sign up at that $300 patron level because they just believe in it and they've got deeper pockets and they respect what we're doing and they don't even listen to our shit. I believe that such people exist. I believe that a lot of the people who are offering me like volunteer labor because they are computer programmers will ultimately sign up at that tier if they're serious. If they're serious, if they don't think I'm a fucking clown, if they're not like trolling me, like I believe that they'll sign up at that level because I don't know if they know about this, but like, it turns out computer programming pays a lot better than philosophy. So don't waste my time. Give me money so I can pay someone a living wage and then they'll actually do it, right? If you actually believe in the project, just do that. But also if you're unemployed or if you are able to take time off and coast off of your savings for a while, if you've been depressed and you just want to dive into what makes you feel alive and you've been holding back listening to these things when you get a chance, but it's just not going to do it for much longer and you want to join the death drive gang, fucking tier 4 is also for you. It really is for both kinds. It's one, but both are tremendous sacrifices. Both mean a lot. They mean a lot in different ways. And you're the poster child of the latter category, not the former. We do hope to get some people from the former category. Like we have people reaching out to us being like, I'm a big deal in the LA scene. I am a psychiatrist. I am a psychologist. I have written bestsellers. You should like, and I respect, you know, I don't know this person's work. I'm using this as an example. Like I get these kinds of reach outs and these people like, man, look, I just can't care about someone else's project. I care about this project that's on the screen right here. Right. Yeah. And so it's like, if you're such a big shot and you actually care about what we're doing, fund it. Or if you're such a big shot and you actually care about Mikey, fund it. Now, I still think you should go to his Patreon and become a patron to him as well. But if you actually care about the long-term vision that doesn't involve in him like he always is talking about, offing himself in 4 years or whatever, just keep this in mind. This is our exit strategy. We have an exit strategy. We're actually moving in that direction. And so, yeah, what do you got there?
I was gonna say, like, yeah, this is it. Like, this is the swimming pool, and like, if you want to get in, get in. Like, otherwise, all the other stuff is, I don't know, it's extraneous, and it becomes a distraction, and it becomes, I don't know, frustrating. But yeah, like, this is it. It's right here on the screen right now. This is it. And like, don't think you're going to come up with some novel way to help out in an unconventional way. And also don't think you're going to come in here and like, oh, this is this one thing that I care specifically about because I'm so smart.
Right.
Come in
here.
Bring it to you.
Oh, I don't see this thing on the agenda. Like, we had that person come into the live chat and say, like, basically after we've been talking for 3 hours, they're like, you haven't said a word about love. Bitch, that's a whole class. It's a whole research thread. It's probably like multiple courses. It's in the fucking grand plan. Trust the plan. But of course, they don't know that there's a plan. And so that's why I wanted to draw this out, is because I actually wanted to make a segment that can exist on its own, where we're telling everybody like what's actually going on. What are we actually doing? Because I think our exegetical readings started appearing, and then us reading certain things started appearing, and nobody knew what was going on. They're just like, oh, there's a new character on the show. His name is Nance. Like, people don't realize there's actually a thing going on here, right? So what were you going to say here?
Yeah, I think finding a way to communicate, trust the plan. And that sounds so funny to say, because over the last few years,
it's a Nick Fuentes thing.
Trust the plan.
It's also it's a Fuentes thing too. You know, it's like this is it is the QAnon thing, because it's like Trump has a plan or whatever. Like, that's the idea. Just go along with it. Yeah.
But like,
I'm showing you the plan. I'm showing everybody the plan at this point, though. That's the point. That's the point. I here it is. This is the plan.
Yeah, and people who see your shit, they obviously see something of value there. And like, I'm trying to think back. I saw like, oh, a dedication, an obvious mastery. Like, obviously, you know what the fuck you're talking about. Obviously, you're dedicated, and you're based, right? So like, that was what, oh, okay. I like Theory Plebe on YouTube, right? I like his channel. It's way better than all the other shit that I'm seeing. So for like people that do see that something, like, it's like, no, there's more there. Like, you're not just another YouTube, RedTube influencer, whatever, who's going to endlessly crank out endless content that doesn't have an endpoint. There is a directionality here. It is a project. It's not just mindless churn and like that, communicating that to people. I think it's difficult, because it's, I don't know, it's something that just doesn't communicate.
It doesn't fit
in this day and age.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit in the, like, you would have to actually take a couple years of CMT and all of, and several of the other courses we've already done. You have to be in the fields to really understand like what it's doing. Like, you know, and that's one of the difficulties on tour, articulating it to different people. It's like how do you say that in front of someone who thinks that like they basically see themselves in a world where there's professors over there who work in universities. Me, I speak to the public, I'm a podcaster, and that's the world to them. And we're over here being like, we're doing something different. Check it out. We got Zoom in the room, and we, you know, and they're just like, what are you jack-offs doing? Putting fucking Jason Miles, for instance, he's like, what are you fucking doing? You can't put the keynote first and then say it's separate from the feature event. Like, it's like, yeah, we fucking can actually, dude. Like, we actually can.
We can.
It's allowed.
We did.
And but I get it though. But I get it, is why I'm bringing this up, is like, I think a lot of people see that. And it's like, if they don't see the plan and they don't actually understand what we're doing. And that's the thing, is like, at this point you could be just like, okay, what? So that you can sit back and critique everything and be so smart? Dude, like, if that was it, that would suck. But like, that's not the point. Like, the reason we read it aloud is like, come with us. Like we have like the model in mind of people who will be like, they're grinding through the backlog. They're coming into the actual live weekly events. They're learning Spanish, French, and German. There are potentially other languages in the works, like Polish and Chinese. Like these are in the works, you know? And so when people are like, you know, it's like they get little tastes of like a course over here or of the YouTube channel only. People think, oh, Dave's a YouTuber. It's Theory Underground. That's the thing. Or they think of like, oh, it's just a podcast. Sometimes Dave interviews people and they go up on here. I follow lots of interview podcasts, and it's just like, I've sacrificed a lot so that I could build something unique that does something that nobody else is doing. And I'm doing it for a reason. And it's not a fucking, it's not a kid's game. Here's the thing. I'm more arrogant right now than I'm going to be for the rest of my life. And I have to be because I'm 35, about to turn 36. I've heard so many people who are in their later years, like refer to themselves like this phase of being like 35. And it's like, I think that it's a difficult time of life to navigate for a lot of reasons, right? It is. And like people have midlife crises at this time. This plan could just be my controlled manic midlife crisis. But the point is to try to create a structure that can kind of catch my fragmented time and energy and fuse that shit together towards something that will sculpt me to be something different. Like this is why sometimes I have that David statue. It's like sculpting myself into something different and doing it with time energy, right? Like, so join us. It's open. And, you know, if money's too much of an obstacle and you really want into fucking everything, go fill out the scholarship form. Say you want to be in tier 4. Just do it. There's a short email list, a really, really, really short email list. And there's like a very, very, very small group of people in a specific forum that tier 4 people have access to. But guess what? Same thing goes for tier 3, 2, and 1. Mostly tier 3 is tier 4. It's just being in the audience side, not being actually in the Zoom calls. Like being in the Zoom calls, actually speaking, like taking turns speaking and reading. This is a tier 4 activity. And it's built on the model of like only having like 50 to 100 subscribers. That's what I mean by small and humble. And it's just like, I cannot do that much socializing. I cannot do that much exegeticals and shit with that many people. There is like a cap. And so that's why I have that behind the paywall. It's because I don't want everybody and their fucking mom signing up for my time energy at that level, dude. That's expensive. It costs me an arm and a leg. Worse, you cut off my arm and my leg and give me like you post me up in a hospital bed, but I got my 3 screens and my camera and my microphone and I could just go hard with you. Hell yeah. Take my arm and leg if I could actually just go hard with you all the time and have my money. Right? But no, it doesn't work that way. It's my fucking time energy, which is more important than my arm and my leg. Right?
Yeah, man.
I'd give my arm and my leg for time energy. I think Anne might have a problem with that. She'd be like,
I'd cut my dick off for time energy, dude. I totally would.
I was going to say Anne might have a problem with it, but I think I'll do it, you know? I'd want an insurance policy on the promise of like, because I don't want anyone backing out. Like they're like, here's all this money. I'll give it to you incrementally. And then they stop after a couple of years and then I don't have a dick. That would suck ass. Like that'd be the worst.
Yeah,
but
dude. One lump sum or not at all.
Yeah, you know how like you win the lottery, it ruins your life. This is like a whole thing, right? I am fine with that. I know that like Mikey thinks that's not true, but I think it's true. And so don't give me like $1 billion. Like I do need to have contact with the reality principle. I do need to be within certain limitations. I can't just go buy something impulsively like a house or a giant tower that I can go and read books in. You know, I want to, but don't let me do that. If anyone ever makes the mistake of giving me too much money, you'll all know about it. It'll be annoying. Don't fucking do it. I just need like $3,000 per month. And at this point, it's going to go up because everything keeps becoming more expensive. But like, you know, I'm talking about like, you know, middle class, right? Because I want to be able to support Anne. I want her to not have to work for a couple of years, at least a couple of years, a couple of times, right? So at those points, it's like the 5-year plan will be over. Who knows what will become of Theory Underground? The main goal is that the process that we're all in now changes us forever and sets us up for the things that we need to do, and that we leave a trail of breadcrumbs that can be followed by people later on, and that those people will radically accelerate their own development, and they will shoot far beyond us. Hopefully. I'll believe it when I see it, but I fucking hope that they do, you know. But so far, no one has. It's a fucking challenge, dude. Like, that's 35.
Laying down the gauntlet.
This is my fucking short guy, 35-year-old energy. Okay, I have to lay down the gauntlet. Fucking let's go. If anyone else wants to teach all of these classes, like, I'm fucking there for it, dude. I'm not saying that I'll be there, like, paying for it. Like, if you could, like, if you sell me on it, if I actually feel like I'm learning from you, if I actually can, like, get something from it, like, and I can get excited about it, I'll go for it. Okay. But yeah, the goal is to be able to teach all these things. And the goal is that Nance would be able to teach all these things. The goal is that anyone would be able to unpack the black boxes that we tend to exchange in discourse and do so exhaustively if need be, but also do it short and succinctly. Like, I need to be able to teach all 3 volumes of Capital, the main expansion packs, and the main critiques in a 5-week course. It'll probably be 5-hour lectures, but a 5-week course. Like, I need to be able to do that. Not everyone feels like this need to be able to do that, but I feel that need to be able to do that. I think there's something important here. I'm tired of being gaslit. That's why we just read this book, right? We're not fucking around. And so if anybody else is like, oh, I fucking hate those guys. They're like these value forum Marxists, or, oh, they're post-Marxists, or, oh, they're post-left. Oh, those guys are fucking actually crypto neo-reactionaries. Fucking, did you see that they published something with Žižek? That shit is so cringe, or whatever. It's like, cool. What do you got? I'm curious. What are you developing, right? People like to be in these little anonymous groups nowadays where no one's responsible. And then they're like, oh, look, we wrote a thing. And I love it. Karl just sent me something. I love it, man. I think that that's great. CCRU did that shit. That shit's awesome. It's grown on me. Like, the idea, I think it's a really special form of liberation, but an experimental praxis. But we actually need people who can try to understand everything and actually engage and communicate with other people. Like, we actually need that. That's the idea of the university. It is happening within the university, but it's very rare. And it's a lot more rare in some institutions. And so that's why there are workers with earbuds who don't see a future in college. And there are students who are dissatisfied with their courses. And there are people who miss the opportunity to really read and to really engage and to really pursue the idea of, like, universal truth, like trying to understand it, right? And they're here for it. And so we love you guys, your fellow travelers, if that's where you're at, and we'll see you on the road soon, probably. Peace.
Wu-Tang.
Sign up for tiers 1 through 4. Do you have anything else you want to say in close? Because this is a video on its own. I don't. Sometimes I realize I cut something short too quickly, and that's like, I'm going all like Lacan variable session on you. But like, sometimes you just got to cut the cord. But also, like, I do want to let you, like, say a closing thought to anybody who's like only watched a couple things on the channel and is watching this for the first time.
I think so. Similarly, I'm in my late 30s now. So I guess I'm hitting that stage of whatever. But also, I think for the most part, my whole life, I thought I cared. I've tried to care. It's always been hard to care. But this project is something that I'm happy to be able to pour myself into, like, nothing outside of my family. Like it is something that means so much more than anything else that's available to purchase, than anything else that's out there to be come across, just out there in the world, you know, in our neoliberal fucking hellscape. This is something that it's been intentionally crafted at great cost and great pain. And I'm happy to be able to partake in it, to participate in it. And I'm sure there are people out there that can't appreciate that. And like, if you're out there and you can appreciate that and you have the fucking means, then you should fucking support it. And you should, I don't know, we're just random fucking people. But also, like, this is meaningful, this is real, this is worth it. So not to say take my word for it, but also kind of like, if you're waiting for something, if you're kind of living your life passively and you're just in the passenger seat and you're like, fuck, everything sucks, take my word for it. Like,
dude,
do it, man, do it, or don't,
or fucking don't. No, for real. Like, that's here, or regret it. Maybe not. Like, some people, it's just not. Here's the thing. It's like, there's no compound. There's no one keeping you here. You don't have to keep doing it. You don't have to give me a lump sum. The point is just like, take the ride, fucking do it. It's like, I'm doing jujitsu right now. I'm doing it twice per week. I think I'll probably be doing it more than twice per week sometimes. I'm also running. I'm also weight training, and I'm reading Capital cover to cover with you. I'm rereading Totality and Infinity, preparing for the course that's coming up in the summer, which will be the sequel to the Being in Time course, Division 2 of which will begin at the beginning of January 2024. So there's still time to binge Division 1 and get in there for Division 2. So this is like, get in there. I've said, you know, the order goes Being in Time, Totality and Infinity, and then the 3 volumes of Capital. But I'll give a short course on the 3 volumes of Capital. But if people want to get in there with the actual reading of it, fucking now's the time. Like, get into Tier 4 if you really want to be in there. Like, it'll be a sort of seminar, right? Like, and so I'm really stoked about what's going to come from it. But the reason it's in that order, it's deep philosophical reasons. You're just gonna have to trust me. Fucking, we got to close this shit out, dude. It's late. We've been reading all fucking day. You're sick. I'm tired. Let's go. Everybody take care.
Go.
Peace.
Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know? And yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark. We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McKerracher, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates. of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist who's like, "How so-and-so's a new book, have them on your show." No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Timenergy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of underground theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living. And then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. All right, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.